some chill music. This needs to be quieter. It's pretty quiet. And yet it sounds so loud. There's like construction outside, so I'm surrounded by loud shit. Let's see, am I even live? Yeah, I'm live. Oh man. Nobody in the Discord yet, so I'm just gonna wait for somebody to come in. Maybe there's somebody in another Discord. Politics. Oh shit. Christian chat is popping. Sorry. Well, nobody's here, so never mind. How do I find the actual fucking animal thing? Animal ethics. There's nobody in there. Okay. Fuck. I'm kind of messed up. I'm kind of messed up, guys. Because even though I wasn't streaming yesterday, I still went to Discord to do outreach. I think I'm fucked up. That's the best I can do until somebody gives me an actually good game to play online. I'm gonna do Bubble Shooter. Cause fuck that shit. Bubble Shooter. Bubble Shooter. Mute tab. Nobody wants to talk about veganism yet. Sorry. Yeah. Anyways, we'll get there. Hopefully. Maybe somebody will come in. Maybe should go somewhere else and like instigate a conversation. I think the music is very loud. There you go. Let's see. Let's see, where can I go? The left side. Oh, maybe I should bang at some leftists. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah. I know it's off the screen for you, but I'm just like Discord hopping to find somebody to talk to me about a thing that I want to talk about. I want to convert people to my side. That's what I want to do. Why? Because I think I'm right. That's the stuff. I think I'm right. So I want to convert people to my side. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's possible. It's also fucking early in the world right now, isn't it? Oh, I need to pop up the chat. Sorry, I'm not very ready for this. Pop out the chat. It's gonna go right there. Hello, Veros King. Are you a llama from Fortnite? No, I'm not a llama from Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite. It's too hard Too hard for me. I play Path of Exile, but I do it really badly. Doesn't want to stuff. I don't even know what you meant there, Liam. Sorry about that. The US is asleep. Well, some are awake. It's like where Brandon is. It's like 8 a.m. So it's not terrible. But nobody wants to talk to me. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Once somebody talks, it's gonna appear on the stream that somebody is talking. So let's hope for that. The real thing, send me a good game that I don't need to download stuff for. Just a game that I can chill with, that I can walk around in or something. I don't know. Something to chill. It's bubble shooter. That's what I'm resorted to. Because you're not helping me. I'm joking. You help me a lot, but I can't. I don't want to download Steam for this stuff. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. I am not gonna survive this long. It's already hard, see? Used to be good at this shit. Anyway, let's try another Discord, I guess. Let's find a fucking somebody fucking to talk to. For the love of God, somebody talk to me. I skipped work for this. For the love of fucking God, somebody talk to me. Maybe Hello Wobbly. Union Hall. Where else can I go? Chill bar. Let's see if we can find the debate room here. Not really. That sucks. Allergies. Allergies suck. We'll get there, guys. I know it's boring for now, but we'll get there. That's why the chill music is standing, because I kind of looked around and I saw that nobody's joining anyway. Maybe here. Maybe I can find a debate room here. I can go to a chill place. Let's see. Let's see if we can do something here. Let's see if somebody joins and talks to me. Like, actually. Yeah, I see you sending me something. Oh, words again. Okay. Fine. Let's do words. Fine. I'll do words again. It is easy. It is the best thing to play, I think. It's true. You are right. You are correct. Let's just mute the thing. How do I play it? Hold on. There you go. What's up, Jeremy? Nobody's joining me. No one wants to debate me, Jeremy. How sad is that? Jesus. Okay. How do I play this fucking thing? How do I actually play the goddamn thing? What did you send me? Party mode. Ways to play. I don't... How do I actually... I don't need to learn how to share the shit. The shit is already on the fucking screen. I haven't even started debating anybody. You gotta hit the YouTube button. I don't want to share it through YouTube. I just want to play a goddamn thing online. You already can see the screen, right? When you go like this, you can see the screen. I don't need to share it. Oh man, I'm already getting upset. When things don't go my way, I get upset. But I need to chill, actually, because yesterday I had like I was chiller because I was incredibly tired. And I had better conversations, I think. I think so. I think I had better conversations. So I probably should chill out. Let's see. Fine, I'll try to hit the YouTube button. Then what? Got it. You see, I need to, like, no, thank you. I don't want to sign into anything. Don't. That's not needed. Why does nobody want to talk to me? Am I scary? Am I smelly? You can try to go to English, I guess. Beginner chat, intermediate chat, advanced chat is what I'm looking for. Advanced English. Up. Yo, what's up?
Yo.
How you doing?
What the fuck?
Oh, sorry. I have allergies.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Give me a second. Just give me a second. Let me put on some headset.
By the way, I can hear myself double.
I know. I just want to put some headset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. You good
No,
now?
you can. Yeah, now I'm good. Yeah.
You okay? You got a little upset there. It's familiar. I also get upset at stupid technical issues. So.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sometimes it's bothering me, to be honest.
Yeah.
People
that's
be like, "Hey, I can hear myself. Let's mute that guy."
Yeah, it's pretty shitty, but that's how it is. You can solve it without like I have a speaker on, but I also have a really good mic that doesn't take in the sound of the speaker. It only takes in my sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I really like your accent, actually.
Sorry?
I really like your accent.
Oh, thanks. I have no idea where it's from. It's like I guess it's like a mix of stuff. It's not really.
Yeah, you sound kind of Slavic, I guess.
Slavic. Oh,
Like
I never
Slav-
heard that before.
Yeah, Slavic, like Russian.
Yeah, maybe. I think I ripped it off a friend or something and just absorbed it in. Maybe it was one of the Russian friends. I have no idea. One day I was just like, I used to have a cute little British accent or similar to. And then one day I was just like, yeah, because I like British people and how they speak.
Yeah, British accent is so cool, to be honest.
Yeah.
All Americans be mocking it like, oh, like this. They be mocking it a lot.
Yeah.
Even though it's actually the original English accent.
Yeah. Well, English is a ridiculous language anyways, so I don't know where the Americans stand there, on what leg.
Yeah, like every country has its own accent.
Yeah.
Like here in Arabian countries, we have this messed up accent. Like, yes, hello brother, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Habibi, welcome to Abu Dhabi. A lot of people come visit here.
You're doing a good Arabic accent.
Yeah, because I'm Arab.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I'm just joking because I don't know where my accent is from. Like, what the hell happened there?
Yeah.
I'm like just.
No, it actually sounds like a mix of Russian and pretty good English at the same time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you're not even Russian, right?
I don't actually disclose online where I'm from. So I'm sorry. It's unfortunate, but yeah.
No, you're not. The question is, you're not from Russia only. Not where are you from?
Well, if I say that, you'll keep guessing, so we'll have a problem there. You know what I mean?
No, we won't. No, I won't keep guessing. I promise you. Anyway, hey Remik, how you doing?
Hello, I am good. What about you, brother?
I'm doing great, brother.
Where are you from?
No, not really. I'm not really into answering that question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also.
Hello,
Mustafa. Ya Mustafa.
يا سلام عليكم مصطفى.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم حبيب قلبي.
كيف حالك؟ كيف حالك مصطفى؟
Anyway, we speak English in here. It's
Yeah,
advanced.
yeah.
It's advanced English, not advanced Arabic. For God's
Yeah,
sake.
yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
I am nice, alhamdulillah, nice brother.
We're good. I'm good. Thank
Alhamdulillah.
God. Thank Jesus. We're good.
So where are you from, guys? Yo, A and remake.
I don't prefer. I don't prefer. I'm not prefer. I don't. Fuck. I don't prefer to answer this question.
Why? Why is that?
Krishan,
Ah.
brother.
No, I don't really like to answer that question, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's
I think
scary, but-
saying
but
like
it's okay.
I prefer not to answer this question
prefer-
is the
I prefer not. Yeah.
Yeah,
Brother,
I
Mustafa,
know. I
I am from
understand.
Shishan.
Why?
You know? Shishan.
Can I ask you guys like a couple of like do you like ethics? Do people in here like talking about like moral stuff and shit?
Moral stuff.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, can I just ask like a few moral questions? Do you think maybe we can
Yeah, go
like
ahead.
have a conversation
Go ahead.
about it?
Yeah,
Would be
ask-
interesting like to learn
Yeah, ask
English,
away.
right?
Yeah, ask away.
Yeah.
But
Would-
but
would-
I'm not,
Can I press?
but I'm
can I
but wait, I'm not
participate in
I'm not a Muslim though, so don't ask me about Islam.
No,
please.
no.
I'm not a Muslim.
I mean, unless you bring it up, I'm not going to talk about religion. You know what I mean?
All right.
Although sometimes it's a moral
Stop.
question, right?
Hello, everybody. Can I participate on that?
Of course, Bella.
Of course, Bella.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
I have a question. What do you guys think about animal abuse?
Animal
bad.
abuse?
Yeah,
It's bad.
It's obviously bad.
obviously
Of course it's
bad. Well,
Yeah.
what do you think animal abuse is?
Torturing an animal, I
Uh,
guess. Yeah, torturing
Abusing an animal.
Yeah.
You don't talk about eat them, right?
Beating
yeah.
animals.
Actually, I think I do because the definition of abuse, the word abuse, is harming somebody when you don't need to.
So
Yeah.
I guess you are a
Could be
vegetarian.
physically or mentally.
When you don't need to, it's bad, of course. But when you need, like when you need food and eat, it's not bad. You know, like
I mean,
when you don't.
you don't need like specifically food from animals. You can just eat plant foods.
But you need it for proteins. You need it.
Do
Like
you
for
think
what
there's
is
protein in
animal?
plants? Do you think there's some plants that are
No,
like
I
high in
don't
protein?
I don't think there is protein in plants.
If I tell you that there are
Protein.
plants
Well,
that
there
have,
is. Let's-
Okay.
hey,
Okay,
if I tell
okay.
Well,
There is
let's
protein in plants, not
let's
as the meat, you know.
post mortem. Let's talk about something. Plants that has protein in them are actually so hard to find. First of all, second of all, it's so expensive. Third of all, it doesn't produce them that much protein that you need in a daily basis.
Exactly.
do you know? Do you have like access to chickpeas?
No,
You don't have access to. How about beans, like beans or lentils?
wait, chickpeas. Yeah, I have access
Yeah.
to chickpeas actually.
Yeah. I think if you're in
also-
Arabic country, you have access to chickpeas, right? Like falafel
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Hummus and falafel, yeah.
Right.
Hummus, falafel,
And here,
yeah, stuff like
here
that.
it is.
Yeah, that has a lot of good source of protein.
Yeah.
But also the need. But what about creatine? It's also a
there is creatine in plant sources. Yeah.
But how many?
I'm
animals-
currently,
yeah,
I'm actually
there's a
currently. Well, by the way, I'm actually currently fasting, and my fasting and fasting for Christians is like not eating any type of meat
Yeah.
and animal, animal.
But
Yeah.
it's too about like it's too religion question, you know.
It's
To eat
for,
animals
yeah.
or no.
Yeah,
it's like,
But you say you can do
Exactly,
it.
but-
You can do it, right? Because you're doing it a couple of times a year. You eat just plants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You also need to clear your stomach from that and from now and then. Like I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan. Obviously, it's just part of my religion.
Yeah. Why aren't you
Yeah.
vegan? Isn't it part of your religion not to harm animals?
It's not a part of my religion. It's not
Is it
harming.
not?
You know what the difference between harming an animal and abusing an animal, and like eating an animal, if you're harming an animal for no reason, that's called abuse. If you're like let's not say
I agree with that.
killing or murdering. It's like it's like a slaughtering because like first of all in the process of slaughtering, so you won't harm an animal or make him feel any pain. You should give him like a type of what they call it, like اخوان شو يعني مخدر بالانجليزي؟
A quick pass. A quick pass.
Quick pass. Yeah.
Yeah, a quick pass. So you could like slaughter him mercifully.
Yeah.
So
Let me ask
he
you a
won't
question.
feel the
I
pain.
know all this, that's why I'm kind of like cutting you off. If you don't mind, I'm having these conversations quite a lot, so I kind of hear this all the time. So let me ask you, like, would you take the place of a goat in halal slaughter?
Would I
What,
take a
that
place?
Yeah.
This question is kind of not how can I say it? It's not logically possible because
Why not? People kill the other
because
people
look,
all the
look,
time, right?
There are difference between the peace of mind that a goat have and the peace of mind that a
So you wouldn't. So you wouldn't take the place of a goat in halal
Yeah,
slaughter, right?
Well, look, if I have the same peace of mind of a goat, then yeah, of course, that's how life works. Also, a lot of animals eat meat. You can't also tell them to
One
stop.
at a time. So like, so a goat about to go to halal slaughter. So if you had like, if you were like, for instance, like a human child, right? So it would be okay to send you like to slaughter the way you send a goat to slaughter. They have similar minds, right? Like a toddler, like a child that was just like born like a few weeks ago. They have similar mind to goats, right? Yeah.
No, I don't think. I don't know.
I mean, like a goat is smarter than a toddler, right?
Now look. You're talking about an adult goat and a toddler, like a child that doesn't understand anything.
What do you mean? Like, hold on. So, like a human toddler would be even like stupider, like lesser mind than an adult goat, right? But you said like, if I had a mind of a goat, then sure, it would be okay to slaughter me. Well, let's start slaughtering like human children for
that's not logic.
I mean,
Right.
what do you mean? I'm
not
following
talking-
your
wait,
logic,
no,
right?
You're not talking. No, wait. You're not talking sense right now. I thought.
No, I'm following your
talking
logic.
sense.
Hey, I'm following your logic. You said if I had a mind of a goat,
That's
then
an
it would be
adult-
okay.
Look,
So I'm asking.
That's an adult goat.
Yeah.
A toddler also learns and do stuff. A goat
Well,
doesn't
not
have
if I
any,
kill them first,
like,
right? Not if I
he
kill them
doesn't
first,
have
they're
that,
not gonna learn anything.
Intelligent. Wait. Hey, wait, please. Let me talk. A goat doesn't have what they call involve intelligent as a toddler baby has.
Well, first of all, that's not true. Goats are incredibly smart, but also a child is stupider than a goat. And according to you, you said if somebody has a mind of a goat, it's okay to slaughter them. So if a human is equivalent to a goat in their mind, then it's okay to slaughter them, right? So a human toddler is still not smart enough. So he's like even stupider than a goat,
By
right?
the way, what type of goats are you talking about?
Goats are incredibly
wild
smart.
goats? Are you talking about wild goats or
No.
farmed
Like
goats?
farmed goats,
Or
it doesn't
those-
matter. It doesn't matter. Like a goat is a goat, right?
No, every goat has a different purpose in life. Actually, we have.
Well, they have no purpose. We assign them purpose. It's like we're saying, well, this is what we're going to do to them. They don't have a purpose, right? If you have like a wild goat, they don't have a
can't-
purpose for us, right? We don't need to use them when we don't use them. And then we take them and breed them into existence and we say, well, your purpose is this thing.
Other animals eat other animals,
Yeah.
right?
So other animals
and
also
so-
like other animals also like
Also,
rape other
everyone-
animals. Do you think you should be raping?
What the fuck?
No, I'm just saying.
So-
You said I mimic other animals because they eat other
No.
animals. So can I,
Wait,
right?
what the fuck? Wait a second. You know that we are as a human beings
Yeah.
are like
Better, yeah.
are like
So, like, why do you say
we're not better.
I can
we're
eat?
not better. We are
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
on the top of the we're
Yeah.
actually on the top of the pyramid. By the
Well,
way,
we're not, there
first
is
of
no
all.
pyramid. That's,
Second of all,
listen. It's very simple. Listen. You said other animals eat
Jesus
animals as
fucking
well,
Christ.
right? And therefore you can eat other animals, right? But other animals also rape other animals. Does that mean that you can rape other animals, like rape animals as well?
no, because my
No, of course
what the
not.
fuck?
So-
bro,
So you probably.
bro, we are.
So
bro,
listen.
Humans are different. Are also
listen,
different
listen.
from animals, bro.
Yeah, hey,
Humans are different from animals.
Yeah,
Humans have
listen.
has a peace of mind that they could
Yeah.
think using.
yeah, listen. This is very simple. I'm not saying anything. I'm just going by your logic. When you
Oh,
use
your logic. You're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
going by
it's
my
your-
logic. Your
it's
logic
your-
is so fucking. It's
Listen.
so fucking messed up.
It's really simple.
What do
It's
you
really
mean?
simple. Listen, sorry, Piniza, can you hold on? I'm just gonna finish this conversation, and we can talk again. So listen, this is very simple. I ask you, let's say I ask you, why do you slaughter goats? And you said, well, animals eat other animals, right? Using it as justification to eat animals. So I'm asking you, there is other stuff, bad stuff the animals do to each other. Would you use it as a justification to do your stuff? And I think the answer is pretty clear. You shouldn't use animals as your moral baseline, right, to do anything. I think you should think on your own without like saying, oh, animals do it, therefore I can do it as well. Piniza, seriously, please let me have a conversation with AI.
No,
okay?
let Peniza talk. Let Peniza talk.
Okay.
Hey, I am Justin Bieber.
You
that
fucking,
we really
you
didn't
fucking
need.
dumbass! I wanted you to help me out with this conversation. You said that. Now I'm out of here. Get the fuck out of my face.
One second.
Anybody else wants to say that rape is okay because animals do it, or that eating animals is okay because other animals do it? Hmm?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you from?
I'm from Mars.
Mars?
Yeah.
Where?
Planet
no.
Mars. No, I'm sorry. I'm just mean I don't disclose where I'm from online. I just don't like people knowing where I am.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I know
Yeah.
I have a weird accent, right?
Listen to me.
Yeah. I'm listening. Are you Justin Bieber still?
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Come suck my dick.
Sounds like I shouldn't be listening to you, right? Like you have nothing interesting to say, it seems. Piniza. Which is a shame, right? You have this absolutely amazing human mind. You should be using it.
شوف داك البينيزا ديالك ديال المغاربه تجي.
Alright. Okay. We want to say something in English?
عرفناها مغربيه صاحبي.
Okay.
ولي والله الا صوت زوين.
Well, that went interestingly. Let's find another place. Let's join this. There you go. Yeah, what's up? Oh, you're just vibing here. That's nice. Sorry?
Hello.
Hello.
How are
doing?
you today?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm okay. I'm ditching work so that I could spend my time on Discord talking to people. Isn't it kind of weird?
No, it's normal.
Yeah, it's normal to ditch work, not to go to work, just to spend time talking to people on Discord. I mean, it's more fun than work, that's for sure.
I'm hearing German accent.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I have a weird accent, for sure.
Hey Parsley, I'm Lettuce. How are you doing?
I think they're just chilling. I think they're just vibing. Parsley is not talking.
Oh, because
Oh my god.
Oh.
I think
Lynn.
because she's a
Yeah, Lynn and Aria,
vegan.
can I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah. So I have this thing.
Go on.
I go on Discord and I talk to people about ethics. Do you know what ethics is?
Ethics,
Yeah.
ethics.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
So ethics
What
is.
do you mean ethics?
Yeah, ethics is basically like the learning of morality. So it's like, do you know what morals are? Morality is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the
Do you know
study.
about-
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry, Lynn.
Do you know Earthly Vietnamese?
So it's like the question of right and wrong, right? Morality. Yeah.
I have some case in Earthly Vietnamese. Can you help me?
Sorry, what do you have?
So,
We have a subject at school,
Mhm.
and it's about business ethics.
Mhm.
We have a case.
Yeah. What do you study about there?
We study about the ethics in business.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's very interesting. What examples are you
Yeah.
given? That's interesting.
Example, Elon Smart and OpenAI.
Uh-huh.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's it. Very interesting.
We have
So
the
like
case
you
about
basically
that.
learn about like the technological ethics, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you talk about like farming ethics?
No, I have never heard about it.
Ah, really? So do you think like the way we like farm animals is ethical?
Ah, wow. It's a new field.
Yeah.
What
Can you say something about that?
Yeah, I think like in my opinion, humans and animals are different, right? In many ways. But there are some ways in which we are similar, and I would even say like the same. And where we're similar with other animals is that we are individuals. So we have this mind that makes us like feel and experience life, so we can be joyful or we can be fearful or we can be curious, right? All this stuff that happens in our mind. We also feel stuff like pain and comfort and things like that. So I think because this is the what we have in common with animals, and this is the reason that I, for instance, wouldn't say it's ethical or moral to farm humans. For that reason, I think it's immoral to farm animals. What do you think?
I didn't get what you mean. Farm animals, what?
Yeah, so I said that us and animals, humans and animals, are kind of different, right? But we are similar in a way that because we are individual, it's called sentience. So sentience means that there is somebody inside the mind, that there is a creature there who's like an individual. And I think this is the reason that I think it's immoral to farm humans. And because we have it's in common with animals, I would say it's also immoral to farm animals for the same reason. What do you think about that?
Nhân quyền.
post-mortem.
Yes,
May I ask you a question?
of course.
Where are you from?
I don't disclose that on the internet. I'm sorry. Just you know.
Oh, you.
Yeah. no,
Okay.
sorry. I know I have like a
okay.
strange accent. Some would say it's
No,
cute accent.
I think you're from Germany.
Well, I don't play the game either because at some point there are just that many countries in the world. At some point you're gonna hit the right one, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So I just tell people that I'm from Mars. From the planet Mars.
Mars.
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm
Oh.
from Thailand.
Like Dr. Sheldon Cooper, right?
Sheldon Cooper. Who's Sheldon Cooper? I don't know who that is. Oh, is that I understand what you're saying. It's the show about four like geeks, right? Who live next to a blonde woman.
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, it's been a while since I've seen that show. I think they're all middle-aged now, aren't they? Anyway, what do
So
you
you
think
said
about
I'm
my
from Mars?
theory about farming animals? What do you think about my theory?
So, I graduated from veterinarian last month,
Ooh.
and yes,
Is it like
That's kind of
so
related to me.
veterinarians are different, right? Some like take care of pets, others take care of farmed animals. Which one are you?
so I studied general veterinarian. Both of them I studied.
Do you think it's
Yes.
like ethical to like take care of the patient just so that somebody would have to kill them later? Just so that they don't die before somebody kills them later? It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Not, yes, of course.
Yeah.
I passed some subjects for pass my credits in a slaughterhouse,
Shit.
and
Tell me about it.
I thought that was terrible, you know. I
Yeah.
can't
What was terrible about it?
explain it.
Well, just tell me what you saw
You
and
know,
why you like
before-
it. Oh, yeah.
Before cows got slaughtered, I could see their tears that from their eyes, you know.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately.
They cried,
Yeah.
and
Why do you think they cry?
that was terrible. Because they have emotion too,
Yeah.
emotions, and
Yeah.
they
So
can
they kind of, I
understand
think,
what
they-
happened there.
yeah, they can understand that they're about to get slaughtered, right?
Yes,
Yes. So
yes,
they
they could
cry.
understand what happened. Yes.
Isn't that terrible? We put animals like sentient, feeling animals in that situation when we don't have to, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? You kind of like a
What's
doctor,
the
right?
You know, what's the alternative way to?
Yeah. So we can eat
Can-
plants and we can move to farming, like even plants have some like ethical issues, I think. But once we like gonna stop breeding and to exploit and kill trillions of animals, we can stop growing as many crops, and then we can like maybe make crop growing also more ethical. But right now in the world we are in, like eating crops is the most ethical way. Just eating plants, yeah? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
of
Lynn, we
course,
can't
that's
hear
a
you.
good-
Oh,
What?
sorry. What do you feel? What do you think, Arya?
You know, plants is a good alternative ways
Yeah.
to feeding, but I think the plants are not, you know, my English is poor, sorry.
It's okay. Take
I
your
have to
time.
try. Uh, plants are not rich in the aspect of, you know, vitamins or proteins. You know what I mean?
Which do you think, like, if you went like plant-based tomorrow, and you started eating only plants, what do you think you're gonna be missing?
I think proteins,
Yeah.
meats, and
Yeah. What if I told you
I'm not
that?
I'm not defending.
Yeah.
I'm not defending in
Yeah,
slaughtering
I understand.
animals. You know,
Understand.
but
You
it's-
have like practical questions now, which is great because I'm amazing at that. So if I gave you like a list of plants that you can eat, and not just plants, maybe like if you want to lift weights and be like a really sport-like, so there are like also supplements that you can take that you would be taking anyways if you were like eating animals as well. If I gave you like a list of plants that you can eat where you can get all the protein you need, would you think that would solve the problem for you?
solve the problem.
Yeah. You're saying like, I said, listen, the most ethical way to live right now is by not exploiting animals. So like stop breeding them for food and stop breeding them for other stuff as well, right? But the other stuff are not a problem. Food is a problem because people eat 3 times a day. So they need to know what to replace animal products with, right? So if I gave you, and you said, well, protein would be probably hard. And I said, if I give you a list of plants that has a lot of protein in them, would it solve the problem for you? And would you then go plant-based?
Corns, maybe,
Sorry?
or parsley.
Well, no, parsley, first of all, he's chilling. But second of all, parsley is probably not the best source of protein. But I would say,
Yes, I am.
yeah, things like,
Corn.
corn is
Corns.
okay. But like
Potato.
soy, lentils, beans, tofu, if you have like, I think most countries have tofu these days. And some countries have seitan. Do you know what seitan is?
No.
It's like wheat gluten. It's made out of, so the wheat flour is washed so that the starches are not in it anymore. So it becomes like a really, really dense source of protein because it's mostly protein. So it's like 75 grams of protein per 100 grams of product. So it's a lot. But I don't know if you can
That's a
find
lot.
it where you are, but we can try to look for it, right? I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna spell it out for you. So tofu, you know what tofu is? Oh, I spelled that wrong. Do you know what tofu is, Arya?
No.
So tofu, if you Google it, it's I think Japanese people invented it. It's also basically mostly protein. There's a lot of protein in it. It's like I think depends on what it is, 13 to 16 grams per 100 calories. So it's like more than in eggs. It's the same as in beef. So. But you need to learn how to cook it, kinda. You need to add spices to it and stuff. So tofu is this stuff. Let me copy an image and paste it.
Wow, loads of information you have.
Yeah, I'm sorry. How come I can't? Well, I can do this maybe. Yeah, so that's tofu. Now, seitan might be harder to find. It also, I think, like in Japanese cuisine, I'm not sure. I don't remember. And that would be a little harder to find, but that would be like the best source of protein in the world in food. Like, there is no higher protein content food on Earth unless it's like really synthesized, which is fine, but seitan is not really synthesized. It's just basically has its starch washed away and only protein left. So it's really tasty as well.
Bro, you just confused me.
Did I?
I thought for 2 minutes you're talking about Satan. Like
Yeah. No, not
demon.
Satan, the scary guy. Seitan. I wrote it in a side chat. Seitan is the food
that.
highest in protein on Earth, as far as I know. It's 75
Really?
grams of protein per 100 grams of product.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
But who take it?
Yeah.
Which people?
Sorry.
Gym people? Like which part of people take it?
I'm
Like the
not-
people who go to the gym or people who have less proteins?
What, seitan? Well, I eat seitan because I lift, so I lift weights. And I'm vegan, so I don't eat any animal products. So in order to have like enough protein to build muscle, I take sometimes like soy protein powder, and I eat seitan and tofu and stuff, and lentils and beans and stuff like that, and chickpeas. Yeah.
The difference between vegan and vegetarian is that vegan eat eggs and milk and animal products. Yes.
No, vegetarians eat animal products. Vegans abstain from all animal products. Yeah.
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 So you are eating egg or drinking milk, yes?
No. I'm vegan. I don't do any of that
Vegan?
stuff. Yeah. Ever heard the word vegan? Have you heard of vegans?
Yes.
Yes. So
How long are you vegan?
about 10 years.
1 year?
10. 1 0.
10 years?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. And I just started lifting weights. So I'm actually very interested in plant proteins now. It's very interesting to me. I'm doing
In my
okay. I'm
country,
growing
we
pretty
have-
fast. I'm getting, my biceps are huge now. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in my country, there aren't any apparatus or,
Yeah.
Uh,
Do you mind if I ask what
or
country you're
being
in?
Yes, Iran.
Iran. Oh, Iran has a lot of vegan food. What are you talking about? Most of your cuisine is kind of vegan. Or can be very easily
No.
veganized. Iran? Come on, man. Falafel is the vegan food of life. But let's find tofu in Iran.
Oh.
Tofu in Iran.
Our crucial ingredient for our dishes is meat.
Yeah,
Or
but you
chicken,
can do
no?
without. Look, I found, it took me like a second. I found a guide, a survival guide to being vegan in Iran. So that's very interesting. They're gonna tell you what to eat and where to eat it. That's amazing. Look at that. Look, I'm
Yes.
looking at all the Iranian amazing dishes, and they're all vegan. How cool is that?
In Iran, in my country, being a vegan is very, very tough,
I'm looking at the guide, and it looks like you have like fantastic
Dishes
products.
are very delicious.
Look at that.
But for example, in restaurants or fast foods, we don't have, for instance, vegan hamburger, vegan burger.
Sorry, do you think a vegan burger is like a must-have food? like, what if I told you, Arya, I'm going to put you in that place where animals cry. I'm going to put you instead of that animal that cries. And I'm gonna do to you what we do to those animals because I want a burger. Do you think that's justified?
No,
I think so too.
I didn't say. I
Yeah.
didn't say I want a hamburger. I said
No, I'm just saying,
there
right?
isn't-
So we can go through the other foods that you could replace with plant foods because I found the guide for you how to be a vegan in Iran. And so, you know, when is it going to be justified? If you can be a vegan in Iran, when is it going to be justified to do that to animals who cry because they know you're going to be killed?
Yes, you're right.
And I would say the same, just so that you don't think that I forgot about eggs and dairy. All of those animals end up being killed, right? But also just the fact that they are being like locked up just to be exploited, that's also wrong. Like, try to put yourself in a place of a dairy cow, who, as a veterinary person, you know how they get impregnated, right? Who gets impregnated that way and then has their child taken away from them just so that we can drink their milk, right? It's terrible. If you wouldn't put yourself in their place and say, yeah, this is fine, how can you subject those animals to this treatment when you don't have to? And I'm not saying I'm not empathetic to you. I'm not saying it's not gonna be hard sometimes, because sometimes, I don't know, your friends are gonna be eating some food and you're gonna be eating another food, also incredibly tasty food. Especially in Iran. In Iran, there's so much vegan food. It's like amazing, right? I heard so many cool things. But like, who do you think suffers more? You sitting with your friends eating a different tasty food than they are, or an animal about to have their throat slit? Who suffers more?
Of course, animals.
Yeah, I think so too. When I found that out, I was like, nah, I'll take... You know what was worse? I don't know if it's worse. I thought 10 years ago when I went vegan, I thought for sure I'm gonna become unhealthy and I'm gonna die younger. But I did it anyway because it's the right thing to do, right? Fortunately for me, I'm not gonna die younger. I'm generally healthier than I would have been on animal products. And I can tell you that because my entire family is sick and I'm not, right? We have the same genetics. And I eat amazingly tasty food. And I don't have to pay for an animal to cry in a slaughterhouse. Right?
Yes, right.
Yeah. So what would prevent you from saying, fuck it, this is day one? Postmortem makes so much sense. This is day one and I'm going vegan. And I'm stopping eating and buying exploitation of animals, right? So like no leather, no silk, no wool, stuff like that, right? Replacing all that stuff as well. That stuff is definitely unnecessary. That's just for like a gross, unnecessary exploitation to wear leather and wool and stuff like that. Oh, he's gone. Fuck. That sucks, man. I'm devastated. I'm devastated. He was so close. I made myself cry. I hope I made him cry. Fuck. Sometimes this is so hard. Damn it. Yeah. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Damn it. That's devastating. Hey, what's up? What's up, Leo?
Hello, man.
How you doing today?
Hey, man. What are you doing? What you
I'm
up to?
just, I don't know, I skipped work today just to be in Discord for stuff, you know.
Oh, that's very good decision that you make.
Sorry?
It's a very good decision that you make.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's going fantastic so far. I just talk with people, you know, on Discord.
What do you do about your work?
I'm a study coordinator, so I work at like between university and a hospital. So like.
Wow. That so much knowledge to.
I don't have much knowledge. I have some, but not that much. I'm not like educated. What I do is I create a connection between whatever goes on in a hospital and whatever needs to go on in a university. So I bring the university a way to do experiments with people, you know.
So you also use English language in your job.
Yeah, my boss he speaks mostly English, so yeah. What do you do?
I'm a thinker.
You're a thinker. Oh, that's cool. I love thinkers. I think thinkers are the best people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get you to think about something very interesting?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So I walk around like the Discord and I want to talk to people about ethics. You know what ethics is?
Ethics? Can you tell me about ethics?
Ethics is like the study of right and wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
The decision you make.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you think about the ethics of farming animals?
It's good.
Why?
It's a part of a cycle in our life, in our daily life.
Yeah. Do you think it's good for the animals?
Now they know that that's their job.
They know that it's their job to die, to be killed?
Yeah.
You think so? How do you know that?
They decide to be a food.
They decided to have their throat slit.
They designed.
Designed?
Yeah.
Then why do they fight when they're being killed?
Do you mean they've been killed?
Yeah, I was in another room. I was talking to a veterinary student who just became like a veterinary. And part of his studies, they took him to a slaughterhouse. And the animals were standing there in line, about to be killed, and they were crying. He says, not me. I'm not saying that. He says that.
That's a horrible.
Yeah.
There's a easy procedure to kill an animal.
Yeah.
Like, there's no need to.
I mean, that was. What do you mean, like halal slaughter?
No.
What do you mean?
Slaughter. Like a procedure that, in a good way.
What do you mean? Like describe to me how would you kill an animal in a good way?
Slice their throat.
Yeah. So that's the kind of slaughterhouse it was, and animals were standing there and crying. They didn't want to die.
But you should not let the other animal to see what you are doing to them, so that they won't cry.
Well, what do you mean? That's how they do it in the slaughterhouse. They still know. They can smell the blood. They can hear the screaming.
No, we understand. I understand about, but they designed to be food to consume. Are you to consume?
Designed
to a
how?
human.
How are they different from, let's say, dogs who are not designed for food?
No, dogs are not designed for
Yeah,
food.
I'm asking
Dogs
how is a goat different from a dog? What makes them designed for food?
Do goat understand you?
No,
Human.
no,
Like I know dog they understand human.
no. Dogs don't understand human either. You can train them to do something very specific. They can understand like some gestures if you repeat with them long enough. Goats can do that too. But I'm asking, what is the difference between a dog and a goat? I saw trained goats. Goats are like incredibly smart. They can escape like the biggest fences. They can open gates. They're funny as hell. Yeah.
Goat.
But they designed to be consumed by a human being.
Sorry?
So
Goats are herbivores and dogs are carnivores.
I can't hear you. Go sure.
goat designed to be consumed by a human. So
Yeah, I'm asking, what is the difference between a dog and a goat that makes a goat being designed for food and dog no? What is the difference between the animals? Yeah, what's the difference?
Dog designed.
No, what is
Yeah,
the
but
difference? I'm asking what is the difference in an animal that makes a goat being designed for food and a dog no?
Goat.
Dog has some else. Dog has different purpose on the earth.
No,
Dog
a
has,
purpose
like,
is something.
purpose of security.
Yeah.
And
A purpose is something we decide for them. I'm asking what is the difference in the animals themselves.
Yeah, they designed to be food. Do you
Because
understand?
we are
They don't.
human.
If they decide to be food, why
Humans
the hell are they
superior,
crying?
So we are gonna decide. What?
Well, I was just talking to a veterinary student who, during their studies, he was taken to a slaughterhouse, and the animals were standing in line about to be slaughtered, and they were crying. So when Leo the Thinker says that they know, they agree to be food, right? They know that they're food and they agree to it. Well, he's full of shit, I'm sorry to say, because animals don't want to die. They fight and they cry when we're gonna kill them. That's what happens.
Yeah,
You know, they have no emotions like us. Because humans have emotions, that's why you are saying this. They don't have emotions.
You think
Yeah.
animals don't have emotions?
Yeah.
What are you basing
Not
it on?
like
They're
us.
sentient.
They have some basic stuff, but not like humans.
What do you mean? Do you think dogs have emotions?
They already been told by the app that what's their job, what's on their purpose in this.
Well, and still, you keep repeating this, and still they fight. They don't want to die. They cry and they fight and they scream. They don't want to die. So you're saying they've been told what their purpose is, but they don't want to, they don't agree to the purpose.
It's their nature to fight.
Exactly.
guys.
So they don't want to die,
What's
and
the
yet you kill
discussion
them.
about? Hey guys, what are we talking?
We're talking about the ethics of farming animals.
Is,
And Thinker is being not very thinky.
oh, you don't.
No, I'm thinking it's
You don't want your animals to die. You don't want animals to be predated, okay?
Sorry?
Hello. You don't want animals to die, right?
It's not that I don't want them to die. I don't want us humans killing them for unnecessary stuff.
Why?
Why? Because
If a tiger,
Yeah. Listen up. Listen up.
if a tiger is killing a goat, why not humans?
Yeah. So tigers also like kill their own babies and the babies of their other tigers. Do you think it's a good idea that humans start killing their babies?
No, you said that.
Then we probably shouldn't
animals have
take. Yeah.
emotions. Then why do tiger kill their babies?
Yeah, but well, because of rivalry, because they don't have morality, but humans have morality. We can talk about stuff. We can not look at animals and what they do. We should decide what we should do. Because animals do all kinds of stuff that we wouldn't do. So we shouldn't base why we slaughter animals on what tigers do, right?
Okay. So
Okay.
you want me to save some other animals' lives and put my life in risk?
No, not at all. I want you to stop paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals in farms and start just like
Okay.
being vegan is what I want you to do.
Okay. So what would I eat after being
Yeah.
vegan? Because it's so dangerous for my health.
No,
How
no,
can I
it's
get
not
the
dangerous at all.
protein?
It's good that you're
Yeah.
asking because I'm like really good at presenting the facts, right? So generally speaking, plant-based diet is as good or sometimes even better for human health. If you
Give me an example.
Sure. So, for instance, you can eat something that has like a dish that has beans in it instead of beef, right? You put
Okay,
beans
but
instead of beef.
You
eat
know,
the
you
same
know,
stuff.
if I
Listen,
eat
listen.
beef, that-
You eat the same stuff, but you just take out the animal products and you replace it with plant stuff. So, for instance, falafel is
Okay.
already vegan,
So-
so you don't need to change it, right? But like, if it's
So-
like, listen, if it's like something like beef stew, you just put in like beans and lentils and maybe mushrooms for cool flavor. And there you go. You have a high protein meal that is very helpful. Very healthy.
Okay, can I speak now?
Sure,
Can I say something?
sure.
Okay. So you said instead of beef, it's like beans, lentils, and like mushrooms for protein, right?
Sure.
But there is a catch that beans are not source of protein. They're a mainly source of carbohydrates, and beef is a mainly source of protein. And if I try to get protein from beans, they are like low quality proteins. They don't have the essential amino acids in it that are in beef that are necessary for the human body.
Sure. Which amino acid is missing in beans that is necessary to us?
There are like lot of like 3 or 4
Yeah.
main
Which ones?
amino
Which ones?
acids.
Which ones?
Wait.
Yeah. Go search. Which amino acids are
Lys-
missing in beans, and you'll find out that all the 9 amino
Lysine.
acids that we need for health are in beans, and in lentils, and in chickpeas, and in
No,
soya.
no.
Yes. Yes. I've
No,
been doing
no,
this
no,
for a
they are
while.
not in
I've been alive for 10 years while being vegan. I've been vegan for 10 years. I'm not only healthy, no, I'm not only alive, I'm also healthy, and I also lift weights. So I think I
Okay.
know a little more of this than you, if that's okay. But also you can check, you can see that.
No, but you are wrong at this. That beans
Yeah,
are
which
all
amino acid is
acids.
missing? Which amino acid is missing in beans?
Wait, let me. I have that in my paper. Let me search the paper.
Sure, let's go.
I also read every.
I
My
can't
phone
hear
is
you well.
hanging. I don't know why. Wait.
I can't hear you well. It's like really cutting off. But yeah, guys, while Koshur is looking, just so that you know, there is only one food on earth that doesn't have all the essential amino acids, and that is
You know,
actually
beans don't have methionine.
Listen.
Beans don't have cysteine. Beans don't have tryptophan.
Sorry, one more time.
Beans don't have methionine, cysteine, and tryptophan.
Beans have all of those.
You know, actually, no.
Yeah, beans have all
are
of those.
low in. Beans are low in sulfur-containing amino acids. Like
Sulfur
like
is not an
methionine,
amino
cysteine.
acid.
What?
Sulfur is not an amino acid.
I
Let's
said
do- hold on.
sulfur-containing amino acid. Sulfur-containing amino acid.
No, there's no need to argue about
Here you go.
There are some
Listen, this is,
amino acids.
listen. I'm putting it in the side chat. This is the breakdown of all 9 amino acids in beans. This is red kidney beans. Oh, I can't put it in the chat. Shit, I can't do anything. Can I share my screen? Yeah, there you go. Look at this. This is my screen. This is, look, kidney beans, canned, drained, right? 100 grams. Look, there you go. Tryptophan, 36%. Methionine, 21%. Which one? With cysteine, 15%. That's just in 100 grams of cooked beans. Canned
Can you
beans.
search beef? Can you search beef?
Sure, of course. Not a problem. Hamburger, which one? Steak ribeye, which would you like?
Beef, a goat. Meat, and a goat.
This one is okay, beef steak? Is that right? Let's go.
Yeah.
Now we need to say it's the same calories because that's how we count. 124. 124 calories.
Can you?
Hold on. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Sorry?
As you can see that.
Can you hear me?
I can't understand what you're
Hello.
saying.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah,
Hello?
Kashu, I can hear you. So,
I think there is something wrong with my mic. I will write in chat.
yeah. I can't see anything you say in chat. Oh, there you go. Beans are deficient in 1 or 2 essential amino acids. But there you go, I showed you, it's not. This app, it takes, this is like from national food galleries, so they're not making shit up. Look, cysteine, methionine, tryptophan. You have all of them. It's a complete protein. There you go. All
What
amino
about
acids.
Vitamins.
Now,
What about
if you
vitamins?
want the same amount of protein as in beef, you take tofu. Actually, tofu would be better. So you take tofu. That's tofu. 124 calories. And look, all the amino acids about as much as in beef. Look at that. All amino acids are here. Those are all the essential amino acids.
What
here on
about
the set.
vitamin B12?
Sorry?
B12 vitamin.
Yeah, B12 you need to take a supplement.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You take a supplement twice a week and you don't have to slaughter animals anymore. How amazing is that? You can stop slaughtering animals by taking a candy type situation twice a week. Because it's not like a pill, it's a candy. You just chew it. That's B12.
Is there something else except B12 vitamin?
I think generally speaking, everybody, doesn't matter what diet you're on. I think it's a good idea to take a multi-supplement. That's what I do. Because I have like a busy life and I'm generally just don't like counting how many whatever there is. I just take a multivitamin and that's it, I'm done. And it doesn't mean that it like replaces the nutrition that I have in my diet. My diet is pretty good. I probably get most, if not all, vitamins. But sometimes like I forget to eat a carrot and I don't want to take the risk of like reducing my sight or something. So I take a multivitamin and I'm done.
Good for you.
Frankly, I think it's a good idea. Sorry, even for people who are not vegan, because you might not know what vitamins you don't have. You see, I'm where I shared. I actually track my food sometimes when I'm like on a diet. So I'll put my foods in here. Maybe I can find one example of like my entire day of eating, and it's pretty good. It's like even when I'm like.
I wrote something down.
Yeah. You see, it's pretty good. I get like, that's very low calorie. There was like a week when I went very, very low calorie. But generally speaking, I get like, look at that, like enough protein for my size. Even though I was in like only 70% of calories. So it looks pretty good.
How you get protein as a vegan?
So generally I eat beans, lentils, I eat tofu, I eat whole bread. And sometimes because I lift weights as well, and so every lifter takes a supplement, so I take either pea protein or soy protein. I prefer soy protein, it tastes better. You see, I have a supplement
soy
here.
Is not for, soy protein is not for men's, you know.
Sorry?
We can't eat
No.
much
It's
soy.
actually very good for men because it genuinely...
No, it has some phytoestrogens
Yeah.
in it that convert in estrogen. Like, that's good, not good for men.
No, it's actually, so here's the thing. First of all, phytoestrogen doesn't work the same way that actual estrogen works in a body, but it gets worse. When you're a man and you have testosterone present, adding some estrogen into it, and ask bodybuilders, they do it sometimes, like really advanced bodybuilders. If you add some estrogen in there...
No, I have never seen a bodybuilder eating soya for protein. Never.
Listen, I'm telling you, this is what the science... Listen!
Show me one bodybuilder, I will agree.
Listen, yeah, the advanced, really advanced bodybuilders, those who go to blah, blah, they add estrogen. Because when you have testosterone and you add some estrogen in there, you actually grow your muscle faster. But unfortunate for all of us, eating soy won't do that for you. It just does nothing. What it does, because phytoestrogen is not like estrogen. It's not like human hormones. It's not like mammalian hormones. Beef, on the other hand, has actual estrogen in it. Dairy has actual mammalian estrogen in it. So if you want to take in less estrogen, throw away dairy and beef and start eating soy. For real, for real. I'm sorry, it's a spicy meme. You're roboting really hard. I can't understand what you're saying.
Bro, there's no need to argue.
I'm so sorry. I
Woman's
can't.
right.
Okay, so do you agree that we should not change the nature? We should not change the natural way of an organism?
No.
What do you mean by that?
Like, if someone hunts, we should not change his, like, the way of eating. If he hunts, if he has teeth of hunting.
Well, hunting is taking somebody's life. It's taking somebody's autonomy. Let me ask you, would you take the place... Hold on. Would you take the place of an animal who's about to get shot from afar?
No.
Would you think it was a good thing if somebody kills you from afar?
If it's my
No,
fate,
I'm saying
I
that
will accept.
if you take a lion in the account, so he eats, suppose, a deer. If we stop like lion from eating a deer, lion would die eventually.
Well, I don't generally advocate to lions because they can't understand what I'm saying. But listen, here's the thing. I think it's really cruel. It's really terrible for the animal about to get eaten. If a lion eats them, like usually like alive and starting with their stomachs, it's really terrible for the animal, right? They suffer. So I think if we could stop it, we should. But right now I'm talking to humans, because humans can understand English and they can understand morality, right? So we shouldn't take our morality from animals anyways. Sorry, go on.
Do you hate carnivore animals for that? They are eating, they are hunting. Do you hate them for that?
No, hate is a strong word. I generally don't hate anybody, but I think there is something not okay happening there. I think an animal who's being eaten is suffering, and many people think of the lion, but not of the zebra, or the goat, or the gazelle. So I think we should think of the victim more often.
Okay. Cool.
I'm so sorry, it's a spicy meme, I just can't understand you.
Do you agree we should not change the natural way of an animal?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Do you agree that we should not change a natural way of an animal?
I really, generally speaking, I have like very little, how do I say, like respect for nature, because we as humans took ourselves out of nature, and I think we're doing amazing. I think we are the best we've ever been, and I really like sitting around talking to people on Discord instead of trying to survive or dying because I cut myself. You know what I mean?
We have brains, yeah.
So I think
there.
if we could change nature, we should.
You don't really realize it, and I am not being offensive or just that, but all of the behavior that you are currently exhibiting by staying at home is survival itself.
Okay, so you are against killing the animals. But what about the humans?
What about them?
Are you against killing humans?
I don't think we should be killing humans. Do you? You think it's moral to kill humans?
No. So do you agree that we should not kill humans?
To extract the customer's information.
I'm sorry, I can't understand the question, Kashura. I'm so sorry. Like the mic.
I said, do you, like, are you against killing humans?
Of course I am against killing humans. What do you mean? I mean,
Why
there
don't
are
you?
some
What if
contexts in which, like, if it's like self-defense, if somebody is coming to kill me and I kill them first, I would feel not as bad about it. But generally speaking, I don't think we should be killing humans. Do you?
I'm saying instead of saving other animals, supposed to save humans, because humans are getting killed everywhere.
Well, I can't save humans. I can save animals. I'm doing what I can do right now. And I can spare about 300 animals a year because I don't consume them. I don't eat them. Or I don't buy their skin. I don't buy the stuff that they made, right, from them. Like, if I could do something about stopping humanity from killing each other, I would. But what I can do is not pay for animals' exploitation and slaughter. And I think everybody else can do it as well.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Thank you. Are you gonna be vegan?
I mean, also, I have one question. What about digestion of these, products from plants?
Yeah, it's not a problem.
I mean, milk sometimes can be, but for children, soy milk. I think it's not a great way.
It's actually an amazing way. It's really good way. Soy, generally speaking, if you go look at the literature, soy is amazingly helpful to humans.
No, it's not.
Very much. It is.
I talked to a nutritionist and he said it's not for humans.
Why not?
Yeah. Also, what about the people that have allergies to soy? Like my sister, she has a terrible soy allergy.
Yeah,
so
then you
soy
have
is
oat
not
milk.
the ultimate thing.
Well, if she has an allergy, that's it. She just needs to replace stuff with other stuff. It's just drink oat milk or pea milk or almond milk or something like that, right?
I drink almond milk.
If you are saying, you are saying that eat for protein, but we get a lot of carbs with protein, more carbs than protein in beans.
The examples that I gave you of protein, first of all, what's wrong with carbs? Carbs are an amazing food. Our bodies are really designed to work on carbs, right? Like we have glycogen stores in our livers, in all of our cells, in our brains. Our brains work on carbs. Carbs are amazing for us.
I mean, yeah, and like we need carbs
Yeah.
to essentially even breathe properly.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah,
we need
and
carbs. We can't
you-
survive
if
without
you
carbs,
weren't
and
aware,
keto diet is fit.
the
But what
human
about
brain-
if I want only,
listen,
want to get
listen.
protein?
Well,
No,
you can eat
cannot
tofu and
survive
seitan.
primarily on protein because there's this amazing thing in your brain known as the blood-brain barrier, and the blood-brain barrier prevents anything from moving into the brain. That includes biomolecules and macromolecules. So the only thing that can actually go into your brain is glucose. and your brain exclusively survives on glucose. This is why you have a headache when you have low blood sugar.
I
9 out of
got
10
you,
times.
ma'am, but I'm saying that I got, according to my diet, I have to eat like this much of carbs, and I got the carbs from something else. No, I have to eat this much of protein. You know, if I try to get all my protein from beans, I will get excess carbs.
No, but you can do, there are plant proteins that are almost isolated. So like tofu and seitan, you can eat tofu and seitan and you get...
Tofu is also
First of
soy.
all,
Sorry?
First of all, no biomolecule exists as an isolatory biomolecule by itself, so you will
Yeah.
always have conjugates. So you will have glycoproteins, glycolipids, lipoproteins, lipolipids. Actually, that's just the same thing, but complex lipids. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like we can't get protein, isolate protein from a food. There is some trace amount of other like protein, fats, vitamins are micromolecules.
We're not even like considering minerals in the equation. It's just that humans only focus.
Minerals
Well,
are like-
I wouldn't say humans. I would say people that are trying to sell their product. Say, oh, this has 5% protein, 2% protein. Or 5% sugar or 2% sugar. Okay, what's the other ingredients? Probably dextrose or something like that.
Yeah,
Or
maltodextrin.
xylitol.
Maltodextrin is not a problem. Why do people think maltodextrin is a problem, by the way? I don't know. So, but by the way, if you want, you can eat more tofu and more seitan, which are like heavier on proteins and lower on fats and carbs. Very
No,
low.
they are fats. There are some fats in tofu, and tofu is also made of soy. So her sister is allergic.
Well, you also have a soy allergy?
Yeah.
You have
I
a
also
soy
have
allergy. Oh, so many soy allergies when it's only 0.3% of the world having soy allergies. But all of a sudden, whenever I talk about veganism, all of a sudden everybody is allergic to soy. It's really funny. So you can take seitan. Seitan has 75 grams of protein per 100 grams of
Wait, let
product.
me search. Can you
My
like?
sister and I, we didn't even
It
realize
will
that
be-
we had soy allergies because
You know-
previously we lived in a country where no soy-based products existed. And then we moved to a different country where we tried ice cream that had soy-based milk.
Yeah.
It was fucking annoying, but it exists.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I understand.
Can
I
you-
know it exists. It's just 0.3% of the world, but it's okay.
Can you
I
tell me-
believe you. I'm
Let
not
me look
saying
that
you're
up.
lying, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying there are like things that you can eat that are vegan, that are very high in protein, and that are not soy.
Can you type seitan? What you said
Of
that
course.
that has 75 grams of protein? Let me search it.
Oh, sure.
Can you
Seitan.
type it?
Seitan. I put it in the chat.
Wait,
Yeah.
this will be like revolutionizing. If
Yeah,
it's
I
true.
know. It's one of the highest
technically-
protein foods on Earth, and people don't know about it. It's kind of weird.
Wow. Vital, wheat, gluten, and then
Yeah.
feed the movie.
Oh, your typing is really nice. It's like ASMR.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also working right now, so
Yeah.
1.5% of Europe's entire population has a soy allergy.
How much?
1.5% of Europe's population.
Oh, okay. So I was wrong on 0.3. 1.5 is still pretty low.
Generically, according to Google, you have 0.3, but some say that the allergy percentile is the 0.4 in America
Yeah.
because initially it's less, but then as people are exposed to various food groups, it comes to light.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
So what I'm trying to say is that when you're younger,
Yeah.
you only eat the food that your parents eat because they cook it for you.
Yeah.
But when you move to different areas or you try different options, like for example, I am Pakistani.
Yeah.
The only kind of milk that I've ever had is mammalian milk, not plant-based milk or any other milk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you
So-
are a Pakistani?
Yeah,
I am a Kashmiri though.
nice.
So I just want to say to Leo the Thinker, you asked why not both. Well, we started this conversation with the ethics of farming animals. If you eat both, you contribute to exploitation and killing of sentient animals. And I know you think that they are like designed for it or whatever the fuck, but then why do they cry in slaughterhouses? I mean, if I was designed to do something, I would just accept it. And they don't. They fight. They don't want to die. So, you know.
Satan has 25 grams of protein per 100 gram.
Are you familiar with the nitrogen cycle, the ammonia cycle, the carbon cycle, and
Yeah.
turnover?
You asking me?
Yeah.
What's the context for this? Is it like an environmental conversation?
It's not about environmental conservation or anything. It's just that from an evolutionary perspective, the things that we currently have present would have not existed if they were not the apex beings of their niche.
Okay.
That's a good point.
I think I'm following, but
Right?
I don't understand how it applies to our conversation. I'm
like,
sorry.
I don't care about veganism, but I only hate it when people shove it in my face. Okay?
I mean, it has to do with anything, really.
I mean, we started here talking about ethics, right? So the reason I'm not shoving it in anybody's face. I asked the people who were in here if I can have a conversation with them about ethics, and then you joined in, right?
Because I thoroughly enjoy this because I've studied evolutionary biology, biochemistry, and I like talking about food preferences. But what irritates me is especially the vegan teacher, how she preaches to people that eating animals is bad. Shut the fuck up! I like food.
Yeah, but she's not like, if it's speaking of ethics and not your personal like taste preferences, then she's correct, right?
Okay.
Humans are not
Question is,
Guys, you're talking together. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Hello. What are these canines for in our mouth?
They actually, in primates, and maybe it's Spicy Meme can help me out here. In primates, it's not for food. It's basically for like intimidation and sexual prowess. And ours are very small.
It's not for sexual prowess.
Sorry?
No.
It's not
the
for
dental
that.
battery.
Sorry, we
The
have.
dental battery determines the food type that you eat, and with passage of time, through evolution, only individuals who eat a certain type of food survive. So this is why we see them prevailing in a society.
What do you mean, canines? Canines
Yeah.
in primates are not for food.
They
Not
are.
for that. They're not.
Because-
I follow on the internet an evolutionary biologist whose job it is to like study
on the
teeth.
internet. I have 10 years of experiencing studying nothing but biology and evolutionary biology.
I know. I'm quoting an actual evolutionary biologist who studies primate teeth, and she says that it's not for dietary preferences. It's for sexual intimidation in primates, and ours are very, very, very small, right?
Okay. First of all, I would like to take the time to correct that, because in primates, especially class Mammalia and the clade Panthera, reproduction is not monthly. It's phasal.
That's beside the point entirely.
No. So are you reproducing all are the individuals or the animals that have like teeth like that reproducing constantly? No, they're not.
That's entirely beside the point. We're talking about why
you're not
we have
understanding
canines.
my point, and you are coding this individual in a different context.
No, I remember the context. I even sent it to her on Twitter, and she said, "Yeah."
No, you're using it in the wrong context.
What do you
I
mean?
agree with you 100% that class. Hold on, let me just pull up the document.
So, like, also, like, a lot of primates, they are plant-based, right? Mostly. at
No.
least. A lot of primates. What?
Why
right?
are from you getting this information? Because you are saying that soy is better like better protein than meat.
I'm not saying soy is better protein than meat. I never said that.
You just said that. You said
You
that
did.
soy is best protein
You did.
source.
No, I said
You
about
did.
seitan. Seitan, right? It just has the most amount of protein per gram as
But
food,
in raw form, you
right?
can't eat the seitan in raw form. If you cook seitan, then 100 gram of seitan has like 20 to 25 gram of protein.
Per how much?
100 gram if you cook it.
But yes, it dehydrates. If you cook beef, that happens as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So we should
I eat-
should like compare either raw food to raw food or cooked food to cooked food, right?
Yeah, if I eat beef, it will not reduce in size or gain some size. It will stay in his size.
Yeah.
in
It
its
absorbs
size, and the
water and
protein will be
shit, so
same.
that's a good idea. That's good that it absorbs water. Eating water is a
Yeah.
good idea. Yeah. It still has
Satan-
the same amount of the protein doesn't disappear. It's just the size and weight become bigger. The amount
Yeah,
of
but
protein
it's
is
not
the
high
same.
quality protein like beef.
Sorry?
It's not the high quality protein like beef.
Beer is awesome.
It's fine. It's
I love
not
beer.
it's not bad protein for you. Like, what do you mean by high quality? I mean, beef
Protein, like-
is generally not a health food, right? It increases cardiovascular disease. It increases your risk of cancer. So
There is actually one thing called bioavailability.
That is bullshit.
that is not bullshit.
That is
Also,
That
by the
is
way,
not
guys, there is
bullshit.
one thing called
We have evidence for
Because
it.
that's the way how you cook the food.
Take cardiovascular disease, but I will never take or accept cancer.
Sorry, why not? Especially like
Because you are
processed
exclusively
meat,
I
right?
will give you an
that the
example.
consumption of meat is directly linked to cancer. Do you even know that your body has like 300 types of cancers in it every day? And the
Sure.
only reason that you don't
second,
express
actually.
those genes is because your proteins are working against it.
Well, that's beside the point.
actually-
Consuming
wait,
more
how is
red.
that beside the
Sorry,
point?
sorry, guys. It's beside the point.
One second.
Consuming
How?
more red meat
How is that
increases
beside
the
the
risk
point?
of cancer. It doesn't
How
matter
is
how
it
much
beside
cancer
the
I
point,
already
bro?
have. It doesn't matter.
Just-
You're talking
just
beside
saying
the
one thing.
point.
Wait, I will give you an example on your cancer. Hello.
can I just say one thing, please?
Please.
Yeah.
Can I give you an
The
example?
cancer is not killed by the proteins; it's killed by TGF B cells, which are
Literally,
inside of
nobody
your
made the
immune
claim that
system.
cancers are killed by proteins.
Immune system.
No, it was someone who said it, but I was just correcting it.
Are you saying that they are killed by lymphocytes?
They're different things, but they work similarly.
Macrophages, T
I'll go with
cells,
that
so
one.
many other cells. Like cells in
Globulins,
your
like
body.
okay, globulins, alpha globulins, beta globulins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Macrophages,
TGFBs.
globulins, and receptor proteins and ligands that bind to the surfaces. Look, this person is mixing up so many things.
Let me give.
What
give
am I
her-
making up? Sorry.
Let me give her an example on cancer. You know, my father, my grandfather, and my great grandfather has eaten only meat, like the meat,
Yeah.
their whole life, and they lived like 100 years.
Yeah, my grandmother smoked all her life and she lived until like 95.
Bro, I literally have the book right here. So if you wanna
Yeah. What are
go
you
for
trying
it,
to
go
prove it
for it.
with it?
So your logic is somewhat flawed. I'm not saying it's wrong, but
Antibody,
You're just using-
antigen, okay?
yeah, you're just using things in the wrong perspective.
Damn, I
So,
haven't
please
seen
stop.
that book in so long.
Oh, they're talking between themselves. Well, I can see that you are talking between yourselves, guys. I like generally was talking about ethics. So I would love to go back to talking about ethics, actually.
No, but the thing is that you need
I don't
to
care about
stick
ethics,
to
I just
one
like meat.
point and not flip the script every time someone makes a valid point.
No, sorry. What valid point do you think you made? You were talking between Branko and you. I mean, red meat is classified as type 2A cancerous thing, right? So it's in the cancer-causing classification, the
Okay,
second
okay.
rank. I'm not
Right.
making shit up.
I'm
Jenny? Agent?
I'm gonna say I'm a smoker. I'm gonna have cancer anyways. I might as well eat meat. It tastes good.
Bruh,
I'm a
we
simple
already
man.
have some form of cancer circulating through our bodies. It's just that our body is good enough. to
I
kill
agree.
them.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's
You
so
have
beside the
cancerous
point
cells,
what you
but
are
don't have
saying.
cancer. You don't actually have cancer. You have cancerous cells. Everything has cancerous cells.
I don't-
But
I
it
don't-
doesn't have
I don't
cancer
smoke.
yet.
I don't.
Right.
I don't smoke, but I love a good steak myself.
Well,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
great,
Or
but
good ribeye,
we're talking about
medium,
ethics.
Yeah.
We're talking about
ribs? Oh my
ethics.
god, ribs, yeah.
Or we can talk about steak. You know, do you have
Oh my
what?
God,
What is
yes.
your favorite? You like ribeye or what do you
अगर
like?
मेरा
If you
रोजाना
want to
होता
talk
ना,
I mean, this is
ethically-
coping.
ethically-
Guys, you're just
ethically,
coping.
Yeah, ribeye is the best.
Guys, you're just
ethically,
coping.
It is. Ribeye is the best.
बकवास की कोई समझ नहीं आ रही मुझे
ये पता नहीं कहाँ से पॉइंट ला रही है
और इसको मैं जब कोई चीज बताने की कोशिश
English,
कर रही हूँ ना कि बहन तुम सुन लो तो बीच में ये जब
English,
इसको
please.
नजर आता है ना कि उसकी कोई बात नहीं मानी जा रही
English,
तो वो नई
please.
बकवास पे आते हैं अंदर
English, please.
English, please. I beg. Okay.
Yeah.
Ethically, I'm fine with the fact that I'm eating meat because.
Yeah,
I mean,
would you
I'm
take the
a-
place of
I'm
would
a
you take the place
carnivorous-
of the animal in the slaughterhouse?
No, I don't want to put myself in that situation. I don't
Yeah.
want to think about it. I
Why
just
do you
want
think
to
it's
enjoy it.
why do you
Let's
think
talk
it's
about
hold on
something
guys
else.
guys, hold on. Why do you think it's not okay for you to be in a slaughterhouse about to have your throat slit, but it's okay for an animal to do it to happen
Oh,
to?
I would love to be in a slaughterhouse.
Let's talk
Sign me up
about
for
something
that
else
shit.
besides that.
I'm not saying
Okay.
it's something good.
Are you
I'm not saying
suicidal,
it should be
Min?
done. I'm saying I don't mind it. Like I don't mind.
Of course
that.
you don't mind
I
it. You are not the
care.
victim of it, right? You're not the victim of
Yes,
it?
exactly.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't care.
So I'm talking
That's
about the
fine.
victims. I'm here to defend the victims. The victims mind. They stand
Let-
in the slaughterhouse and cry. I just talked to a
Why
veterinary
are we
person,
talking-
who just finished
So,
veterinary
do
school,
animals
and
know
he
about
said he
doing
was
that?
taken to a
Talk about something
slaughterhouse
else.
and animals was standing there crying. So that's
Okay.
what your decision to eat meat causes.
Yes, because
Animals
meat
crying.
contains protein that is used for me to grow my
We
body
just
into
had a huge conversation
into a
about
stronger
plant
body.
proteins.
Yeah,
There are
babe,
plant
do you
proteins.
not understand
Okay, meat has
how
more
ATP
protein and it's an
works?
easier way.
No, there is a
Hold on
plant
a second,
protein.
please.
There is a food with more
Hello?
plant protein.
I have the floor now. Okay, I have the floor.
yeah.
I'm a member of
Okay.
staff.
You have
Okay,
the floor now.
speak. Yes.
I'm a member of staff. I have been trying to talk for a while. Postmortem,
Okay.
you are deafened. I asked you to change the subject. This is not an appropriate subject. This is an English learning server. Okay? I have no problem, with conversations organically going in different directions. But you seem to be wanting to turn this into a vegan campaign. All right? I've asked you to change the subject.
Yes,
You're
it
not.
does, and
He's
it
trying to make
deflects
everyone
any
vegan.
logic. And no matter how many theories we present, proving our points, which are pretty good, and I think some of the people here will agree with me, they just constantly talk about veganism and the ethics associated with it. And then when somebody makes a point, she says, "Oh, this conversation was originally about ethics."
Yeah, exactly.
How about we just agree to disagree and move on to a different topic and just
Nice.
talk about
Let's
something
go.
fun? Yeah.
Yeah,
what
let's
what
go.
music do you guys listen to? What's your music taste? What do you?
I got actually kicked out. That's a shame. Holy fuck. People are cringe. Oh, there's actually like something in vegans are better. Let's go. What's up? Hello everybody, by the way. Thank you for joining me. Hi Pia, hi Tone, hi Jeremy. What's up Felek? What's up Dennis? Dennis, I'm sorry. My attention span sucks, so I need to concentrate on one thing. What's up vegan gays? How you doing? No, it wasn't in the vegan section. It was in like a different server, but now I guess fucking carnists have their feelings hurt. Holy shit. And that biologist, she was talking so beside the point. Evolutionary biologist. I'm like, canines are for mating, right? And then she was like, well, do you know how many times primates mate? I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do what canines are for? And she's done that with every fucking subject. She just went beside the point entirely. And I'm in the wrong somehow. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a shame. No, I don't know what to do. They might kick me out of the English. Yeah. I saw your responses, Dennis. I'm really split. My attention is really split. I have so many responsibilities. I have to find find balance. So, but I will answer you. I started reading. You gotta edit yourself as though you repeating kind of the points, and then it becomes like this huge text. Want me to join you VC in a sec? Yeah. Let's go, Felix. If you want. But there's nobody here. There's one person, but they're not talking. Hello, you. Are you talking, you? Oh, I should probably mute myself until there's somebody in there, actually. Anyways, why are carnists so cringe? Dennis, tell me, why are carnists so fucking cringe? I think at least the veterinary student, I think they understood it. That's why I kind of prefer to have conversations with one or two people. Yo, what's up? I'm just saying, like, that's kind of the reason that I prefer to have a conversation with one or two people and not like 1,000. Because they keep throwing in irrelevant shit and the other one goes, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Like, the biology student was like, I made the claim, I think a correct claim, that red meat increases the risk of cancer. And she's like, you already have some cancer in your body. And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Jesus Christ. And then they muted and banned me. Like, kicked me out.
They banned you?
They kicked me out, I think, because I think I'm still in the server. One sec.
Oh, kicking is fine.
Yeah.
There are other channels on English, the Discord, which you can easily join. But I think especially when it came to the VCU joined, it's the one where people are practicing English, which makes it a little bit more, a bit more moderated.
Yeah.
The Hangout ones seem to be more open. I'm trying to find another Discord for you because I think there is one more that I do have, which seems to be kind of chill. I hope.
Yeah.
But if you want to do activism,
yeah. I'm here for the long haul. It's been almost 2 hours. I'm thinking 8. I'm thinking 8 hours of outreach today. What do you think, Felix?
Full time. Let me find some servers because I do have something in the back of my pocket. Let me just dig for a little bit more around. Give me a sec.
Just really sucks. I feel like they are left validated in it really fucking sucks, man. Especially the fucking biology student. Holy fuck. Oh man, this is the thing is gonna prevent me from sleeping tonight. This fucking biology student who was talking beside the point, but somehow still validating the points of everybody else. By the way, I need to mute for a second. I need to make a call. I need to mute here as well, I think. No, that's desktop audio. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. The fact that I cancelled work today is kind of kicking me in the ass now.
No, yeah, you don't want to do that. What the heck?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm a freelancer, part-time freelancer, so I can do it another day.
Okay.
But like the calls are still coming in. Dennis, listen. I'm not gonna have conversations with you right now, Dennis. I'm sorry. I'm just not. It's not gonna happen right now. So stop tagging me, okay?
All right. I think I have something, but I'm not sure how good the Discord is. I remember last time it was kind of fine. Let me check something.
Okay. Did you send me the thing?
Yeah, one sec. I just need to check the just the nature of the Discord. Give me one sec.
Oh, thank God, Monto is okay. Oh, man. Yeah, I've been banned from the server. Fuck. I've been banned from the English. Ah, that sucks, man. They're not gonna let me go back. That sucks, man.
Okay, what? Bro. Nah, okay. I thought I had a good seed. I thought that Discord would be good, and all I'm hearing is a 14-year-old say the F word. No!
Oh, shit. By the way, I have been banned from English.
Have you?
Yeah, they just banned me.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Such fucking carnist snowflakes. Jesus Christ. No, not from English Hub, Vegan Gays. Just from English is a different server. They don't have a room specifically for us. No, English Hub banned me once, but they returned me back. I hope not to get banned from English Hub anymore.
The problem is, post.
Nobody said, sorry, they said protein fight cancer, which is BS. Yeah, true. You're correct, USA Evie. Sorry, yeah, Felix, I'm with you.
The problem is a lot of these Discords are chaotic, so trying to find something that's kind of like okay, it's gonna be a bit difficult.
What's happening in politics? We can go to politics, although it will raise my blood pressure. Why? It's true. Is there anybody? Yeah. Let me check as well.
Yep.
No, it's empty. Well, you can join. I think it fills up pretty fast. Do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go. Participants are currently hidden. Okay. Should I turn on video then? Preview camera. Oh, yeah. Oh, I would need to do some weird stuff for that. Oh, God. So, yeah, guys, I'm going for like 8 hours of debating today. I hope Felix can find me something. Okay. Yeah. So there's gonna be some dead air. I apologize once in a while. So sorry about that. Maybe I can entertain you with my bubble popping skills instead. I guess they hide people now. Well, maybe I can turn on the camera anyways, but then it's gonna disconnect it from OBS. So that's gonna suck. Let me try it anyway. Camera, USB on. Oh yeah, I can't stream into this channel. That's just shit. That's just terrible. Why is everything so weird? The Discord app is weird as fuck. I hate doing it. I prefer the one in a browser. Because the Discord app is like the desktop app is terrible.
Yo.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. It says those who don't turn on camera are hidden, but then it doesn't allow me to turn on the camera either. So it's kind of weird.
Oh, I will probably have to look at your Discord how it looks, because it's very strange, abnormal.
Yeah. You couldn't even see me in there, could you? I was in the channel. No. I could see you.
Oh.
Yeah. I need some mod. I need some modding. Felix, make it happen. I need to be more powerful.
I see what I can do, but right now it's just kind of all over the place. If you want to do a little bit of a trial run while we're here, nothing's going on, we can try the chill discords, the socialized discords.
Yeah, sure.
And see how that goes. Yo, what's up?
Hey guys.
What's up? How you
Yo.
doing?
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
It's alright.
Yeah, not too bad.
Where are you from?
I have a question for you before I answer your question. You ready? Bro, stop lagging.
Shit, what happened?
157 is just taking a little bit of time.
That's alright.
Okay. What we can do
Yeah.
is we can join one of the socialized discords, which can be a little bit chaotic, or we can see where we can start, if you're willing to try that. But
Sure,
keep
of
in
course.
mind, it can be very chaotic.
Yeah, fuck, I hate socialize, I remember. Yeah, let's go. Ping me. I'll get it. I'll come with you.
See, hold on, not this link. Check. 1 sec.
Oh, I didn't see your message about in politics, PC. We can try to do that first. Would you like me to? Public 5. He's already gone. Public 5. How do I... Somebody should teach me how to work Discord better. I'm not gonna lie. Public... Oh, Public 5. He's got a... He's on the
Yo,
channel.
okay, it works.
Yeah, what's
so
up?
I have a plan.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have this in the back of myself.
Yeah.
Nice little sign is animal abuse ever justified.
Yeah.
Or we can just go into a VC, have a listen, and see if people can point out the sign and behind me.
It's probably gonna fill up here. How you
Take
been
the
doing?
lead, please. Oh, yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Yo, Meow, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Just chilling, socializing, you know, meeting new people.
What?
Hmm?
Is that a pick? Is that a pick stick?
No, it's a thing to clean your teeth, like a special tool thing. What do you think of my sign behind here?
Yes,
What do you mean, yes?
I agree.
What do you mean by that?
I agree with the question on the board.
You agree that we should abuse animals?
Yeah.
Could you tell me why?
No, I just agree with that.
So you agree
So
with
you-
animal abuse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Could you elaborate on why is that okay?
No, I just said yeah. So I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Like, for example, if I say I
So I
agree with
answered.
Meow,
Huh?
I understand what you're saying, but if I say I agree with drink driving, that doesn't really explain anything. Like, what's
I
your-
agree with that as well.
why?
I don't need to explain.
You don't need to.
I disagree with that.
Would you like me to explain to you, just on a rough basis, what you're agreeing to?
No.
No? Okay. Hello, everyone. Damn, 5 people already. Shit.
What's up?
So many people and nobody talking. What the fuck, guys?
It's called socialize. Socialize, goddammit.
Yeah,
Somebody's-
you know, we're supposed to socialize.
Yeah. Socialize with me, please.
I have a question in the behind me, just in case people need a topic to talk about. You know, if you would like to engage with it or not, it's up to you. Damn. No.
Let me just say, straight out, I hate when people, can I ask you a question? You just did. Ask the fucking question.
Awkward.
Awkward.
Falcon, I have a question for you.
You already asked one. You got another one?
Yeah, I got another one. Do you think it's okay to sexually use and abuse animals?
Fuck no. What the fuck?
Okay. Do you know the practices we do to animals on farms involving, you know, sexual use?
Of all the ways you could have gone with this conversation, you decided to go left field. I'm out.
Okay.
Why is it left field to point out truth? I'm like, if I said, Trump is the president of the United States. No, you go in left field. No, that's not a legitimate thing to say. Oh my god.
them.
What's up?
Yo, Apple. Yo, what's good?
What's up?
What's up? Just what's up?
What's
How
up?
you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing not too bad. I'm asking people the question behind me on the whiteboard. What do you think about the question?
Fuck my baby dad.
Animal abuse.
Fuck my baby
Yeah,
dad.
justified.
Tough question, right?
No, not really. I'm just. Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't
Would you
know.
like to elaborate on maybe?
Elaborate for us, bro.
If you can't elaborate, you can ask someone else. Anyway,
I can't think of anything funny to say. I'm sorry.
Just elaborate, bro.
if you can't elaborate, then don't, you don't have to apologize. You just say, you know, yes or no. It's fine.
Yeah.
Kalo, I think that's how you say your name.
No, my name's Khalil. But what's up, bro?
Khalil. Sorry for the spelling or.
Nah, you're good, bro.
What do you think of my question behind me?
Your question: is animal abuse ever justified? Honestly, no. I would say no.
Why?
Because you know, animals. You're not supposed to hurt animals, bro. You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Post, do you have any comments on that?
Sure. Why are you not supposed to hurt animals? What is it about animals that makes it not okay to hurt them?
It's kind of like a religious thing, bro. For me, you know.
Really? So, like,
Yeah.
what religion are you?
I'm a Muslim.
Muslim. Yeah, in the Hadith
Yeah.
it says if you save or spare animals, you go directly to heaven, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so you can be like not like it doesn't matter like kind of what you do in life. If you help animals, if Muslims help animals, they go directly to heaven. That's what I know about.
Yeah, here's the thing about hadiths. You know, some of them might not be legit. I don't know if that hadith is how legit that hadith is, bro. I'll have to look into that, but yeah.
Yeah. I should look into it. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So would you say like breeding, raising, and killing animals is abuse or is harm? Is it harming?
Killing animals? I mean,
yeah. Does it not harm animals if you kill them, for instance?
it depends on the way that you kill the animals, actually.
Would it be like harm to you if I killed you?
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So why isn't it harm? Isn't it harm to animals if you kill them?
Like I said, it depends on the way you kill them.
Well, why doesn't it depend on the way I would kill
them
you?
on like they'll kill them with like electric shock, which is fucked, bro. But
well,
yeah.
if I killed you nicely, would that not be harm to you? I gotta go, Felix. 1 sec. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I've talked to Muslims a lot when it comes to like animal ethics because it's a really interesting topic.
Yeah.
And the position usually is if you do it for unnecessary reasons, it's bad, right?
Yeah.
Especially reasons which are like pleasure.
Steak.
As he says, pleasure, right? If you justify causing harm to another individual for pleasure, I would say that's kind of like a sin.
Moo moo, nene.
I mean, yeah, that's why, you know, in Islam, you slaughter the animals in a certain way where they don't feel the pain.
Well,
yeah.
I understand that part, but breeding them and farming them just for the end product to be you having a taste pleasure, I would say that's bad as well.
I mean, well, Allah put the animals for us to eat on the earth, so.
But then we have to kind of understand the context of it, right? Do you think the all-loving God is okay with killing animals for pleasure?
I'm back.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, he made them for,
Yeah, that's actually
humans,
incorrect.
right?
That's actually incorrect. If you go to Genesis in Christianity and even the creation myth in the Quran, it doesn't matter what creation myth you go to, which religion, it doesn't say that Allah or God created animals for us. He created them to multiply. And
but
then
he didn't create them.
Yeah.
Wait, can I respond to that, please?
Sure.
So he didn't create them for us, but he gives instructions on how to slaughter them so we can eat them.
Yeah, he only does that after the fall, right? After we fell. After he admitted that we're immoral.
What do you mean he did that after we admitted we're immoral?
Well, I know more about Christianity, frankly, but I know it's like really correlates with the Quran as well. So like there is like the flood, right? The flood. It happened. It happens in the Quran as well, right?
Flood. Honestly, I don't know about that. But yeah.
You don't read much of a Quran and Hadith and stuff like that?
Yeah, not too much. But...
Yeah, I get it. So there is like the global flood supposedly in the Quran. It's the same in the Christian Bible as well. So God killed everybody except for this one family and like a small bunch of animals. And he put them in the ark, right? And the ark was like floating around for like a year. And then got like, and then they could repopulate the earth again. So when Noah, he got off the ark, he just fucking killed an animal and put it on the altar and burnt it. And God was like, well... Yeah. So God was like, Allah was like, I kind of like the smell, but Jesus, that was evil. So he allowed humans to eat animals because he recognizes that they're evil. Humans are evil, right? But in the Garden of Eden, when Allah created Adam and Hawa, he created them vegan. They didn't eat animals. They only ate plants.
Okay, what's your source? Where'd you get that information from?
Yeah,
I
we're
talk
throwing
a
a lot
lot.
of things around without sources, but yeah.
No, I talk a lot about like religion and stuff. So I mainly talk about the Bible usually, but I know that the creation myth is kind of the same in the Quran as it is in the Bible. So you can check me, right? You can go to the
It's
Quran,
not
to
really
the
the
like
same.
creation myth, and like you need to find it first because I think the Quran is kind of messed up. It's not in the right order, so you need to find the order where the creation is, and go there and check it out, right? Yeah, don't
But yeah,
don't trust me. Go check your book out. Go do it. Yeah.
I guess the whole perspective of religion is if you have to kill the animal, you do it in these ways, like as it says in Muslim or whatever.
Yeah.
But then we're asking ourselves, like, do we need to do that? And if we don't need to, then what's the point?
I mean, yeah, you don't have to do it, but I mean, you
Yeah.
can. You put them there for you to eat, right?
But the question is, should we? Should we cause
Should.
harm to animals for only some kind of pleasure?
Well, I said it's not like causing harm when you kill them in the halal way.
Well, it is causing harm to their life.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
If the only reason you're consuming meat is for pleasure, do you think you should stop?
For pleasure? I mean, yeah, I guess, bro.
Post, any comments on that?
So you should stop, right? You should stop having killing animals if you only killing them for pleasure. Just to make sure.
I mean, either way, even if I consume meat, I'm not the one doing the killing. Like, they're gonna kill them no matter what, right? So what can I do, bro?
Not really.
I mean,
Do you know what supply and demand is? So if if I produce a product and nobody buys it, I'm gonna stop producing it, right?
Yeah, I know. What I'm trying to say is one person won't make a difference.
It's gonna make a difference to like about 300 animals a year. Do you think like the animals would appreciate not to have their
いや
fruits
ー、なんか
eat?
いましたね、生きりタバコを吸ってる女性が。
English, please.
なんだあいつマジで。ふざけんじゃねえよ。
Sorry.
二人乗ってるくせに。
English,
なんで、ブランコで何ふかしてんだよ。ねえな。
You can just mute, I think that's fine.
なんだあいつ。
Maybe they're just jumping.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Anyway.
mute.
何あいつ。
Sorry, guy. Sorry, my guy. So the question is, in the 21st century, when we can live without exploiting and killing animals, and if you want evidence for that, I can provide it to you. Then why are we breeding, torturing, exploiting, and killing animals when we don't have to? Right?
What do you mean by torturing?
Well, they undergo like medical procedures that if were done in humans, they would receive anesthesia, for instance. And
It's like, I don't eat that meat that they do that. I only eat the halal meat that they killed in the good way, bro. They don't.
It's not about killing, it's about raising them. Felix, you can go on.
There was a recent investigation, especially in the UK, by a person on YouTube called Joey Carbstrong, where they've actually exposed a halal for not being halal. So this practice.
Yeah, so those people are wrong, bro, that do that.
Wait. I understand that. It's just when people label themselves as halal practices, halal this, halal that, how do you know it's truly halal? You don't, because it's all behind walls. So when you say you buy halal meat, you probably don't really know where that came from and what kind of practices they actually did.
Well, actually, sometimes they will slaughter in front of you, you know?
Sure, but in majority of the places, because of supply and demand, that doesn't happen in mass scale. On mass scale, you don't go to a shop and see a person kill them in front of you. But even if it was happening, is it still okay to do it just for some kind of pleasure?
Like if for instance I slaughtered you in a halal way, would it be morally okay?
Yeah, I mean that's murder, bro.
I think so too. So what is the morally relevant difference between humans and animals that we feel okay doing that to animals despite not needing to do it, right?
I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So there is no difference, right?
I mean, somewhat of a difference, but
What's the morally relevant difference that it makes it okay to kill an animal when you don't need to?
hold up, bro. Let me mute this guy, bro.
Yeah. Same.
Too many people with crazy minds.
Yeah. That's what happens in public servers sometimes.
Just got to be careful and quick.
So
I mean, I don't think animals like really feel pain necessarily. Like they don't fully.
Sorry. Sorry, but first of all, yes, they are the sentient beings. But if you didn't feel pain, would it be okay to kill you?
No.
No. So that's not the morally relevant difference that make it okay to kill animals, right? Even if it was true, but it's not true either.
So morally, I mean, yeah, you can make that argument morally that it's not okay. I mean, yeah, I guess you're not wrong on that. But
Yeah. So what's gonna stop you from living more morally from now on?
I mean, like I said, bro, like, yeah, morally, I guess you could say it's maybe not good, bro, but I mean, religiously, from our religious perspective, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it, so.
So Allah
probably just continue.
Allah created animals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think like if Allah came down today to Earth in the 21st century, in the year of our Lord 2025, do you think he would like look around and say, "Ooh, Khalil has the choice. Khalil can live without exploiting and killing animals, and he can live with exploiting and killing animals"? Would you think he would say, "Yeah, good choice. You could have chosen not to exploit and kill animals, but you choose to exploit and kill animals, my creatures"? Allah would say. Do you think he'd say, "Yeah, good job. You made the right choice"?
Either way, it wouldn't be a wrong to Allah because he put them there for humans to consume.
Yeah, in a time when it was necessary, right? I'm talking about year 2025. You definitely have the choice not to exploit and kill animals, not to pay for their torture and killing. So I'm asking you, if Allah saw that you have the choice not to do this to his creatures, and you did it anyway, would you think he would say, "Yeah, amazing choice, really good moral choice"?
No, he wouldn't say that, but like either way, it wouldn't be
It's an interesting argument.
It wouldn't be wrong, bro. If we did do that, he wouldn't see it as a wrong.
Hold on. Would he see it as the wrong thing to do to harm animals for pleasure? Holy boy.
Wait, what did you say, bro? Hold up, this guy.
Yeah, the guy is in school.
Yeah.
He's blasting. Do you think there would be something fundamentally wrong with killing animals for pleasure? So if Allah came, or he was looking at this earth right now, and he saw people, the only reason that they justify eating meat is for pleasure. So they only kill animals just for pleasure. Do you see anything wrong with that?
No.
No.
Yeah, in Islam, honestly, no, because I believe he put them there, the animals there for humans to consume, right?
But there's context of that, right? The context of it is basically gluttony. For example, if you choose to consume animals when you don't have to, then you're being very selfish with it.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. But
So is it okay to choose your life over another individual's life just for pleasure?
What the wait.
Oh, don't swear, please. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks, man.
I actually don't mind if you swear. Just wait a minute. We're in the middle of a conversation, please.
Oh, wait.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good argument, bro. You're not wrong, but
Anyways, I like linking my location. I'm from.
Because I know when it comes to Muhammad, sorry, he was definitely a vegetarian as far as I recall. So he definitely had like ethical practices when it comes to what he consumed.
Oh yes,
we also
the very vegetarian goat he ate that killed him.
I don't believe he ate meat.
He 100% did. It's in the Quran.
You'll have to demonstrate, because I remember he was eating dates.
He was literally poisoned by a Jewish girl who served him goat. And he exclaimed that his aorta felt as if it were being cut. He 100% ate meat.
Well, if that's the case, right, then why was he eating meat in the first place? Was it because of pleasure? Or was it because of a necessity?
That's a very good question.
Because if it was for pleasure, then we can just estimate that he was okay with causing harm to animals for pleasure, which is a form of gluttony.
Right, that's a very good question. I don't know.
So the entire argument of veganism, of going vegan, predicates on the fact that we can do it. We can be vegan. We can be healthy and long living. Which makes it absolutely horrific that we breed, exploit, torture, and kill animals for no reason rather than we like the way it tastes for like 5 minutes a day. Or 5 minutes a meal, I guess.
I agree with you, but to play devil's advocate here, what about cost?
It's generally, it's a very good question. Generally cheaper to be vegan, actually. So when people say, when people say, like, for instance, they say the vegan diet, right? Because, non-leather is cheaper than leather, always, for instance, right? But we're talking about a diet here. So people say, well, the vegan diet is more expensive. They're just looking at the cost of, like, meat replacements, and they're not looking at anything else. So generally speaking, if you buy meat replacements, they're going to be a bit more expensive than the animal alternatives. But the other stuff, like rice and beans and lentils and vegetables and fruit, all of that stuff is cheaper than any animal product, right?
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I think it's just because in America the infrastructure has been set up for industrialized farming, which is why sometimes meat would be cheaper.
Yeah. But it's like I can find a very cheap vegan or meat alternative, and compare it to like a Wagyu beef or something, and say, oh my god, omnivore is so fucking expensive. When I buy tofu for like $1 per 100 grams or something like that, I just don't even know.
It's always going to be ultimately cheaper. I think you're right, because you have to feed the animals, the crops, and cutting out the middleman, so to say, would be cutting out the animals you have to feed and just eating their food.
Damn.
Michael. Oh, what the fuck? This
it's a
fucking
party in
beast
here, bro.
followed us in here.
Yeah, rotten guts.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It was quiet.
Oh my god.
Chill, what the hell?
Oh my god, Flake, bro, we had the same headset.
Oh, cool. But what do you
I think you're caught up though that there's a
animal abuse
moral
ever
argument
justified?
versus a like religious justification.
Okay.
Oh god.
I feel like animals should just be a source of food at the end of the day.
Oh, what about humans?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I'd fucking eat a human any other day.
Why not?
This Link guy knows
Why
what you're
not?
talking about. Hold on.
I mean,
Is that like a
humans should be
crime,
source
or-
of food, right?
Oh shit, is it? I wouldn't do any of that at all.
Why not?
Fuck that.
Why not?
Because I don't fucking want to, alright?
Oh, why don't you want to? Does it hurt your feelings? You sound a bit upset.
Oh fuck!
No, he's trolling y'all, bro.
I know, he's trolling. I'm trolling him back. It's alright, I'm trolling him back.
Whoa! Put your arms down.
Okay.
Oh my
god. My ears are really
Very
sensitive.
loud. Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see.
Tell him I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
Anyway.
Oh, did you get muted?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, why do you mute him for? What?
Yeah, I'm mute you as well.
I
I'm
think this
sorry,
is
my
the
love.
reason why.
That's just shit. That's terrible.
Oh my god, someone's playing Rust in Falcon.
Okay, let's see.
Wait, Roddy, can I hear your voice to make sure you're a boy or girl?
I think your channel got raided, Philek. This.
Yeah, my bad guys. Follow my
Some
YouTube, Cool
people
Man
just
Van.
like how I look.
Yeah.
Wait, add my YouTube, Cool Man Van. I got 100k subs, add me.
What?
Are you two
She's intoxicated, bro. Don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Post, are you associated with Felk?
Associated in what way? What do you mean?
Oh, like,
We're friends, I think.
yeah.
Felix, are we friends?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was...
Sure.
Sure is crazy.
I'm
That was
just
like
in the
an
middle
arrow
of-
to
I'm
my
in the
heart.
I'm in the middle of something. I'm just like setting things
I
up.
know, I
Sorry.
know. That's alright. Yeah. We are online acquaintances. Let me reduce my claim. Just so that I don't get hurt anymore.
The only way.
Yeah. So, Jen, why aren't you vegan yet?
What's this?
You know, that's a good question because I kind of flow back and forth on it. Like, I definitely know it is. Let me think on that one.
Sure. Take your time.
For the past like 2 or 3 years, I tried to restrict just to like invasive species only because I felt like, oh, well, like there's a problem with them existing, so to say. So I morally could justify it without
Can I ask a
worrying
quick-
about undue suffering. But I still like, I'd be lying if like, especially this past year, I didn't buy like, by choice, like canned meats or something like that, or jerky. I think that there's a good answer, I guess. Maybe it's just human nature, and I think that if you're not making a conscientious choice, it's a very easy, lazy thing that tastes good, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can make like, oh my gosh, man, there are so many good vegan things like that are tasty. Bread, you can do a million things with bread, right? But I think it's just the convenience of it, of like,
Is bread vegan?
animal
Doesn't it
protein.
have like doesn't it have milk in it or?
Most
The
bread
cheaper
is
the
vegan.
bread is,
Yeah.
the cheaper the
I don't
bread-
know.
The cheaper the bread
You got
is,
me
the less-
wondering now.
The cheaper the bread is, the less ingredients you put into it. So the cheapest bread is just gonna be, flour and yeast and water.
Yeah. Jen, you in US, right? So some breads are gonna be
I think it's a time thing, honestly. Like, because you could make really tasty vegan dishes, but a pre-prepared one is going to be more expensive, comparatively speaking, which doesn't make sense. But I think it's just laziness. I can buy like a pound of chicken and throw it in the microwave or boil it, and it's like 5 minutes, and it's tasty. It's tasty enough on its own without having to add extra stuff to it.
why are you against like throwing like a bunch of spices into it? Like
It's just
you can do the
laziness.
same to tofu,
100
right?
Yep. 100% laziness. I love tofu, by the way. I'm like, I need to add, I love
Yeah.
vegetables more, alternatives, but I don't know. I don't have a good answer other than laziness, I think, and convenience.
Listen, in my experience, it doesn't take longer to cook a tofu than it does the chicken, frankly.
I gotta turn her down. Hold on. She's.
Well, good information, bro.
Yeah.
Um.
I mean, tofu, you just need to add maybe a bit more spices, but it's delicious.
Well, they make, actually, it's not even that expensive out here. They make like flavored tofus now, like bacon smoky tofus and stuff, and it's so good.
Jen, you're so privileged because I don't have that stuff here.
Oh, it's like we have like it's like tempeh or whatever. It's like soy or something.
Yeah, tempeh.
But it's not quite. Yeah.
Tempeh is
Oh,
delicious,
so
man.
good.
I actually have some tempeh in the freezer. I'm scared of cooking it because then I will run out of tempeh.
Wait, Post, are you vegan?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't honestly know.
Yeah, I
The more
think you're
about
right.
it,
I think
I
it's
think it's just laziness. I think if you don't make a conscious thought to be ethical about what you are eating,
yeah.
then you're not going to, right? Like, or junk food, right? If you don't make the conscious effort, like, hey, this is bad for me, you just kind of give into that primal, oh, this tastes good, let me put it in mouth.
Yeah, that's why I
Smoking's
think
a
we
good one.
mostly talk about, me and Felix, we mostly talk about like the ethics, right? So I think you're right. Like, I think there is another factor there that people generally are intentionally taking out of the process of food that the slaughterhouse, if you want to visit it, they're not gonna allow you to do it, right?
That's a good one.
So do
yeah.
you think you would like say, yeah, I'll just choose a chicken flesh over tofu if you had to watch the slaughter of chickens while eating that chicken flesh? Would you think you still buy it?
Yeah.
You're asking the wrong person.
No, be candid.
In an
it's okay.
industrialized sense, no. Like there's a good, I've never seen it, but there's a good documentary called what is it? Excuse me. I forget.
Dominion?
No.
Land of Hope and Glory?
It's probably
Dominion was it might be. No, I don't think it is.
Dominion is a horrific movie. It's a horror movie, but it's all real. It's all true. The call is coming from inside the slaughterhouse. Oh my god. Yeah, I think.
I can't believe I forgot.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I think that's
I
like.
think that
Yeah.
I have a massive problem with industrialized farming, but the problem is like I could see an ethical like desensitization to like I know meat's murder or whatever, but let's play the game here and say that like everybody had like their own small plot of land and raised their stuff to be slaughtered ethically.
Jen, I'm not gonna lie, where you're going, I think that's more unethical, frankly.
No, yeah, and like in the slaughterhouses, they mostly just kill them like electrically, like they don't kill them morally, bro. Yeah.
No, I think like
it's a quality. I can argue on that one pretty strongly. That's a quality of life thing, though,
No.
right? I think that.
So here's the
if
thing.
you-
You have to know something about me. I apologize that I'm cutting you off, but you have to know
No, you're
something
fine.
about me. I follow small farmers and homesteaders as like a matter of like obsession at this point, and I read everything they write, and I would say, and they are what you are describing, right? They are like think they give animals good lives and one bad day. And like, oh, and they're saying, oh, at least I'm not like contributing to the industrialized killing of animals. But I am at this point, just from following them, am convinced that it's worse for the animals, even if the only thing you consider is welfare and not like the fact that it's not okay to kill sentient animals for pleasure. Even on the matter
Right.
of welfare, on the matter of fact, small farms are worse for animals than large farms, I think. And I can give
Yes.
you examples of it.
It's
if you
muted,
want.
bro. No God.
I'm very interested to hear your take on this because
Yeah.
industrialized farming is probably one of the cruelest things I think our species has come up with.
Yeah. So the thing, this is the thing about small farms. They are, first of all, worse at their jobs. And a lot of animals die because small farms can't afford veterinary care. Even though, you know, they claim that they give animals a better life. They're also like closer to nature and less protected from nature. So a lot of animals just
Right.
die by predators. In the matter of killing, right? If you go for welfare, again, I don't argue for welfare. I argue for abolition. I don't think we have the right to kill animals for anything. Yeah. But like as a matter of welfare, small farmers are doing it themselves and they fuck up much more. And they use, like a lot of times, they don't even euthanize the animal. They don't
I understand, like haram, or not haram, halal meat. No, halal meat has to be killed in a certain way, and it's like you like.
Yeah,
That's
it's
not
worse.
always the case.
Yeah.
It is always the case.
No, I can show
Google
you
it.
an investigation right now. Wait, hold on.
Here,
hold on.
so
Stop. Wait.
yeah,
Okay,
no,
then-
that doesn't matter though. That's not.
Okay, then they're going against the Quran, and it's wrong. then.
Exactly,
It's very
exactly,
clear. Yeah, like.
Wait.
Like, this is not a good point to make, bro.
No.
The thing is, when it comes to like doing halal slaughter behind closed doors, behind all of this wall, they can claim whatever, but it's up to the people to know if it's actually truly halal or haram. But the best thing about this is we know there are certain foods which will always be halal, which are plant-based foods.
Yes, so here, Allah says in the Quran, like, if they tell you it's halal and it's actually not, then you don't get any, like, wrong from that.
Right.
Like,
But
Yeah.
that doesn't make it to just be ignorant about these kind of things. If you
The-
know
okay,
that,
no. I'll have to shut this down because this is a weak argument. That's like saying if I eat rice grown by slaves, there's no moral problematic with it because it's still rice.
well, yeah. But the thing
No,
is,
you can't give. You just
No,
supported
he's
that.
agreeing with you. Hold on, he's agreeing with you.
Okay.
Hold on. If you know that there are really bad practices within the rice industry, let's say 70 to 80% something
Mhm.
wrong with it, don't buy rice.
Oh, I
So,
would
but then-
disagree,
but
actually.
that's your argument, though, is that you have to make that claim with halal meat. Then, if you made
That's why I
a
disagree.
video doc that said that actually 60% of all halal meat isn't actually slaughtered in a halal way, then you'd have a claim. But
My
you
my
don't.
argument is that halal practices, especially nowadays when it comes to slaughter of the animals, are unnecessary. It's an unnecessary harm to animals, which I personally believe, based
That's
on
a different argument, though.
Sure.
Like,
But
and I can agree with you on that to some extent.
Sorry, if I can interject. So,
Yeah.
me and Felix disagree here, kind of, because what I like to emphasize is that when a food is inherently going to create rights violation, then we should abolish it. If a food doesn't inherently have to cause rights violation, then we should like reform the food, right? So not buying rice is not the right thing to do for those workers. What we need to do is reform rice farming, right? And for that, we personally, as just separate people, we can't really do much about it. There are shitload of organizations who are trying to fix that stuff. They are very well funded and they're very dedicated. So it doesn't make sense to me to like abolish rice or like boycott rice, but it makes sense to me. Sorry, I'm gonna mute you. I apologize. So, but it makes sense to me to like abolish animal products because it inherently kills and exploits animals, you know?
Right. I can agree with you on that one.
Yeah,
for sure.
you
Like
can't
with
really
the
fix
small farms.
slaughter. You can't fix slaughter.
Correct. Right. And that's where I can agree with you on the small farms thing, but I still think that there's a moral or ethical difference between industrialized farming versus like small farmings. Like if at the end of the day you're killing it, does it necessarily matter if it's dead? Right?
What?
If you cut its throat with hear me out. If you cut its throat with a knife, or if you knock its head with a like weighted gun thing or whatever they use in a slaughterhouse, ultimately, like it's kind of like an existence argument. Everything dies. Does it really matter if it's dead and murdered and killed? How it gets there?
Of course.
I think
So
the welfare of its
Yeah.
life is more important. If it's never sunlight because it's a chicken in a cage, to me that's way worse than
So,
somebody
yeah.
raising chickens to be
Allow me
slaughtered.
to disagree with you, like Jan, because like
I'm interested
what
to hear
slaughterhouse would you like to be killed in? An industrial slaughterhouse or a small farm slaughterhouse?
Oh, talking about veganism. Oh, this used to be
small
me.
farm.
This used to be me like a week ago.
Right.
That's
hold
like
on.
saying, hear me out. Would you rather live your entire life in prison and die in prison, or live in a green paradise and then get, violently murdered? It's
Well,
irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was trying to point out. That
can
it's a
agree- I
false
can agree
that
with
it's
you
a
on that,
false dichotomy, that those animals shouldn't exist in the first place. They shouldn't be in cages or in green pastures, just to
That's
be
fair.
killed later, right? I wouldn't want to live in a cage or live somewhere kind of outside and then killed when I'm 10 months old.
I have a quick question for
Yeah.
you. It's a really esoteric show. Have you ever seen Xavier Renegade Angel?
No.
Okay, there's a skit on Cartoon Network years ago that touched on this dilemma, and it was an all-ethical meat, I don't know, restaurant or something, and they would only euthanize the animals when they were like had died of natural causes. Would there be a problem in a hypothetical universe where this could be possible? Would there be a problem with that?
Well, first of all, it makes no sense. How would you euthanize an animal if they died of natural causes? Like they're already dead, right?
They're already dead.
I guess I don't understand.
I mean, they
you're
could
asking.
euthanize an animal if
No, when
they
they're
were
terminally
like
ill.
in the process of
Yeah,
dying,
when
but
they're
not
when they're
an addict.
terminally ill, when it's very clear that
Yeah.
these things are at the end of their natural lifespan, would there be an ethical dilemma with eating that meat then?
Yeah. So here's the thing.
How so?
Yeah,
Why?
I'm going to
So-
answer with an
Okay.
example. Okay, Jan?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example,
interesting.
if you had like cancer or another disease, right? And
Sure, no.
there was a question of whether you or euthanize you or not. I would think of your best interest and not of the best interest of my stomach if I wanted to eat your body afterwards, right? So I
can
would
agree with
make the decision for you and not for me. Who wants to exploit your body after you died. So if you're saying something like, so let's say we have a dog shelter with terminal dogs, like the way PETA has. PETA has very
Yeah, I'm
sick
glad you
animals.
touched on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whom they
kill
euthanize
lots of animals.
for the sake of the animals, right? They like, if they can't help the animals and the animals are suffering a huge amount, then they decide to euthanize animals for their well-being. So if after that you want to go through the bins of PETA, right, their backdoor bins or something, and you want to grab those dogs and you want to eat them, I don't think there is a logically that is logically problematic.
Got a baby dick.
Some people
I
would have
a
like
tiny dick.
Okay, thank you. Some people would like have a problem emotionally with that, I think. But logically speaking, if you want to eat somebody who either was killed for their best interest, or you want to eat someone who, like, I don't know, like accidental roadkill, or just like a corpse in
I
the
was going to
woods.
use that direct example. Like, would it be immoral to eat roadkill?
I don't think it would be. Like, if it's accidental, if you like intentionally killed an animal, you took a life for no good reason, right? Yeah. So, but we would probably differ. Some vegans think it's wrong still because they think like, I don't know, they would say, well, I wouldn't eat like my grandmother if she died of natural causes, right? So there is like an emotional component there. I would consider an emotional component of like the family of the animal. If I'm walking around in the woods and an animal corpse is there, I don't know. I would think about the family of that animal. If they have any, they would get upset or something like that, right?
This is a good segue into my next.
Go on.
Again, I support veganism, but ultimately I do like to push the envelope on.
That's what I'm here for.
Good. Okay. You mentioned specifically that it's wrong to like eat sentient animals specifically. Where is the line drawn there?
So the line
Like,
is
is it
yeah.
more ethical to eat like a dumber animal, like a shrimp or something?
Well, it's not a question of being dumb. It's a question of being sentient. So sentience is not the same as intelligence or like a higher consciousness, I guess.
Like self-awareness, basically.
Yeah, sentience is
So
kind of
aren't
like
most animals not
there is
sentient, though?
Yeah, sentient is kind of like there is an individual in there. There is a mind.
Isn't that like why there's pescatarians and shit?
Right.
'Cause it's like
I think that's
No, no,
literally why I'm asking this. Yeah, exactly.
So there are some questions about some animals' sentience, but like most animals that we exploit and kill are sentient. So cows are, chickens are, fish are. Fish are sentient. People don't know that. Shrimp, most of them are sentient as far as I know, but we just don't have enough evidence for it. Oysters probably are not sentient, but we don't have enough evidence for it or against it. So I would take I do take the precautionary principle. Like, I would hate to one day find out that an oyster actually has a mind, that they are an individual, and I've been hurting them this entire time.
nigga. Yo, give me confirms.
Should I mute you? Should I
Please,
mute everybody
bro.
who's like doing stupid shit? I don't know. Probably.
Just turn your camera on, silly Willy. All right, I'm turning it down. Yeah, I think that one was hard for me years ago because if I kind of came from the baseline that all life is sacred and irreplaceable, so everybody's an individual. But then if you go down that rabbit hole, then you have to include things like plants.
Oh, I
or
don't
fungus.
know why they don't have a mind.
Yeah, because they have
They're
a
not
purpose.
individuals.
That's what it means.
I don't know why you're talking about
All
purpose.
life has a purpose.
But I don't know why you're talking about purpose. We're talking about sentience. We're talking about whether or not a thing is an
Because
individual.
He said
there are
all life is
scientific.
I didn't say that. I said all sentient life.
Taxonomic I can't say this word. The
Taxonomic
taxonomy,
classification,
like kingdom
yeah.
Animalia, right?
Yeah.
There are animals that are so dumb they aren't even aware that they
Again,
exist.
we're not talking about intelligence. Sorry, Felix, you wanted to say
like
something.
for example, a dog doesn't know he's a dog. A cat doesn't know he's a cat.
That's
Wait,
not a
hold on.
matter
But-
of
but the issue
sentience.
is the issue is some humans don't know they're humans. Some humans fail on the mirror test, right? That doesn't mean it's okay to do things to them.
That means that they're like psychologically wrong, right? Like they're messed up in the brain or something.
Sure, sure, but like what we're trying to say that sure you can value plants and animals, but when it comes to the value of them, we would save a dog over a flower in a house fire because we know that the dog has its own subjective experiences, while the flower doesn't. It would be nice to save the flower as well because it looks nice and stuff, but when it comes to actual knowledge between the both, we should save the one who can actually experience, its suffering, because we know.
I would agree. There's a spectrum of it. There's a clearly eating a chimp would be more problematic than like a oyster.
But would you say it's better to eat plants over any animals?
I think it really becomes
Honestly, not really. No.
It becomes a human problem, though, in this route. This is the problem I see it as. If you're a Buddhist or something, all life is life, right? There is no way around that, sin of killing and eating something, unless you're eating, discarded fruits from a plant or something.
That's rotting.
That's rotting, right.
But in this case, if I want to ask, do you believe in evolution or creationism?
Evolution is a fact.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I'm asking Jen.
For sake of argument, and the only reason I would ever disagree with this is because I spoke to a smart creationist who told me that evolution is a theory.
Hold on. I'm just asking.
I believe in
believe
evolution.
Okay.
But it
in
is technically a
evolution's case,
theory, and a theory isn't a law, so you can.
In evolution's case, we just evolved, right? So it's in our nature to consume others.
Yo, who wanna hear me rap?
But there's a little bit.
That
sounds a little bit more nuanced.
I mean, society evolves, though. I mean,
for survival, we have always consumed others.
And that's let me jump on that point. That's what I'm trying to say is that ultimately we are implying a human experience onto something that does not give a shit, that doesn't even know it exists, right?
Keep in mind,
if you cut off my hand and put it in a petri dish and it was and I killed it and ate it a month later, there's animals that have that degree of sentience. They're just cells.
You mean sapient? They are sapient.
I couldn't tell you the terminology, but basically.
And this is why I asked. Because if you consider us as humans,
those black guys. It's a roach behind you.
Okay. Shut up.
Okay, it's fine. We're gonna meet people.
Okay.
You dropped the F finger, you dumb bitch.
Okay, we're gonna mute you as well. Thank you. So Jen, sorry, I'm not sure I understand in your assertion. What do you mean?
Sorry, I was not okay.
Sorry, Jen. I didn't. Can you summarize what you just said?
Yeah, I can clarify it really quickly.
Oh my god, that's
I hate to be an all or nothing person, but where do you draw the line on killing an animal and its suffering if it doesn't even know it exists? If it doesn't know it's alive, like a sea slug or something?
Well, okay, because I'm drawing the line on sentience, but because we don't have enough evidence either way, which animals are sentient and which are not, I'm just gonna try to kill neither. None of them.
What do you mean you don't have evidence? Because don't they have a brain, right? Animals know they're there.
Yeah, definitely. So I'll tell you what the difference.
That's sapienism.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the scientific difference is. I just read a paper a few weeks ago that debunks plant sentience. And how does it do it? On the cellular level. So apparently on the cellular level, plants can't be sentient. There is just not enough of quick information moving in plant cells, but there is in the animal cells. And although an oyster doesn't have a mind, and it's almost impossible for it to be sentient in any kind of way, it has the potential, like, I don't know if the potential is the right word. I just don't know. There is not enough evidence, right? 99% that oyster doesn't have a mind and is not an individual. But I don't have enough evidence, and I don't need to eat oysters. So I'm just going to abstain.
I like your take on this because you're taking the stance out of sensitivity first, as opposed to assuming that there's no problem with it first, right? It's like saying, like vapes, right? Like there's an assumption that it's probably not harmful, right? But out of abundance of caution, it would make more sense to just not vape because we don't know yet.
Yeah. Well, there is actually more and more evidence coming.
Too deep into that example, but yes.
The closest we can get to human sentience, closest, but not.
Sentience is sentience. There is no human sentience or animal sentience.
Binary.
Sentience is a basal thing, so it's an on and off switch. So animals either have sentience or don't.
Let me ask it again. Does a dog know he's a dog?
It doesn't matter if they know if they're a dog or not.
Because it's too.
Dog is a human word. It doesn't matter. They know they exist.
No, pick something dumber, like a fucking.
We have
slug or
No, let's not.
Guys, let's make it super easy for the conversation. Let's define the word sentience and then go with
finally. Okay, one the sentient one survives on intellect. The sapient one survives on instinct.
Perfect. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I disagree. I disagree.
No. But that's true.
You can't disagree on that, though. That's fact.
I can disagree on definitions. Definitely can.
No. Because animals that are only animals because of cellular distinction, but functionally they're just like a plant growing, like
No. That's not what I said.
Technically an animal, I think.
Jan, that's not what I said. What I said is that plants on the cellular level can't be sentient, and animals on the cellular level can, because the animal cells can transmit information really fast. But what makes somebody sentient is probably a mind and a nervous system. If you don't have a mind and a nervous system, it's unlikely that you are sentient.
Bad example, because a dog also has a mind and a nervous system.
Exactly. So dog is morally relevant because they're sentient.
But that's not the differentiation.
It is.
No, I get what you're saying.
I mean, a dog is like an animal that feels pain and shit. I mean, it's not.
It's not about feeling. It's survival. I'm bringing it back to the Homo sapiens. It's survival. We survive through intellect, not instinct.
What would you guys consider
it's beside the point.
Guys, I'm gonna make it super easy for everyone again. The definition of sentience is the feeling or sensation as distinguished from perception and thoughts.
Okay.
Which translates into?
Animals have thoughts.
Intellect.
No.
Well, no. I can have perception by being dumb as fuck. Right? I can perceive things. I can look at things and like think that bleach is something I should drink. That doesn't mean
like a bird.
That doesn't mean I should do it. You know?
Yeah.
Bro, there's a stream in front of you, right? There's a stream in front of you, and on the end of that stream there is a prey. You want to eat that prey, right? You want to eat it. You're hungry. You want to eat it.
No.
But the stream of that river is extremely. It's like very wild.
Yes.
Will you jump into that stream to eat that animal? Yes or no?
Wait. It depends on my level of like perception. If I never experience
perception, brother.
Yeah. If I never experience really bad rivers or whatever, I would probably jump because I have no experience. I don't know anything, right?
Yeah, you've never experienced it before. Okay, true.
So I could just die in the process.
So the human in this case, or the Homo sapien, doesn't jump into that river to get that prey.
Well, they could.
No, he doesn't, because he knows, he can see from observation.
Okay.
That river, that stream is very wild. If he jumps into that.
Amazing. Can animals also perceive other animals and see that, hey, maybe they shouldn't do it? They can, right? But some people can literally see me jump off the cliff and follow what I do.
I didn't say
cliff. I have a good counter argument.
I made a very. I'm dumbing it down so much, and you're talking about cliffs. I've told about the stream, bro. A river.
Unfortunately, I can throw a pretty concrete counter argument to that example. Unfortunately, so like toddlers, right? They're clearly human, right? But they have.
But they're protected, bro. They're protected.
They have no natural inclination for danger. They will drown themselves.
Agree, absolutely.
Because they haven't learned that. But
that's
would there be a very clear example with like a problem eating a toddler or an infant animal? So this argument of intellect doesn't really.
We're talking about
hold water.
sentience. Is the ability to
Sentience,
perceive.
bro. Yeah, the perceivement of my road towards my prey. There is a stream. There's a river in between me and my prey.
But if you let me shut this down really quickly. No.
Okay, sure.
If you are an animal, and I like her argument for this, you respond to stimuli. A dog, if it gets its paw snapped in something, can perceive that its paw is hurt.
Sure.
Plants can't do that.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't. They don't.
No, plants respond to stimuli, but they can't perceive like.
They know they're being harmed.
No,
They
there's
know.
no mind. Plants don't have a mind.
No,
they can't
they
perceive
know they
goddamn
are
shit.
being okay, but not having they have a nervous system.
No, they don't have a nervous system either.
Not in the same way.
No,
yes
they
and
don't
no,
have
but
a
I
nervous
guess-
system.
They do, but
No,
not in the
they
same
don't.
way. He's right. Not in the same way.
No,
He's
they
right,
have
he's right.
nerve like they have like something similar structures. They don't have a nervous system.
They have a constructive.
They don't have a nervous system. They
biological
don't have
component.
neurons. Plants don't have neurons, nervous system, or a mind to perceive anything.
There's a magic question then.
A plant knows it gets harmed, like a fucking onion.
There is a huge study to demonstrate that plants are not conscious at all. I can put it in
No,
the
they're
channel.
not conscious, like
No,
I
but
said,
plants know
they
when they're
know
dying,
they're
though.
Yes,
No,
that's
they
what I'm
don't.
trying to tell
they
you.
100% know
There is
when they're
nobody
dying.
to know
Yeah.
there. There is no mind, guys.
A
There's no
banana
mind.
knows when you cut it in between. When you have a banana, you cut it in between. It starts reacting.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
exactly.
I mean,
And that's
if you're
a
saying
fruit, by the way.
plants don't have a mind, then you might as well go pescatarian at that point, bro.
Not a mind. You just
I'm gonna
joined.
be honest with you.
Oh no, wait.
Is he saying bananas are alive?
Oh my.
Well, like, they are alive. They're
are.
not sentient.
They are, but-
Bananas are alive. It's a living organism.
No, but yeah, that's
Walaikum
that's the argument I was trying to pull in the initial phase of this.
It's like
was that
I'm eating like a
you're-
vegetarian dick
You're still eating a living
with a condom
organism
on it.
at the end of the day.
Okay.
Because we
can
we can harvest electricity from bananas.
Can I just quickly say, because we're like deriving somewhere, the sentience is a binary, it's an experience, right? You either have this experience or you don't have this experience. But when it came to like problem solving, when it came to you saying, what if you were a prey or a predator or whatever, that's a problem solving skills, right? That has nothing to do with sentience. You can be sentient and be the worst fucking director when it comes to like what you should and what you shouldn't.
Unfortunately, the semantics are very important.
For us, our survival instinct is not just feeling; it's also observing, smell, especially smell, because of pheromones, right?
Yeah, but dogs have that too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
They're
that's
better
all
at it.
that dogs have. Someone that can they can trick dogs with a completely vacuum sealed.
You can trick humans
suit.
with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can observe from other things, hearing, seeing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but nobody's arguing that. Nobody's arguing that eating an animal that can.
Chirp, I sent you a paper that basically shows in a scientific manner why plants can't be sentient, and it also has a really good
say plants
definition
are
of what's sentient.
sentient? What the
They're
fuck?
not. They're not. They're not sentient. I sent you the paper. It
Okay, let me
explains
mute this guy.
really
One
well.
moment.
Right, I sent you a message, so you can learn about it, right, and then we
Fuck
can argue
off.
about it from a learned place, right?
If you send me something, I can't see it because I think you're blocked.
Then unblock.
No,
me.
I didn't block you. I mean, that's by default. You cannot just send DMs to people.
You can go in your DMs, bro. I think.
That's what I meant. Sorry, I didn't have you blocked. That's by default.
Oh yeah, Clyde blocked me. Right. So you
have
can just
friends
look. Here's the thing. Then you're gonna have to take a little look. So it's called Debunking a Myth, Plant Consciousness, and this paper is a scientific paper that goes through why plants can't, on a cellular level, be conscious. It can't.
Okay. We didn't say anything like that. We didn't say they're sentient or conscious.
But it's
if they're
a
not
argument
sentient or
about
conscious,
morality
then
and like eating a living thing.
if
Just-
they're not sentient or conscious, then they can't want to live, they can't feel pain, they
Right,
can't do
right.
anything like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to be sentient to feel pain.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Yeah, you do. So here's how it works. So you have me, right? How do I feel pain? So I have a brain, and I have like this nervous system that goes through in my entire body. So if I hurt my finger, there's a signal sent really fast but into my brain. My brain like interprets what's happening in my finger, and it sends a signal back. This hurts, stop doing this, right? So plants don't have that ability.
So something like interesting about this is like, you know, like fly traps, for example, like Venus flytraps, they're plants, right? They like.
Yeah, it's not a matter of sentience. Something can look like it's doing an action that has thought behind it, but it doesn't have a mind.
Digestive system, by the way.
It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't matter. Plants can have a digestive system and not have a mind.
System. So using the Venus flytrap.
She has a strong argument, but you pigeonholed yourself into something. What about, this is my point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
What about animals with simple nervous systems?
Yeah,
like
I already conceded that, like,
I
already conceded that
it doesn't perceive pain. It just goes, oh, I no longer have an arm.
Yeah. I already conceded that something like, so listen, hold on. I already conceded that something like a sea sponge. There is absolutely, despite it being Kingdom Animalia, there is absolutely no way that it can be sentient. Like, there is nothing there. There is like barely any neurons just walking around.
Conscious of getting hurt.
But the thing is, right? If I had the dichotomous button where I could push that button and all the animals that we farm right now can be replaced with a sea sponge, right? I would push that like button really fast. If I had 3 buttons where I have the animals who are farmed can be replaced either with, or 2 buttons, either with sea sponges or with plants, I would push the plant button because I know it for sure is not sent. Well, you have that choice right now.
Okay, I see. Point. So you guys had an argument of if it's like, you know, a moral argument.
That's all it is. Definitely. Yeah, that's all it is.
Right. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
That is the argument I'm trying to make, though, is that we're to some extent putting a moral spin on ethics about something that is not subject to. I don't know how to word this. Give me a second.
Because ethics and morals are kind of the same thing, I think.
We're caring about the suffrage of something that can't even perceive what suffrage is.
Well, it can. It can perceive pain and can perceive its own experience.
If I had a disabled brother and he didn't understand what like pain was, I still wouldn't cause unnecessary pain to him.
I like that. That's a very good point.
I like that.
It's a very good
point, bro. You're a grown ass man.
Okay, we can mute D whatever.
I won't mute him.
That's right.
Doxed. Oh,
yeah. Listen, guys, if you can't be respectful to people who are actually thinking about stuff and not just like reacting with Baconville, then why the fuck are you here, right? So we're gonna mute you. We wouldn't want to have a conversation with somebody who's like, oh, it's cringe the way you actually thought about this proposition. What the fuck? What are we? We don't like intelligence anymore?
No, we don't.
Like, we don't like intelligent people for that reason?
Because it's his, this is what I'm talking about. It's his interpretation of it, right? Like when a lion kills a gazelle, it doesn't have a moral dilemma in its head about like, is what I'm doing right or problematic? What about the suffering of the gazelle whose throat I'm ripping out while it's still alive?
Bro opens up a book.
We're putting that, right. Like, in my book, it says we have to kill it halal or whatever. We're impressing that human dilemma onto something that doesn't exist outside of our own heads. That's the only counter argument I've seen. Like, and I hate to support it, but like there are the cringe, like, what do you call it? People who like only eat meat.
Carnivore diet or something like that.
Carnivore diet.
Yeah, the carnivore diet. Yeah, there's people that are like that who are like, oh well, you go tell the wolf he should stop eating deer. I'm just like the wolf, you know.
Yeah.
Jesus, people are like weird in this.
This is socialized, boys.
Yeah, I get it.
Right, so
just my muting finger hurts.
My last argument for this, and if you can top this one, I'll be thoroughly impressed. Again, on this human problem we're inserting onto things. If I don't know where you stand as far as like religion or that kind of thing goes, Spirituality doesn't necessarily matter.
So I would say I'm not only not religious, but I'm leaning toward anti-theism. Unfortunately, I think we are in that space.
I'm glad you called yourself an anti-theist instead of just atheist, because very few people actually know the difference. Okay, but on that note then, cool, so you're an anti-theist. If everything is going to die, and it is just a state of matter, and it no longer exists in your theology, we'll call it, or lack thereof, why does it matter if it suffers at all?
Because I look at myself, right? So I'm gonna die one day, but right now I am living, and I don't want to continue living as long as I can, and I don't want to suffer through that. I would like to reduce my own suffering as much as possible, and I don't understand why I wouldn't do that to animals as well.
I like that. That's perfect. Except there's one problem with this, with one of your arguments. Wouldn't that mean that the small town, like, local farms would be ethically better than?
No, that's still killed. And that's still exploited.
No. Your logic is fighting yourself here on this one.
Explain, please.
You just said that you want to minimize your own suffering in your window of existence,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
And you want to apply that to animals because if you were an animal, you would want that applied to you.
Sure.
There's a Hindu tie to that too. That's why they try to treat cows with respect. If you get reincarnated as a cow, then you're fucked. If like you set up a society where.
So listen, I think I understand where you're going. If you don't mind, I can just respond to it.
Yeah.
So part of me trying to minimize my suffering is that I'm not killing myself, and I wouldn't want to be killed as well, right? So it's just part of it. I don't understand how you can minimize suffering and not minimize it in a way that an animal doesn't actually die for you.
I'm not in a disagreement with that. I'm in disagreement with one being worse than the other.
Well, it's a false dichotomy.
I don't see in any realm how industrialized
Yeah, but it's a
farming
false
would be.
dichotomy. You say, well, you have only two options. No, I don't. I have a third option, which is not interacting with them at all.
If you only had two options, though.
If I only had two options, I would actually choose. It's a toss-up because each. Yeah, seriously, because small farms are really horrific to animals. Like I told you, I'm following them obsessively.
And
like
you're sure.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear more on this. That's why.
Just because, people think all animals roam around. Well, I told you they are more likely to be killed by predators, which we can agree is like worse than being slaughtered, right?
Isn't
because
that how
you
they
are
live
eaten
in
alive.
nature, though? Like to begin with.
Sorry.
Isn't that like how they live naturally to begin with? Though?
Well, those are not natural
Most
animals.
animals die of like starvation and like organ failure or
Isn't it
predation.
horrific? Nature is so horrific. We shouldn't mimic it at all. We should
hold on.
eliminate it if possible.
Postmortem, I've seen you on YouTube. Are you making arguments for veganism or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you recording right now?
Yep.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't consent.
Right
I don't
on.
want to be in the recording.
Well, you
listen,
can leave
there
because
is
it's a public service.
Okay, guys.
Exactly.
No,
There is no expectation
I
of
can
public.
tell her not to put me on YouTube.
No, you can just leave.
No, you can't. You're
I'm
in a
leaving.
public space.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
guys.
It was
Bye.
enjoyable
Sorry.
talking to you. It
I
sucks you have to
apologize.
leave. No, don't apologize. It's a public server.
I mean, I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but it is a public service, a server, and I can stream it if I want.
Yeah, real quick.
Oh, you're
usually
live.
the-
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Usually the laws apply to the country you're streaming it from or whatever. So it can just be one party consent. I personally consent to stream, so I'm gonna stream. I can ignore everyone else. So unless
What are
there
you
are.
saying?
Yeah.
So you have to respect the sensitivity of the person who under their country.
No.
No, you're only your own.
You're on your own. If I live in UK where all I need is one person's consent, it's me. I can consent to my own recording.
Yeah,
Right.
same. I live in a one-party place.
So if
One-party
if I'm on the moon, right, or if I'm in my
Well, you don't have laws. You can
third
stream all
world
you want,
country.
baby. You don't have
Right.
laws at all if you're on the moon.
Right. So that's where that guy was trying to impress upon his laws into
Yeah.
here, right? That's
Yeah, but it's still sad that he left. I think he added
it was
to conversation.
great. I liked
Yeah.
his takes on it. It really
Yeah,
is.
same.
It does suck that he's gone. I did like him.
Yeah, same.
Um,
I like conversations that are thoughtful. I don't like bacon though, all that kind of shit, right? I really appreciate you, Jen, generally
Well,
really
thank you.
thinking about the stuff that I'm saying, and giving me back. And I hope I stood up to your expectation as a interlocutor, I guess.
The only thing I still want to be like humbled on is the small farm problematic stuff. If you have any support as to that, because in my world, and then maybe it's a case by case basis, right? Maybe some countries take good care of their small farms and others don't. But I would make the argument that like, yes, you don't have as much resources as an industrial farm to like, I don't know, get vaccines for all your cattle or something, right? But there still is, it's kind of morally twisted.
Yeah.
On one hand, you want to take care of the thing you're trying to kill, but because you can hardly afford it compared to an industrialized farm, you put more of an effort into making sure that it does have welfare, or as best as it can, parentheses there before you murder it. You know?
Yeah, so the thing is, first of all, murder itself is wrong, so I don't even understand why we're talking about, like, if I had a kid, right, if I birthed a kid, and I gave it a really good life for like 3 years, and then I murdered it, would I be like a really good parent? I don't know. I think not, right? Because
That's
I
why the
killed
third
somebody
should
who I
exist,
cared
right.
for. Second of all,
Yeah.
guys, let me please finish. Second of all,
Okay.
what kind of care is that to murder somebody when you don't have to, right? It's not like it's in self-defense or something like that. You literally murdering somebody when you can just eat plants instead. And third, seriously, there are some so fucked up stuff that happens on small farms. I don't know if I can like seriously make the decision whether animals have better welfare on small farms or big farms. I seriously can't tell you.
That's a first, and I can agree with you on this in one fashion. Industrial farms, right? Like FDA food stuff and right. they have-
Guys, come on, guys. Just mute him. No, I'm sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry
you're
that
fine.
so many people need to be muted and they can't have like a decent conversation.
I think there's a way you guys can make like a private server where you can like control like who you mute and stuff, but
then new people can't come in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we appreciate like chaos, but at least controlled chaos is good.
Yeah.
All right, I will agree with you this to some extent. I'm not fully on board with it, but I can definitely see your argument here. Industrialized farms, for as awful as they are, have to go through some degree of regulation, right? If a guy comes in with a clipboard and says, you are having intercourse with the animals, we're shutting you down, right? I'm sorry, it's an extreme example. But
No,
you
it's
get
a
what I'm
good
trying to
example.
say.
Like 17% of farmers actually fuck their animals, so it's a good example. But I think it's more
that's
like
the right number.
I think it's more likely to actually happen on small farms because they are not regulated, right?
That's my point, right? That's my
Yeah.
point. For as awful as this industrialized world is, certain things like FDA approved whatever have to go through stringent things that are massive barriers that small farms can't afford to get into.
Yeah, well, I think small farms are still regulated. If you are actually classified as a farm, you fall under the same regulations as the
Probably,
big
yeah.
factory farms. Like, I even follow like homesteaders. You could say, oh, they should certainly say, oh, I'm eating ethical meat because once in a while I rubbed the belly of my pig. But then they killed the pig without anesthesia. So like, or without like a knocking or something like that. And they castrated that pig by cutting open their scrotum and taking out their testicles. And they cut off the teeth, the canine teeth of pigs. I don't remember for what reason they do it. And so, you know, there are like a bunch of like such sick stuff that happens. And those animals are more likely to be killed, like eaten alive and stuff like that. So it's just horrific stuff. And again, we're talking about like welfare when animals are like slaughtered for no good reason. I think like these conversations about welfare are important, and that's why I follow like the small farms and the homesteaders, so that I could debunk them factually. They don't take care enough of their families. They almost never ask vets to help them. Animals sometimes just like literally just get sick and die in their presence, and they're still not gonna call a vet because it costs money, right?
Right.
So like
that's where I can agree with you.
so all this horrible shit. Oh God, Jesus. So all this horrible shit happens on small farms and big farms, and there are differences between them. But like, why the fuck are we talking about welfare? Should we talk about welfare where like if like genocide happens? Should we talk about welfare there, or should we talk about how genocide is wrong?
That's why it's so important to like pick where the line should be drawn, and I think that ultimately.
So allow me
At
to
the end
give
of
you.
you're still murdering something, right?
Yeah.
People just want to have it comfortably in their heads that it's.
That
It's
murder
like a
is okay.
justifiable murder. Yeah, exactly. I'll throw gosh, what was the documentary? I'm so sorry, I don't remember. I'll
No, it's
message
alright.
it to you later.
I actually added you as a friend, so we can be
I
friends.
saw that. I'll accept it real quick. Last thing I can think of. You mentioned like making people watch like horrific documentaries about like where their meat came from if they would still want to eat it. And I think that that's honest to God probably why there is a large disconnect with people being okay with eating meat in general, is because they don't have to do the dirty work, so to say.
I mean, the people who do the dirty work are worse. They are actually like becoming psychopaths, and they are raised into it. They're not like, they're socialized into being complete fucking psychopaths. And that's, in my opinion, is even worse. They would accept everything. They would accept murdering humans,
No, it kind of
murdering
just
dogs.
depends on how they kill the
everything.
animals there.
Right.
You can't,
Sorry?
Right. That's a very hot take.
it's a very broad statement to make, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, again, I
unfortunately,
follow
don't
small farmers, and I see how they talk. They talk like
I'm
fucking
talking about like
psychopaths.
hunters or fishers specifically.
Yep, that's murder. That's wrong. And I
So,
think
so
it's
your
okay.
argument, I would agree with this, but there's another side to this coin too, about like the religious guy earlier, right? There's a like, or if you're Native American, I know we have as a society aged out of that, but if you are, I don't know how many fit this bill, but if you're an air quotes here, ethical hunter, or fisher or whatever, you don't enjoy the slaughter of it. You see it as like a necessary, like, I need this sustenance and I appreciate it.
But they
and
don't,
it's
right?
They do it for the fun of it, you know?
Yeah, they don't, right?
Right.
They don't need it, right?
Well, that's, yeah, in society nowadays,
Yeah.
we don't. There is a pretty strong argument.
So let me ask you: could you put yourself in the place of a deer about to get shot? Do you think that would be like an ethical murder?
If you could,
I would say no, but
there is no such thing, but honestly, that depends on like, well, how do you want to die, right?
Well, if a
Some-
deer
some
was like,
people-
if a deer was like, come up to you and say, "Excuse me, sir, I'm like terribly depressed and I'm actually like suicidal. So can you please fucking kill me?"
But you
I
have to
wouldn't
die.
have a problem with you killing
No,
that
but
deer.
you have to die. So this is a
What do you mean?
like ethical. It's a moral dilemma on like, you're going to die. You have to. So which poison do you want to pick? If I were a
But
deer,
that's a false
I
dichotomy.
don't know if starving to death would be as good as being
Yeah.
shot and dying.
or
within
hit by a
few
car,
seconds.
you know?
Or being
So-
hit by a car.
So allow me to give you like a modified hypothetical. If you were in the stead of a deer, would it be more ethical to murder you or to not murder you? Let's assume that you actually want to live, right? You don't want to die. You don't want to be killed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So the dichotomy is wrong, saying, well, would you rather be killed by a gunshot or be killed by an automobile? Well, how about neither? That option exists
You
for
don't
us.
have
We
that
can do
option,
neither.
no.
We can do.
You don't. You don't. As a living organism, I disagree. You don't have that option. You're trying to play fate at this point.
No, we can die. We don't have to be like.
I think deers have predators as well. That
Yeah. I'm against predation as well. I think if we can do something about predation, we should. I don't know, like evolutionize predators to like eat either carcass or plants. But like, I don't know if I can solve it, right? So I'm like talking about what I would like to happen, but I don't know if I can solve it. I can't solve animals being killed by humans, and that's just going vegan. Just let's go vegan. That's it.
I see what you're saying. I love that argument. I see what you're saying. You're saying that it sucks that this has to happen in order for organisms to live on this planet. And if you can change
Well, it
that,
doesn't
you
have
would.
to
And
do.
since
But it
we
doesn't
as
have to
conscious
happen.
humans
No,
can't
you
choose that.
No, you're making a straw man. You don't have to eat animal products to survive. So nobody has to die for this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why do people do this? I don't understand.
Because it's trolling. No, I'm agreeing with you on this. I'm sorry. I don't think I was clear on that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
ultimately, if you could create a world like a Garden of Eden of sorts where like predators didn't have to kill in order to live.
Yeah. So I'm starting
that would
with
be
what
ideal.
I can control. I can talk to people and I
Exactly.
can reason with people and I can ask them to go vegan. So I think that two people who were having a conversation with us is Jan and Khalil, and I think both of you should go vegan because I don't think you disagree with me.
I don't. No.
Yeah.
I don't at all.
So what's stopping you from
Yeah.
going vegan like today, Jane?
I mean, honestly, nothing, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So how about we just do it? How about we just do it?
How about I do it? I mean,
Yeah. Khalil, are you vegan now? Are you starting to today or tomorrow? You're starting to be vegan.
probably not,
Why
to be
not?
honest with you.
What's stopping you?
I mean, because I don't have to, right? I don't have to be vegan. I
Well,
enjoy
only if you want to
eating meat.
be not a piece of shit murderer. Only then.
Th-
Then
this
you
is
have
why,
to.
like, I was.
So here's the thing, my religious beliefs...
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Jesus Christ, why do people do this? I don't understand. This is one of the human conditions that I truly don't understand. I would never waste my time and my intellect like this. Never.
Yeah, imagine knowing you have a limited amount of time and wasting it with non-constructive things. You know, Post, that's where I had, like, at the beginning of our conversation, that's where I said, like, ethically I am there.
Mhm.
Like, I keep using that word probably incorrectly. I want to be there, and I fully admit that for me specifically, it is just a laziness thing. It's a if I don't make a conscious effort to not be vegan, I will gravitate towards, like, caveman, this tastes good. Even though there are literal plant options that taste exactly the same, like tempeh and stuff, that
Yeah.
taste like bacon. It's just
I'd argue
too
it's not
convenient.
lazy so much as habit.
Or that too, yeah, yeah, exactly. It could just be a habit.
Yeah. Do you
Or
know what?
cultural things like the religious guy said? My book says that I'm allowed to do this and it tastes good. You know.
Well, but it doesn't
weird.
kinda. It
How do you
kinda
argue
says
with
if
that?
you are kind to animals, you go to heaven. But
Bro,
you
that
immediately
hadith
go to
might not
heaven.
even be correct, bro. You can't,
It is correctly. You go to hadith. You find it
I
out.
know, I'm saying, like, that hadith might just be, like,
Yeah,
some
but we
hadiths
talk
aren't
to
even true.
imams. This is coming from imams. But it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
hold on.
Listen.
Go,
Here's
sorry.
the thing. I think you agree with me that if Allah was like coming down here and he was like, "Oh, yeah, Khalil has a choice to not slaughter animals, but he chooses to slaughter animals," I think he would be horrified of you. But it doesn't matter. Religion is one thing, like morality is a completely different thing.
I completely agree. Yeah.
So, Jen, let me ask you a question. Do you know what Challenge 22 is?
Well.
I feel like I used to know. I don't know.
So, Challenge 22.
Yo, this rap song sucks, Naravius, or whatever the fuck your name is. That's just
Okay.
stupid.
So, Poise, I think you have the links, the vegan links in your DMs, by the way.
But I can't send anything.
You can't send in DMs?
No, I tried and I couldn't. It blocked me. Yeah. It's kind of
Wait,
weird.
let me
So Challenge 22, its sole existence is to ask people to take a challenge of eating plant-based for 22 days. Why 22 days? Because it
Ooh.
takes 3 weeks to break a habit. Generally
Good.
speaking, right? And they provide, like, you can ask for like a dietitian to help you out to reach your like nutritional goals. And then after that, you just continue. You take day 23, day 24, day 25. By then, you're not even looking. You're not even like looking for animal foods. You're already like fully dieting on plants because you got used to it.
Ich find this 9.
So I think, Jen, I think you should take it. I think you should take Challenge 22. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Like
Yeah.
I said, like ultimately, I'd like to be on that.
Yeah.
I still. Oh, I lied. The one thing, and this is when I was like a couple years ago. I mentioned invasive species.
Yeah.
There is a strong argument for the like for the health of like biodiversity in an environment, right? These animals have to die. We
You
don't
know
have
what's
like
the
the
worst-
logistics means to relocate them.
Yeah, you know
And
who's the worst?
I used to live by that. I used
Yeah.
to be basically totally like I don't know if it's vegan or vegetarian. I used to mainly eat just plant-based foods with the exception of invasive species.
Yeah. So you know what's the most invasive species that is like the worst for the environment?
Humans.
Yeah. Would you like to switch to like a human meat diet? No, still would be
No,
immoral,
but
right?
Isn't that a strongman argument or a straw man argument?
No, why?
Because you're moving the goalpost here.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm comparing comparable beings.
If the claim is we should eat invasive species, then it only makes sense for us to extend it to other invasive species, which are humans.
No, that's ridiculous.
Really? Yeah, this is like humans
Why is it
talking.
ridiculous?
Though. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not.
no, that's like
You have to tell me why.
because if you want to subscribe to like a logical algorithm with this, then yes. But you also don't have to eat people. You could make an argument that we're invasive and you need to kill a lot of us, that we need to reduce the number of humans.
Yeah, sure.
That's
All right.
a strong
Let's
argument.
just
But
let's
making
just,
the argument
yeah.
that you have to eat them
Okay, I
as a
understand
manner
what
to
you're
get
saying.
rid of them is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying
understand. So
if they're gonna
yeah, but are you gonna take a
drag nets through the
shotgun
lake-
and go start shooting people though? Just to reduce the amount of heat to the environment, right? Because probably there are like invasive deer species or whatever the fuck, because we fucked it up, right? As humans.
True.
Yeah. So just start shooting humans, just to reduce the impact on the environment. Just start killing humans. Genocide, yay!
Unfortunately though, there is a strong camp of people that do agree with this.
Yeah. How about you?
And of course I don't. But that's
Yeah.
the slippery slope you fall down with this.
Well,
right?
yeah. If you don't agree
the-
on a human level, though, why are you doing this to animals?
Because there are animals like lampreys that were introduced on accident to the Great Lakes because they opened up canals from the ocean that are terrorizing trout species that are native for thousands of years, probably more. And because it's a human created problem, we are now burdened with intervening to fix that problem. And if we don't do anything about the problem, we lose biodiversity.
So that's
Ultimately,
where
nature will correct itself if we
Yeah.
take our hands away from it. But sometimes, like, should we just let all the pandas go extinct because we deforested them? No, like, we have to intervene.
Yeah. So why is, first of all, the two questions. Why is your intervention lethal in case of animals, but not lethal in case of humans? And second, like, it's not a question. It's just like a matter of, I don't really see, like...
What's the solution then?
We could give them contraception.
We could prevent breeding
Yeah.
of animals. We already do it with dogs and cats. And
So...
Yeah. I mean, like,
If
like
you
you
can
can
make that
even
work, I'd
say,
agree.
like,
Yeah,
there
I would
isn't a
agree.
good solution, but I'm not gonna resort to murder, right? So, like,
If you don't, you're in a dilemma though. If you don't murder this species, it will murder the other one. So you have
Well,
to
so
pick.
do humans.
You're now
Humans kill-
you're in a dilemma as a
Yeah.
mortal god where you have to go. Which one do I choose to allow to live? Right? It's like saying, oh, I don't want to kill like cancer cells because I have to kill them in order to save the original.
yeah. But
thing.
that's not analogous. That's a bit of a. That's actual
It's
moving
no,
a
it is
goalpost.
completely
But listen,
analogous,
listen.
though.
So
It is
so-
completely analogous.
Yeah. So 8 billion people kill 3 trillion non-insect animals a year. So it sounds like we should kill humans so that they stop killing other animals. That's
see what
that's
you're
the
saying,
extension of your logic.
That's where, well, that's why earlier I mentioned there has to be a spectrum of this, right? Like obviously eating dogs or sentient animals like
No,
pigs
I'm not
is
talking
much
about
more
eating, I'm talking
problematic
about
than eating
murder.
like sea cucumbers.
No, I'm talking directly about what you said. You said we should intervene and kill invasive species because otherwise they would like take away the
Run
food
rampant,
of other species. So humans kill the most amount of other species. So probably we should start killing humans so that other species could thrive, right?
If you believe that, I don't
No,
think so.
I that's the extension of your logic. I'm saying no
Can I-
murder. Please
No,
stop
because
murdering everybody.
because you're looking at it. No, this is the problem. That is purely in the scope of a numbers game here, right? We probably eat countless amounts of insects, right? So if it's a purely numbers game, right? Is it what is more problematic, right? That we're killing trillions of insects a year or millions of cows a year? I would argue
I
probably
said
millions of cows.
I said non-insect. We kill 3 trillion non-insect animals. With insects, it's
Right.
gonna be in the quadrillions.
hmm
And I'm not
But
sure.
we can
yeah.
use that to use your logic with you.
Mhm.
We can change that immediately, though. We don't have a good solution for things like invasive lampreys without killing them right now in the short term.
We can give them contraception.
If that's a solution that works,
Yeah.
I'm for it.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what the
if there
solution is, frankly. Listen, here's
Right,
the thing.
right.
I don't know sometimes what the solution is to like a problem that I didn't cause. I can only solve the problems that I caused, and I think you should do that as well. I think because of you right now, you admitted that you buy animals that are not just invasive. Because of you right now,
That's 'cause of
animals are
laziness,
going to a slaughterhouse where they sit and weep and they don't want to die. And other animals are exploited and then sent to slaughter, right? So I think you should fix the problems that you are creating first.
I would agree with this.
Yeah.
And that's easy to do, though. It's like I said, the minute you put a conscious thought into, hey, you know, if I buy this hamburger, I'm supporting, you know, unethical farming or whatever, murder, you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. I think that's the problem, is that it is enticing, right? Like, these companies that want to make money and exist want you to eat animals because they make money off of it.
Yeah. So you think
Like,
you're
that's-
like the company's bitch? You're just like helpless when the company is like, I want Jen to eat something. You can't. Yeah, you are like kind of helpless. You have to.
No, you don't have to.
Yeah.
We have a choice as humans to
Yeah.
go against things we want to do. But the problem is, we inherently do want to do that. A lot of people just, like the guy earlier said, he just wants to eat meat because he wants to.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's talk
there's,
just
like,
about you. Let's not talk
there's
about
lots of
other people.
that-
Yeah.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah. So allow me
Yeah.
to introduce you to Jess. Jess is gonna continue this conversation. I'm gonna take a little break. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. If Jess can. I don't know if Jess can. If not, then Felix.
I agree with you on all of this, by the way. I think I just
Thank
need to make a conscious choice to get
Yeah.
back on board.
I mean, I appreciate your cordiality and your thoughtfulness around this subject.
I've sent you links, like vegan links, which have a lot of resource. And so you should be fine with some resource.
It is healthier for you too, ultimately. Like, there's
Well, it depends, because alcohol is vegan as well.
All right, fair enough. I conceded that. That is a very strong point. Wow.
There's cyanide. Cyanide's vegan, you know?
That's true.
Oh yeah, it just depends how you eat. If you eat whole foods, that's definitely way healthier for you.
I've heard, I know she's not here anymore, you could probably help with that. I've heard that there's a strong camp of people who argue against vegan alternatives because of that highly processed avenue towards it.
Oh, it's just a preference. Some people can say,
Yeah,
well, I don't
that's
like-
what I'm saying, dude.
No, I would disagree. If you ate a salmon out of the river versus like highly processed like wheat products.
No,
with
actually,
pesticides-
I think you gotta jiggle my balls.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute the person.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you can definitely make it into a health argument. You can definitely say that highly processed thing has worse health outcomes than eating fish.
Like potato chips or something.
Sure, because of potato chips.
I don't support this. I'm just throwing this out there as like there are people
sure.
that use this. Like,
Sure, but I think comparing a processed food to a non-processed food is a little bit like a bad faith thing, because I can say, you know, eating
salami.
I guess eating plant-based processed meat is better than eating pig's eyeballs, you know.
Right.
It's just, what are you comparing exactly? Because some people are, let's say, when it comes to iron, some people are comparing eating iceberg lettuce to eating beef, but that's a really bad comparison.
Yeah,
I think I get where you're going.
I think you have to remember as well that like processed meat is a class 1 carcinogen, right? Like it's the equivalent of like drinking alcohol.
Are you a vegetarian?
Yeah, red meat is bad for you. Like,
Do you
ultimately.
vegetarian?
Like, it's good and bad. That's the problem. Like, but it is like, you know,
No.
meat.
No. So red meat, like you can get everything that's contained within red meat from
You can
plants
get everything
without
that's
all the
contained
negative
within-
things.
No, you can't. No, vitamin B12.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah.
Vitamin B.
Alright, who's the little
No, you
fucking
can't.
click
No, you
boom
can't.
kid?
No,
Or
you
you get
can't.
muted.
No, you can't.
You're
No,
muted,
you
Nardi.
Real quick,
Dumbass.
shiitake mushrooms have natural B12, but ideally you will still want to supplement.
Nobody
Are you
already-
vegetarian, bro? That's the question to me right now. Are you vegetarian,
I'm not vegetarian. I'm someone better than vegetarians.
What are you?
A vegan.
What is?
Oh
like,
God.
I have a
So you're
question.
So
like,
you hate yourself, essentially.
I actually have better ethics than people who eat meat. I'm consistent. I'm more consistent.
You actually want
I have a question
Dude,
for you.
I'm a
What's the
chew down,
difference?
dude. I chewed down some fucking bacon this morning.
Okay,
It's
I
way
want to
cool,
listen. I want to listen to the person who's actually having a really good debate or conversation. Jen, what's up?
Yeah, either way is fine. I don't care. What's the difference between vegetarian versus vegan?
One's a
I'm sure I
diet, the other one's an ethical stance.
What would you call it if you were like a? Let's say you raise chickens as pets, right? And they happen to poop out an unfertilized egg every so often, and you ate that egg.
Sure.
What would you call that? Because that wouldn't be vegan. Maybe it is.
It just depends on the. There are many factors to it, but for example, if the only reason you have chickens is to have eggs for you, yeah, I would not call that vegan because you're basically exploiting the animal just for you. If they're pooping.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's some woke bullshit, dude.
Wait. I'm willing to listen to you saying that.
I agree with him on this. Unfortunately.
For example, like if let's say you take a walk, take a hike, you go on a mountain, amazing mountain, and you literally found this white egg in the middle of nowhere, and you don't see any animals. I don't see any ethical issues with just consuming it. If it's just like randomly there.
Yeah, so what if you just wanted pet chickens?
Oh yeah, all of the eggs that I buy were unfertilized, and they were just randomly there.
So that's the argument I'm trying to make.
So you're fine with it now, right?
No, this is the argument I'm trying to make. What if you got chickens to eat the insects in your farm?
Sure. But wait,
in your vegan farm, and then you ate their eggs.
Is the intent of having chickens on your farm?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter if no suffering is happening?
Because I would see it the same way how I would see when it comes to humans.
He thinks chickens should have rights like humans and have driver's license and be able to do what they want.
So the problem with your logic, I'm sorry if you weren't done. The problem with your logic is the alternative is I have to spray pesticides to kill the bugs.
There are veganic farming.
Or I should just take the eggs and turn them into fertilizer and you feed my plants then, where I could just.
So here's the thing,
Did
Jen.
you know that the U.S. government has had the ability to remove all of the species of mosquitoes that bite people, but vegans and animal activists have protected their existence even though they do nothing?
What?
Really?
They
That's what
literally
happened?
provide
Can
no
you show
benefit
evidence
to
for
any
it?
ecosystem. I do actually. I genuinely have lots.
Amazing.
And
Can
I
you
don't even
DM
have
them
to tell
to me?
you. Look up .gov mosquito extermination
That's
on
cool.
worldwide basis.
Okay. Then I wouldn't
They
agree
have
with
the
those.
ability to genetically
Yeah.
slaughter
Okay, you don't have to
all
scream
of the
about it.
female mosquitoes that bite people.
Could you just like not shout? Because I
Yeah.
have sensitive ears. I would.
I'm
Well, they
shouting?
think mosquitoes
Am I
have
shouting?
lives
I didn't even
too,
know that.
so-
Hold on, I'll put my mic a
bro.
little bit away from my head.
Sorry, can
According
you
to
say
the
that
vegans,
again?
bro, mosquitoes' lives matter, bro. MLM.
I don't think they
MLM.
are. I'm not sure that mosquitoes are sentient, frankly. So I don't know if they are or not. Like
So
I
also,
don't.
Bill-
Yeah.
Just
Go on.
Animal
Hey,
activists.
real quick, Billboard.
Oh, but dude, I'm gonna show you guys something that's so crazy, bro. Let me talk to this guy real quick. Let me talk to the vegan, bro. Hey, Felix, I have a question for you. Are
can I
you
ask
pro-choice or pro-life?
Can I just quickly ask you just?
Are you?
one-
Hold up. No, that's my question for you. Are you
I'm gonna
pro-choice or
mute-
pro-life?
I'm gonna mute you if you just don't respect one simple thing.
Notice how he's dodging the question.
Notice how you
Notice
just
it.
can't have a simple conversation
No,
with a
he's
human. I'm
not
muting you
dodging the
too,
question.
you
He just
fucking
wants
robot.
sensitivity for everybody.
No, it's when you're asking me 12 questions and you want me to reply with one answer to 12 questions. It's kind of difficult.
I asked one question to you, Felix. It's are you pro-choice or pro-life?
When it comes to this, I am pro-choice.
Oh, you don't give a shit about life then, bro. Don't fucking sit up here and try to advocate for a
Nobody
chicken,
said
bro.
that
You're
we
retarded.
care about life. We said we care about sentient life.
Here, or what was
Nobody said we care about life. We said we care about sentient life.
Choices on abortion and then tried to play it as right.
Fetuses are not sentient up to 12 weeks.
Abortion
No,
is
it's
murder,
not.
bro.
Only after the 9th week, you fucking idiot. That's when the
Okay,
baby's
fine,
born.
the 8th week, and then it becomes.
The 9th week, the baby has
And then
fingerprints
it
and the baby's
becomes a
born.
moral
That's
question
why
once they're
abortion past the
sentient.
third
Yeah, you can.
trimester
You
is
just want to
illegal.
talk. You don't want
How do you
to.
feel about this chaos, bro?
I just get you to eat your fucking words.
Sorry, can we talk and not
Because the
shout?
reason why, because the vegans can have pro-choice and pro-life views.
Yeah.
It
Be a
doesn't matter,
pescatarian,
right?
eat fish. much.
I mean, it kind of
So-
go in court. Like, kind of like does go hand in hand, I guess you can say, bro. but-
Pescatarianism is the smartest choice.
How can you pick and choose though?
Or not
No,
veganism,
listen,
but
here's the
vegetarianism.
I don't
deal.
want to go down that rabbit hole, but
So
that's
if
an
a chicken
interesting-
wanted to
If
have
you're-
an
if you're
abortion,
vegan,
would you
you
support
can't
it?
have these kind of thoughts.
Sorry.
You can
Can
If
I-
a chicken wanted to have an abortion,
Would you like me
support
to
it or
actually
no,
answer?
Felix?
All right, yeah, this is chaos, bro. It's
Would
not-
you like
yeah.
me to actually answer your question?
I give up. I'm sorry it went this way.
I've muted the other person because it's just too much for me.
Well,
Would
you
you
muted
like
the
me-
Bill Boo or?
Would you
He's a
like me
dog
to
shit-
actually
dog
answer
shit
your
debater,
question
bro. He's a
about
dog shit
abortion?
debater. Actually horrible, dude.
Would you like me to actually answer your question about
Who
abortion?
the hell are you talking to?
You don't
think he's talking
want
to
to
you,
have a conversation. You just want to
Yeah.
Who's
Right?
the nigger talking to?
So I'm gonna mute you.
That's-
Thank you. I asked you if you want me to actually answer. You said no. So I'm gonna mute you.
Yeah, but this topic of abortion is honestly interesting, bro, because it does go
Yeah.
hand in hand with veganism as well.
Well,
how
I
you
can
be
answer
both?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here is my position. I'm answering only for myself and not for vegans because veganism is about usually non-human animals. But I can answer for myself, right? Because it does. So my ethics about abortion are derived from the same place where my vegan ethics derived from. So up to whenever the fetus becomes sentient, some say 8 or 9 weeks, some say 12 weeks, some say fucking 6 months,
The
right?
same logic doesn't apply there.
Hold on. Oh my god. Can I
Okay,
fucking finish? So, when the fetus, before the fetus is sentient, who cares? And like 99% of abortions happen there, right? After the fetus is sentient, it actually becomes a moral question. And then in my mind, the moral question is, do we ask somebody, the person who is pregnant, to literally torture themselves and like potentially sacrifice their lives, especially in the US, the mortality in birth is huge. Can
Yeah,
we
but that's
ask?
the risk they
Hold
take
on.
when they have intercourse, right?
Nobody thinks about that when they're having sex. But listen,
Nobody
this is the
thinks
thing.
about eating meat though either when they go get a hamburger.
Yeah, but
and
it
murder.
still becomes you're not gonna like die or torture yourself if you don't eat meat. So the question is different. I personally would say I can't ask somebody to torture themselves and potentially kill themselves for somebody else. That's a positive right to give somebody. And vegans generally care about negative rights. So I have the moral responsibility to not kill somebody unless I really have to. And if it becomes torturing myself for many months and potentially years, or even like killing myself, then I'm gonna choose my preservation. That is not the question that stands when you ask yourself, am I gonna have chicken or tofu for dinner today? That's a different conversation at all. But my ethics comes from the same place. Whoever is sentient is
What?
morally relevant. But it doesn't mean, like,
Yeah, nah.
in some places, I would agree, like, for instance, that it's okay to kill animals, right? Like, in case of predation. Like, if a lion is about to kill a human child or a gazelle, I would say if anything else fails, it's okay to kill a lion to save the life of a sentient being.
Yeah, it's supported in Islam to eat pork if you are gonna like starve to
Yeah.
death.
Yeah, that is true, yeah.
All
But
is
it's not
not
like you
even
like
that
enjoy
woke.
it though.
Right. Yeah, it's a necessity. It's not out of like a greed type thing, which is
Same
why
thing
things
with
like alcohol are
meditation.
forbidden. Because
Same-
even though
Depend-
alcohol is vegan, it's still like it's a vice.
Oh, it depends on necessity, as I said, when it comes to
Right.
allergies. Like if
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
if medication has alcohol, then you need it. Yada
Yeah.
yada.
No, I wouldn't
Yeah.
even say like you can consume alcohol because the only person you're hurting is you.
Hmm.
So you can make that decision for yourself. Like, nah, actually, you know what? I'm kind of changing my mind. So in some case, like until you act, it's not an informed consent because I think a lot of people don't know how detrimental like consumption of a lot of alcohol can be. I know I'm an ex-alcoholic. I'm sober now,
Oh,
so
that sucks.
I actually fucking know.
So
Yeah.
yeah, like we talked about earlier, it's not good for you. Like
Yeah,
neither's red meat. So.
Yeah, but it's not a moral question because you only hurting yourself, right? It's potentially like a legal question. I think like a consumption of some
I understand
spirits.
what you're getting at.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's more of
should
like a
be-
political question than it is
Yeah.
an ethical one, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. I think we're never gonna know. I think is the problem. Like, at what point does it have the potential to turn into a human? Yes, but are you actually murdering a human? Not
I
necessarily.
don't care about that.
Kinda though, because you're like basically cutting the life off. Like that could.
Yeah, but by that logic, it should be against the law for me to snip my finger off because I've killed a human. There's millions more cells in my finger than there is in like a 2-week-old fetus.
I think a better analogy would be a sperm. You shouldn't have
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. You're committing genocide of millions of human cells every time you nut into a sock. So, like, is there a problem with that?
By the way,
It's not the same,
Islam is not against abortion, so I don't know why we are even having this conversation.
Anyway, we can go back.
Somebody brought up abortion and we got
Oh, yeah.
sidetracked. But back to the veganism
Long
thing.
story short, you can be vegan and pro-choice or pro-life. So
Yeah,
there are
Yeah, I know
people-
both, frankly. And I think most vegan who like reason about it, they take the position that it's not okay to abort once the fetus is sentient. I take a radical position for sure because I prioritize the sentient, living, already existing being over being that we don't even know when they become actually sentient. Like, the only reason that people claim that sentience arises at 8 or 9 or 12 weeks or whatever is because, like, the physical structures become, grow, right? That doesn't mean that being is already sentient, I think. I don't know. We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think we'll ever know. It's a
I
pretty
also want
tough
to say,
one.
like, vegans especially care about the life, right?
Yeah.
Even if you're pro-choice or pro-life.
I think the intent is important there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, like you said, what's vegetarianism versus vegan? Vegetarian's a diet versus vegan's a mindset. Just, to me, that's awesome. Same again if the, Muslim guys here, like, the Quran, like, knows your intent behind doing certain things and it punishes you when your intent is to abuse things that shouldn't be abused.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that it's kind of hard to argue against veganism in that way. I guess if I want to surrender my hat here, like if it's not just a diet thing, it's like an ethical approach, then like there is no good argument against it.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we're not against eating meat. We're against what happens to the animals to get the meat. So if you can actually get meat, let's say through a lab, then that's
Dang, bro, go
if you literally like spawn meat onto
Right.
the floor.
Yeah, like lab-grown meat or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, lab-grown meat, some of it has like exploitation of animals, but others don't. So it really kind of depends.
I mean, like, first, if you can spawn meat, like
Yeah.
now.
If you can, like, Allah, can you please give me meat? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Allah, give me meat, and Allah gives you meat out of
I
nowhere.
don't like what you just said.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's, I don't
Make
care.
sure sometimes.
I don't care. I'll take it.
I'm sorry.
I'm making it worse, right? I don't care. It's entertainment for everybody involved.
Oh, fuck. I don't think Allah like impregnated a human person. I think that's restricted to Christianity. But to each their own.
Yeah, maybe.
That's funny.
Well,
Why?
he literally spawned Jesus, didn't he? He didn't have like carnal sex.
Wait, no, hold on a second. Christianity has another one working against it. If you eat Jesus, right? If communion is eating the flesh of Christ and drinking his blood, then like
Yeah, some take that as literal as well, like the Catholics.
Yeah, that's true.
Jen, just real quick, I've sent you a video from like a vegan YouTuber who makes an argument for pro-choice veganism and pro-life veganism.
Excellent. I'll watch that later. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, what I eat, bro.
Bro, better hope reincarnation's not a thing.
Oh, bro. Yeah, we kill
You
roughly.
should be worried then, man. I don't know. I wouldn't want to tempt fate.
Oh shit! I've been
That was a
studying
good
for 4
comeback.
hours.
Anyone else?
I'll try that 22-day thing. I think that
Yeah.
personal accountability is the piece that's missing.
Yeah, and listen, Jen, and this is like a genuine proposition. My DMs are open. I can be your like sober buddy, even like if you're like, oh my god, I'm jouncing for cheese. Like I can talk you off the ledge, right? And I can answer like some
What the
nutritional questions because I'm not a complete dummy when it comes to nutrition. But also maybe like actually ask actual nutrition experts.
What are we
for you,
talking about?
Right.
We're talking about not eating meat.
I like this conversation.
I don't know.
I mean, we're actually talking about the ethics of
Damn.
exploiting and killing animals.
If you could... What's a human being?
Yeah, I know that logic does go hand in hand. Yeah, velvets.
Sorry, I missed that. Like, you totally blinked out. Jen, can you repeat this? Am I silenced? No?
What?
You blinked out of... your mic blinked out when you were saying the last thing. Can you repeat it?
Hold on. Let me try turning it. I wasn't saying anything. I was just listening.
Okay. All right, that's okay. Oh man.
Better hope there's not reincarnation and you become a raccoon.
Oh, somebody's talking whom I'm muted? Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
but this Billbots guy, he does bring up a good point, bro. He's being, yeah.
I'm biting the hook of the small fish.
Who's talking? Can you somebody say?
Hmm?
Who's talking?
What?
Billbots is talking.
You're the one talking right now.
Oh, nobody's talking. Okay. Sorry. When Felix returns, we decide what to do, because I think the people who are actually capable of reasoning we already talked to.
Yeah, the NPCs don't realize they're locally muted.
I've ran out of counter arguments post.
Yeah, I think so. I think you should go vegan, yeah.
I think you're right.
Listen, sometimes it like really helps to like make a commitment to somebody. You know that psychology thing, right? If you tell somebody, yeah, post, I'm gonna go vegan.
Oh, please go.
Hold on, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to repeat yourself. I gotta turn Ron down just a hair.
Yeah. So I said sometimes, you know, this there is like a psychological mechanism. When you tell somebody that you're gonna do something, it's more likely that you do it. So I think you should tell me, yeah, post, I'm gonna go vegan. You convinced me.
I think I'm gonna go vegan post. You have convinced me. Oh wait, I'm fucked. Damn it. Except for the invasive species part. If you can convince me out of that.
Didn't I? Didn't I already told you that murder is kind of a weird way going about it?
But it's a beneficial murder. That's the problem.
It's beneficial for you, not for the animals, right?
Wait, Post, you did say it's okay to murder a lion if they're about
but it's
to kill a baby.
Yeah, so is it beneficial to murder a human?
No, but they're talking about
that's
the
logic.
victim animal. They're talking about killing deers and shit.
Well, they were talking about lampreys.
But the same logic applies.
Sorry, I can't understand you both. Jeff.
Yeah, no, sorry.
We're talking about.
I want to, trust me, I want to just go completely vegan, but it's hard for me when killing a problematic species that would, doing that action would save a non-problematic species. I can't
Are you
justify
sure that's gonna
that
do that?
because there'd be a waste.
Wait. So Jen, there's like a debate within veganism, and now that you've said you're gonna become vegan, I suppose it means that you can join the debate.
Oh my god, woman protector, what's up, bro?
On what we should do about predators, right? So there's like a really big debate within veganism as about the ethics of how to deal with like predation. So I don't think it's I don't think it's inherently not vegan, like to decide to like kill predators.
Is anyone here vegan?
Providing you do it for like positive, like downstream, like.
Okay, well, if they're vegan, I'm gonna mute them.
Yeah. So no,
give a shit.
I completely.
Yeah, bro, it's like
so many new people.
No, the discussion is about veganism. That's the whole point of the call. So.
You're welcome to mute me as well. I'm also vegan.
Whoever was talking about the culling being a good thing.
Being vegan is useless, Sandy.
I am Arctic.
That's great.
Environmental.
Oh, there's too many people now.
Yeah. Just mute them. They're gonna
Okay.
mute you, so you're already
Yeah,
vegan, Gene. So
I'm just gonna have to. I'm sorry. Like we
Yeah.
can't not talk over each other. Somebody brought up a good point that there's an argument in veganism about culling animals, right?
Yeah, but you sort of need to go into it with the idea that like you should be really careful.
Well, so Jess, like, thank you. You're the one I was looking for. If they need to be culled, right? I, growing up, like, eating meat in, like a hunting sense, I see it as a waste, right? If you're just killing these things, but something could be receiving nutrition from it outside of worms.
Why?
I have an ethical problem with killing something and not making use of it, right? To me, that's like trophy hunting.
Ecological conservationists have understood for the longest time that if you as a human don't take it upon yourself to control these animal populations, certain things in the biological ecosystem will get out of whack. There will either be like too many deer or too many and I'm using this as like a Midwestern perspective. There's either going to be too many deers in a given year, there's going to be too many coyotes in a given year. And it is your job as a human to thin out the population if there's too much of that animal. Because otherwise bad things happen to the ecosystem. And this goes beyond just like veganism or non-veganism
That's
or whatever.
my point. Yes, that's my point. If this is true, which it is, and we're just killing these things and not eating them, to me it's a waste. I can't justify that in my head.
Can I?
The thing is, at least because I go to the local butcher. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have one last thing to say, then I'll shut up. But at least since I go to the local butcher, open season near me means almost always we get some good venison on the table. So.
Ooh, that's a good thing.
Okay, so I want to ask. I want to say two things. One thing, we're not talking about some things. We talk about individuals, right? Animals. So I would usually say some ones. We can talk about semantics later, but I just want to keep in mind that we don't talk about things. Next thing is what I want to invoke is NTT. What's the morally relevant trait difference between, in this case, a human and a deer? Such as, if there was a, would we say if there was an overpopulation of humans, should we treat them like deer? If not, what's the symmetry breaker?
Because it's like the abortion argument. Like, again, like, there is clearly a prioritization on certain species over others. As much as I don't want to think that, unless you go full Buddhist monk and say all life is sacred, we're going to prioritize things like cows over insects.
I understand that, but what makes it okay to mass kill one but not the other? There has to be some kind of a trait difference. There has to be some kind of difference between two individuals that justifies.
Have you ever squashed a bug, Felix?
Sure.
What makes it acceptable for you to squash a bug? And you have no quandary with squashing bugs, but
somebody asked the Dalai Lama this question.
Immense moral pain when slaughtering a cow, for example.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't do it out of like a pleasure. The last time I squashed a bug was probably because of an accident.
Well, I don't take pleasure in having to kill invasive species.
No,
but if there is a financial incentive to do that because it benefits the ecosystem, and I don't eat that meat, or that meat isn't donated or you put to use, then it's like you're killing that animal in vain in a way.
Okay, hold on. Killing in vain. Okay, so I got three things. If it's financially beneficial, if it benefits the environment, and you're not killing in vain. If we have these three traits, which could also be used for a human, to kill human, would that make it okay?
Of course not.
Okay,
what
so
three traits?
Otherwise, you'd be eugenic.
What makes it okay to kill one species for these reasons, but not the other? There has to be
because there's a prioritization of some species over others, right? We're sentient. Fish are not.
I'm not exactly a liberal in this case.
I'm using the example of fish, right?
I do think
locusts.
I'm not exactly a liberal. I do think that in certain cases, and even in law, the death penalty is warranted.
Sure, but
that's a
but
different.
we're talking about.
That's kind of a different argument.
So the topic
Well,
we're talking
it's
about.
it's a tangentially related argument. You're saying that there are certain criteria which we use to decide if an animal should be killed. There should also be certain criteria that we should use to decide if a human should be killed. For the betterment of society, for the betterment of the ecosystem, for the benefit of whatever system you want. The onus is on us to make sure that those rules that we use are reasonable.
I like this argument.
And I think that the reasonable rules for killing an animal are slightly different from those for killing a human.
I understand. Yes, I agree. But what makes it okay? Let's say we have two individuals, they're both invasive species, but one is human, the other one isn't. What makes it okay to treat one differently to the other? Because, for example, when it comes to humans, we can just throw condoms at everyone, and that's a way to like reduce the population, right?
I know you're not going to like.
Well, your argument unfortunately just shot itself in the foot.
I know you're not going to like me making this argument, and I'm almost certain you're going to discount it. But I can almost answer your question with one word.
Yes, please.
God.
God. Okay. I can.
What is the difference between humans
Which
and
God
animals?
are you talking about,
Why is it okay? The Christian God specifically. That's per my beliefs. This could be made per the beliefs of Judaism, Islam, the beliefs of many different systems of religion. But
I can
traditionally throughout humanity, why is it okay to kill the animal but not kill a human? God.
I can apply Occam's razor to this. Your argument, unfortunately, it shot itself in the foot. Like, humans have choice, right? If you think we're invasive and you apply that blanket solution to everything, it's pretty eugenic. You know, people would argue you're a Nazi, right? If the solution, let me finish. It's important. So, humans can choose to work with the environment and to better it. We don't necessarily have to be like, we can be carbon negative.
Yeah.
We can grow our own food. We can recycle things. We have that intellect. A fish that is it's only as smart as I need to put food in my mouth and reproduce. It doesn't know better. So we have to cull these things. We don't have to cull humans because we can re-educate humans.
Well, if the trait.
And if humans choose not to re-educate, then there's maybe an argument that.
Wait, because I want to
Do you think honestly,
guys, neither of you are letting Felix speak. Like both of you are just speaking over Felix, over and over.
I want to quickly say that protect women. I'm writing everything down in the notepad so I can actually get to your gold argument. So I'm literally listening to you guys and typing as I go. So I will get to it. But when it comes to intelligence, that's another trait that could be very problematic, right? For example, me as a vegan, I'm for causing the least amount of suffering, if to the absolute minimum. If I can choose not to cause suffering, that's the best, right? When it comes to invasive species, I would take the way of the least amount of suffering, maybe a little, maybe more, depending on the necessity that has to happen. Same with humans. So, for example, if I had a country, I was running the country, and I had food in my country to feed my own population, and some people came in and started to steal my food, I would slowly escalate the measures up into a point where I had to start killing people. The same thing I would do with animals. So use protective measures until it's very necessary to cause harm. But when it comes to causing harm, do the least amount of harm, and then escalate it more.
That's a great answer, except the problem is here now.
I suppose
the Nazi Finch are here, and they're going to genocide the native species now. And the most immediate solution to prevent that from happening is to kill them. So by not killing them, you are allowing the invasive fish to genocide the native fish. I agree with this if there was a progressive solution to this, but we need an immediate solution to this so that we can then implement.
I agree, and taking that into context, I would just like to expand upon you sort of mentioned it mainly with the case concept in mind of humans coming and taking your food, but
humans. What if it were
if you say you're a vegan farmer and you specialize in growing carrots. And one year, you start to have a particular rabbit problem. And these rabbits, they multiply very, very quickly. And if you don't take care of them very, very quickly, they're going to be a huge problem in relation to your actual food source, the carrots.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've heard what I said about this. Escalate the measures.
I know. You continuously escalate the measures, and I'm certain That would start out by you placing big fences around your carrot farm.
Pesticides as well. Yeah, all of those things.
Fences, pesticides, things to keep the rabbits out. But that takes a while, and quite honestly, by the time you've done that, the carrots may have eaten most of your yield for the year. It takes if it takes 2 weeks for you to put up fences and pesticides around your carrots, but it takes 1 week for the rabbits to eat half your crops. You're already in a situation where you're not going to be able to survive the winter.
Yeah, sure. It sounds like a thing that you have to do, right? But then my question is, should we also apply this to humans? Because in my opinion, yes. If it's
bro, this is the same topic, bro.
But I'm just saying, if there were humans, if we replaced rabbits
generalizing the argument, because we're not talking about rabbits and carrots anymore. We're talking about humans and the means to live. So if we have a particular group of humans where these humans are rapidly increasing in influence, and they are making it continuously more and more unsustainable for the average person to live.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a hard ass on this argument. I'm much more of a conservative. I would say, yeah, kill those people, because those people...
Sure.
I mean, realistically, what are we talking about in actual reality? We're talking about murderers, we're talking about rapists, we're talking about gang members, thieves, smugglers,
I'm not even
robbers,
talking about that.
pedophiles.
I'm asking if we can be
What now?
consistent.
Who mentioned?
No, but that's ridiculous. You don't have to be consistent with things.
Why not?
It has to be consistent.
Why? Because you're applying. It's an all or nothing argument. You're saying that because you use one brush to paint your house, that you have to use the same brush to paint your fence.
Paint my asshole. It's cheating.
Yeah, or your asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. No, I'm just saying that if we have a different, if we want to treat two individuals differently, what trait are we basing this on? And why is it okay to treat
the fact that animals, we can't just tell them to not be invasive. We can tell humans to not. We can use contraceptives. We can teach people to stop having kids. We can, I don't know, execute prison people or something. So, but
no, not really.
No, we take away their rights.
Your argument is going down the route of eugenics, and that's what the Nazis
I mean,
did.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris got up on the press podium with tears in her eyes, and she said, "Stop, do not come." And do you think that stopped fucking anyone?
Wait.
I mean, that's just for that's politics, so that's different, right?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Wait,
you get what I'm saying, though. Like this, it is.
Jen, do you believe that if you have no food, right? If you have like one tiny amount of food, right, and someone comes up to you and tries to take that food, that you're allowed to defend yourself and stop them taking that food?
Yeah. I'm so confused.
Obviously, that's robbery, bro. You can defend yourself from getting robbed, bro.
I'm asking Jen.
Yeah.
Does that lead to eugenics?
Is that a mom?
No, it does not.
Venus, the mogging would.
That's what it is.
Venus, the mogging would be much better if you were like 80 pounds lighter.
Hold on.
You've just said the exact same example that
you need to lose about 80 pounds
for
that mogging to be effective.
I need to turn here down.
Oh, yo, that's insane, bro.
Say that again.
Jealous because you're a fucking twink.
You've just said the exact same argument that Felix presented leads to eugenics.
I'm confused. Is that what the fuck is that? Is that an alien? What the
You know,
fuck?
it's kind of ironic that your name is here to protect, but you're not protecting.
Because all Felix said that if humans try and take food from other humans, you should be allowed to have self-defense and stop them taking your food.
I'm gonna go kill
That doesn't lead
myself.
to eugenics.
Pronouns don't equal gender.
I
You
don't think
fucking
it leads to
assume.
eugenics.
Your profile says he, him. You're obviously.
Pronouns don't equal
So,
gender.
yo, here to protect
this
women,
is
that's a
it,
good
this
point,
is
because we
him.
have a trans in the car right now, right? We have Jess.
You
It's actually a
can't
good
say
point to bring up.
you can't say you're a he him and then claim all the benefits of protection that a woman gets.
Yeah, that is shit. Yeah.
That's just not how it works.
Dude,
Wait, so Jess,
pronouns
how do you feel
don't
about that?
equal
What you just
gender.
said
I'm
there?
not a
What was the
dude, I just
eugenic piece?
choose
I need
the
like fill me in on
word
that as far as like
him.
how I supported his argument.
Like what?
No. So So I
That
said to
doesn't
you,
make
if I
sense.
have, if you have a tiny
the entire
mushroom,
point of
right,
he/him
and
is
someone
being
tries
a
to
male.
take that food from
choose he/him because
right?
you're a male.
Are you
They
allowed
the
to defend
male
yourself?
pronouns.
Yes.
Wonderful. And does defending
All right,
yourself
then,
lead to
go
eugenics?
Yo, why
No.
is your name
I
here?
don't
to
think
protect
it
No.
me?
does.
So
But-
Felix said that if
Mhm.
he wanted his food to be protected, right,
Mhm.
Okay,
and
it could.
he
but
defended
it's not
himself,
in this-
right,
Mhm.
against the humans, then you said that would lead to eugenics.
If it's a presumption.
You're right. Yes. Okay. No, that's a good point. If you want to ask the fish, then we are causing fish genocide. They're just trying to exist, but they're invasive. We're just trying to exist, but we're invasive. It is a matter of perspective. But that's my strong argument with this, is that the fish don't know any better. We do, right? If you were an alien species looking down at us and said, you know what, these guys
I
have
would
all the
crash my
capability to
ship
not be
in your
invasive, but they just
building.
can't help themselves, they're gonna get rid of us, right? The fish are not smart enough to comprehend
You know,
that. They're like
lobsters
program running on a
are very
computer
smart.
that
I
just
mean,
will
science.
do its thing.
Yeah, but neither
My
are cancer
fish are
cells.
very
Right,
smart.
and I
We
appreciate
obviously-
cancer
No,
cells
that's-
aren't sentient and they can't
Right.
suffer, but you would
Right.
still defend yourself from cancer even if cancer cells were sentient, right?
Yes, I brought this point
So,
up earlier.
I
Yes,
mean,
exactly.
the easy
Okay.
question to
Because
ask.
what is a cancer cell? It's
a
a
lot of
cell that has
interrupting going on
lost
over here,
its
bro.
ability to terminate itself, so it just keeps replicating. It's invasive by nature.
But like Felix
easy-
provided an argument
yeah,
that
yeah.
satisfies your need to like be able to like deal with the invasive species, right?
But the like
easy
again,
question,
if you were
please.
to
Can I ask
say,
you a question?
"Hey guys, stop fucking," or "We're gonna have to nuke all of you," I think most people would stop. The fish, we can't be reasoned with.
Can I
Well,
just
yeah.
interject here for a
Not
moment?
with many humans.
So, like, the idea that we have to jump to the eugenic argument for
Okay,
humans is ridiculous. We have to do
I'm
that
gonna-
with fish and rabbits
I'm
because
gonna
they
mute
can't help
Jen.
themselves.
I'm gonna mute
we
Jen
can't help
because Jen
ourselves,
can't
but
stop
if we were
talking over
presented with a choice like global warming and
Okay.
we are naive to do anything about it, like,
The easy question for me to
I don't
ask
know.
here is
So I'm
just
saying like,
asking.
we should escalate based on what we can do. With
Bro.
humans, we can talk to each other.
and I'm not in
Bruh.
disagreement with that. I'm just saying
The
that there are
easy
certain
question for me to
hypotheticals
ask
now
here.
where the
So like, I
welfare
think you
of-
should like host this call because like there's a lot of just shouting and interrupting going on, bro.
I'm just muting people. I'm not sure how to host.
Mm.
you like I get that, but shoot, I like the
I'm not
progressive
shouting.
steps,
I'm
right?
not
I think
nothing.
that
I
in
was
most
patiently
cases
waiting for
that
my
works,
turn, and I
but
was never
what
given a
happens
turn,
when
so
the
I
cases
muted
where,
one
like,
person
the
who keeps
problem needs to
continuously
have a
talking
heavy
over
I'm saying it's
everyone
only you,
else.
bro. I'm not saying it's only you. It's multiple.
Like if we
I've been
know
patiently
that, like,
waiting for my fucking turn
dragging
to
massive
speak.
nets through to get rid of invasive fish works to keep the biodiversity of a lake there, then like if we need to do that in order to like buy us time to develop like a sterilization for that invasive fish, sure. I don't see a problem with that. It's like necessary.
And he still won't stop fucking talking.
If we had the sterilization now and you said we should just kill all the fish, then yeah, that's a problem. We have an alternative to that. And that's the whole
doesn't
argument
shut the
for
fuck
veganism
up.
that I like, is that we have the option to have an alternative.
Oh, yo, Jen, let's let other people talk as well, bro.
I don't know who's talking. I must have muted somebody. Sorry.
Yeah, Protect
Yeah,
wants
I
to
would,
talk.
I would,
Okay,
yeah, I
I'm
would
sorry.
yell at him. I would be like,
Let me unmute him because he was talking to the trans lady.
Sorry, I had to unmute and protect as well because it was
Yeah.
just so much chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
oh, okay, so you both had me muted. That would explain.
You were
it.
talking to the trans lady over people. Yeah, you were talking over
yeah.
people.
There's an easy question that I could ask here, which would be, for context, scientists, I mean, a decent amount of them will proclaim that, quote, lobsters are sentient. Like, lobsters are sentient beings. They have self-awareness. They have all the traits of a sentient being. It just so happens that they live underwater and they're crustaceans. So they don't look like what we would consider sentient beings. And that doesn't stop us boiling millions of lobsters a year. So is this to say that we owe a great apology to lobsters, and we should just hand over our civilization to them instead.
No.
We should give lobsters
No.
all the benefits of human beings because they're sentient.
Their purpose to be eaten, bro.
For example, we can see it from my different perspective. Like for example, if
Even if an animal is sentient, does that mean we have to give it all the rights of a human being and say that this is now part of the human empire because it's just a sentient animal?
Just
Yes.
the
No.
just
Actually,
the
no, I would
negative
argue
rights.
yes.
Lob-
That
lob-
makes sense.
Just
No,
guys,
I disagree.
Like I say, even if lobsters
asked your question,
invented
it's
like
clear.
a society, they wouldn't have the capacity to invent fire.
You asked
they live
the question,
underwater.
it's clear. You don't have to repeat it. So
Yeah.
the answer is we should give them all the negative rights. Like the right to not be killed. We
Yes.
don't have to give them
Yes.
the right to
Yes.
vote, right?
Exactly. I completely agree with this.
Okay. Felek, are you in the conversation? Because I'm working out.
Damn.
But your protect, is that a blunt, bro?
Yeah.
Also, just real quick while we're still talking, is anyone in the middle of the conversation? Because I wanna. No. Yeah. Protect. When it comes to your God, as you said, when it comes to Christianity, what is exactly about humans and non-humans that justifies different treatment in relation to religion?
Humans are created in the image of God.
Oh boy.
Okay.
The way that I think about it philosophically, and I can really, this would be a huge detour into like philosophy instead of like biological ethics or whatever. But I have a very deep and detailed philosophy on why this is, like even
That's fine.
secularly.
No, it's fine. I'll
Why
ask
you should
some,
believe this.
I can ask you some very simple questions, simple yes or no questions, just to understand
Sure.
like your view on it. So, for example,
as long as you'll give the opportunity to let me go into like a little diatribe about my own personal philosophy and
Sure.
why I feel like this holds up. Yeah, sure, you can ask me a few yes
I
or
would
no
appreciate
questions.
like if I ask you a question, just say yes or no, and then you can explain your answer.
Okay.
So, for example, as you say, humans created in the image of God. So, if we find individuals which look identical to humans, possess all human traits, but are not created in the image of God, would it be okay to farm them like cows?
If it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it talks like a duck, it's a duck. So I think if we were to find another alien species that just so coincidentally happens to look exactly like humans and act exactly like humans and do all the same things we do, I would say that's more of an argument for God than an argument against God.
Okay, then I have another question. What trait would you remove from a human for it to no longer be human?
Soul.
Okay, so if those aliens, as we speak of, have all of the human traits but do not possess a soul, would it be okay to farm them?
What?
I have a question against this.
As I first referred to if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it talks like a duck, it's a duck. In relation to that previous argument, you would have to come up with some definitive tests to prove that they don't have a soul before you could even come into the question of, okay, are we able to like farm these people or whatever?
So hypothetically, we have this like COVID pistol that we, whatever, but it's a soul detector.
Soul detector, okay.
Well, yeah, sure, we can say that, and we find that those aliens who have all of these human traits don't have a soul. Would it be okay to farm them like cows?
If we can prove that we do have souls, if we can prove that we do have souls and they don't have souls,
I like his argument actually. That's a good point.
I think it's fair game at that point. If we can prove definitively that we have souls and they do not, even if they walk and talk and act like humans, they're obviously not human. They don't have souls.
But So let me ask you this question: is it ethical?
Would I eat them? Probably not. Out of personal
Yeah.
choice, I probably wouldn't eat them. But
I want to ask: do you think would be ethical to kill them? I'm asking Protect.
if you found a race of, well, number one, if souls were a confirmed thing, like souls are confirmed to exist and only humans have souls, and then you come across a race of extraterrestrial beings that look like humans, walk like humans, talk like humans, act like humans, but they don't have souls, what would you do? Because I would be like, these people are obviously evil. If they don't have a soul, then they don't have free will or the capacity to act for good.
I kind of would question whether or not a soul is a real thing, or whether or not it's morally relevant to whether or not we kill somebody, and whether it's like responsible for all the things that you say they're responsible for, and not like having an actual mind.
But yeah, outside of
Oh my god.
I agree. There's like, it's a moral argument. That's the way it should be looked at. Just
Yeah.
if something doesn't have a soul, does that mean we can rape and pillage it? Of course not.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking an ethical question. Well, we kind of do in a dairy industry. I can show you a video of how we masturbate animals.
Yeah.
But
outside of that, we're asking a moral question. Sure.
I don't think masturbating animals raping necessarily, but
Yeah.
Oh my
I just quickly want to say. Okay.
Who's doing that? I can't find them.
I'm
Okay.
asking an ethical question. Because
Why do people do
Protect.
this?
Protect. Can you hear me, by the way? Probably not.
I think
Yeah.
you left the room.
The thing is that we can talk about the differences between us and those aliens, but the entire question is it ethical to do that?
oh my goodness, bro.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus Christ.
This is welcome to socialism. Socialize.
Ryan, hold on.
But yeah, that's
I'd like to propose that these people look like humans, sound like humans, act like humans, but don't have souls, and that we should factory farm them.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Let's factory farm soulless human.
like Superman.
You ever seen the original Blade Runner movie?
Yeah, but a
That's
long
what that,
time ago.
That's what that movie is about, basically.
Yeah.
Is whether the synths or not are actually human at that point, because they want. Hey, actually, there's a great argument for veganism right there. The synths or whatever they are not human, but they still want to live. So it's irrelevant if they have a soul or not. If they want to live, they want to live.
Mike, I know you can hear me.
And if you're discrediting that, then it's murder.
That laser beam sound, I don't care how loud it is. You're never even gonna get me to turn it down. You're
I
a
think
fucking
that
loser.
Elkin, I know it was.
Yeah, I know you can hear me.
Jesus Christ. Just mute them and move on, Protect.
Yeah, this call is cooked, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
Dude, honestly, I don't know why these fuckers think they can get me. I listen to Merzbow unironically.
Wait, Protect.
Ice.
I think Protect has lost it. I think.
Yeah.
No, Protect, just mute them. Protect, just mute them. Oh, fuck me. I'm muted. Protect, just mute them and move on.
I think.
Wait, but Jen, if
I
you
don't understand
if
why
you
these
concede
guys
that,
think
like,
they can get me. I listen
the
to
argument that
Merzbow
Pelic provided for
unironically.
invasive species like functions.
I will
enough,
never turn you
right?
down. I will never
Then
do
why wouldn't you be
fucking
vegan?
anything.
I'm gonna have to mute
I
Protect
guess.
for a second. So you asked Protect. I want to jump on this. You asked Protect like what he defines a human as. He said soul. What the distinction between an animal versus a human would be, right? Because 99% of our DNA is similar with primates, right? We're made in the image of God, but chimps are 99% like us. So what's the distinction? And I've always made the argument is that we, unlike animals, have the ability to reason outside of our impulses, right? If you gave a cat antifreeze, it's going to go, yummy, this tastes good. I'm going to keep eating this. We know, hey, just because all the stimuli is telling me, like with meth, that this is good for me, we have the ability to reason outside of that instinct, we'll call it, right?
Some of us
To me,
don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
You know, but we have the capacity to be taught that. Unless you're like, I don't know what disease it would be, but like unless you're cooked in the head from birth or some neurological accident, right?
That's not nice.
We can be reasoned with. We can teach people to work outside of their programming. We're smart enough to do that. And I think that there isn't a species on the planet, maybe except for dolphins, I don't know. But that's why, to jump back to the eugenics argument, that's why it's not okay for us to just wipe out humans in a cut and dry way, but it is for something like invasive fish. We can't teach them. They don't have the capacity to be taught. Even though, again, chimps are 99% like us. The chimps are hard-capped and only being as smart as toddlers are.
So Jen,
chimps became invasive.
Yeah. I don't think I agree with you on both accounts, actually. So the account number one, we can't teach animals. And I think we absolutely can. Like, we can train dogs, we can train cows, we can train goats, and we can train pigs. So why wouldn't we be able to train, like, chimpanzees and other sentient thinking beings to, like, I don't know, to do basic stuff that we want, right?
To not be a predator.
Yeah, but the other thing is, I don't agree with you that therefore we should immediately go to killing them.
No. I need to be clear on that. I think that killing is a last resort thing, but there are some instances where if we don't have the technology to sterilize like invasive species like fish, but the problem is here now, then the logical solution has to be
we can also just like feed them, and if we go vegan, we would actually have the resources to start feeding people animals in nature, right?
I gotta mute this guy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I said we can also just start feeding them, and if the entire world went vegan, we would actually have the resources to start feeding animals in nature, so they don't kill each other or don't cause
I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point, because you can train dogs to eat kibble, but if you let that dog out into the wild, it still has enough know-how to be like, oh, a dead carcass on the road, I'm going to eat that, right?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't mind the dead carcasses. In fact, like, my solution to predation is basically like to like evolve them, make them evolve into scavengery or like sporadically plant eating, right? Like, I think that's one of the reasons that I'm like, yeah, we should like try to fix nature the way we fixed it for ourselves, right? And our lives are generally better outside of nature. So why wouldn't we do it for other sentient beings as well? Just help them out, like with basic stuff, right?
I never thought I'd agree with you on this, but there's a good point for this. What do they feed zoo animals, right? Like a predator, right? If you could feed a predator zoo animal like a nutrient paste that was vegan and it was healthier than what it could get in the wild.
But zoos are generally immoral, so they still exploit animals. They view animals as animal exploitation.
I get that.
Yeah.
So it's not the scope of my argument. The scope of my argument, if you want to look at through your lens, is like you're saying that the Earth is a giant zoo, and we are tasked as caretakers of this zoo to feed the animals and to teach them what to eat and not to eat.
Oh shit.
How's it any different?
So I would say it's different because I'm thinking of the best interest of the animals, whereas zoos don't generally. They still think of exploitation of animals.
I guess that depends on the intent of the zoo, because you could look at, like, say, the Australia Zoo that Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter, started up, right? I would love to be an animal in that zoo rather than a wild animal starving trying to find
You're again making a false dichotomy. There is a third option. There is like, don't keep them in zoos, right? Don't breed them, because those animals are bred, generally, mostly. Almost none of them are like saved from nature and rehabilitated and stuff like that. Most of them are bred to be in the zoo.
But animals want to fuck. So you're saying that
yeah, but they should fuck for themselves.
Allowing them to do that.
They should fuck for themselves. Nature. They shouldn't be like forced into an enclosure to fuck and then their baby's sold. I'm not saying like sex is bad. I'm just saying we shouldn't exploit their sexual reproduction for our benefit.
I agree with that. I'm just saying if you're God on this planet and you said, okay, well, we need to have some way to balance these predators, and we can just feed them all kibble, right? We can feed every lion and every predator kibble, right? you still have to stop them from child rearing, right?
Give them contraceptives.
Yeah.
So you're ultimately
Just teach
like
a lion how to put on a condom.
teach a lion how to put on a condom.
We have sex ed
Something I
classes
never
for
thought I'd
lions, you
hear
know.
in my life.
But no, like if like you're making the lives of creatures easier, therefore they live longer and don't die as much, it makes sense that you make them reproduce a fraction of the amount they would usually reproduce, right? So that the population remains stable despite them living longer.
I think that's I can't really disagree with that argument completely. I think that, but we're the smartest ones, and we have the capability to be taught to not do things like mindlessly have thousands of kids. We should probably work on ourselves first. That's why I think your endeavor's important. But what if the animal wants to have little baby animals? We don't know.
Well, no, they can have little baby animals. They're just, instead of having 4 and 3 of them dying, because they would have 4 and 4 of them live, we just allow them to have 1. Right? So instead of them having 3 kids that die, they just have 1 kid that doesn't die, right?
That's fair. I actually have no argument against that.
Wait,
That's a good
Jess, I
point.
actually agree with you, mate. Come on.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And I think the argument to we should work on ourselves first doesn't really hold water, right? Because if there was a feral dog population,
Oh
in our
my god,
state,
I get it. I actually get it.
we would still help the feral dogs as opposed to focusing on humans first, right? We wouldn't just abandon
I agree. I
all
don't
other
want to sound
causes.
I don't want to sound all or nothing. We can do all of it at once, so that's a fair point. I agree.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Yes, it's. I think what's the solution to Here's another roundabout example. Steve Irwin said that if you had to kill animals to keep them alive, as a species, then there's something wrong with this, right? He was talking about trophy hunting in Africa generates a shitload of money for conservation, right? Inherently, there is a flaw in this logic that we need to murder animals we want to keep alive in order to make sure their species lives. But functionally, it's what works right now until we can think of something better. And that's my argument for culling invasive species and eating them, is that until we can work out something better, this works. It's right? Do we want to live under a dystopian capitalist hellhole?
Right,
Of course not. But you have to go to work to get food right now. We have to do what works right now.
Yes. We have to do what works right now, but the implication of it is we also have to agree with other horrible things. For example, we don't want terrorists around, right? Part of it is paying taxes which kill terrorists and children at the same time, which is problematic, really bad. But it's the only thing that works now. But we should minimize the suffering where possible, and we should advocate for better practices.
Yeah. And that's I agree with you on that in totality. If there is a way to
what's up,
minimize an invasive species, then that's what we should be pursuing. Right? But if the solution is we need to kill them, I think it's unethical to not eat those animals.
I disagree.
I think there's a better utility in actually if you have to kill, let's say, the rabbit for your crops, it's better to give it to the animals within the nature, which can cause less rights violations. So, for example, let's say
does that? Keep going. I don't see how that holds up, but keep going.
So keep cooking. So let's say you have a tiger, right? And the tiger needs to kill roughly. I'm just gonna meet the person. Let's say the tiger needs to kill 10 animals every single day, and let's say you can actually cause less suffering in the nature by killing the animals on your plants, because you have to kill the animals on your plant crops, and then you can feed that tiger those animals, so he causes less suffering in the nature. It's kind of like a util, the utility of you have to survive, you have to kill. Because you have to kill, you can provide someone else some food.
I think this is an awesome solution.
Yes. I think we make pedophiles fight each other.
Exactly.
They're free Roman shit.
The last question I would have on this, though, where I'm still hung up on it, is if you kill the invasive species and you turn it into food for I don't know, you mulch up the invasive fish species and you use it to feed the native fish species somewhere else, right?
Sure.
How's it any different if I want to eat the invasive fish?
Wait.
They're dead.
Wait. So the big difference is you don't accidentally give yourself incentives, right? If you use self-defense principle to defend yourself,
yes,
and like
that's
if
what-
someone
yes,
if
yes.
someone attacks me and I kill them, right, in self-defense, and I get to keep their wallet if I kill them, I'm more likely to want to kill them, right?
What was that term you used?
You don't give yourself accidental like sort of benefit, right? Incentive, yeah.
Incentive or whatever you said.
Yeah, accidental incentive.
Accidental
Or false
incentive.
incentive.
Yes, that is the strongest argument that meat eaters have right now. Is that they say, oh, if I farm my own meat, it's less murderous than industrial farming. You're giving yourself an accidental incentive to be a meat eater, to continue killing things.
And then it promotes this idea that you allow the problem to continue, so you can continue to benefit from it, right? As opposed to creating a permanent solution.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm so glad you brought that up. I can guarantee though that I have enough
Will.
I have enough scrutiny in my own head to recognize that if this fixes it and then I can no longer eat this invasive species, it's a win. I'm not gonna be like, oh well, I want to continue eating fish, so let's keep the invasive species here. Because there are some places that do that. There are literally lakes that will stock invasive trout that if we let them go, we'll eat everything. But they create the problem so that there's a financial incentive for humans to come in and fish these trout. You've heard of stocked fish, right? Little ponds around maybe your house. They dump fish in there so that there's an incentive for people to go fish them and eat them. And I'm looking at it why are we wasting resources in a cruel recreational way? It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's the same with deer stock. They do the same with deer stock. So they purposely cull predators so that deer overpopulate, and then they can shoot the deer.
Yeah, I completely agree with this. So I will concede my narrow window of an excuse to eat meat is very small, but if there is that opportunity and there's no ethical dilemma with it, I don't see why it wouldn't be okay. It's kind of the same argument of if you found an egg on the hill that was unfertilized, there's no suffering if I eat it. There's going to be suffering with getting rid of these invasive species, so if I want to dip my finger in the dog food it's going to be turned into, who cares?
I mean, I would be wary of creating a... I don't think we should eat something that's an animal, as an incentive for killing them, right? I just think we shouldn't do it. If someone attacked me and I defended myself, I wouldn't keep their wallet. And you'd be like, oh, it's fine. I won't do it next time. If I get attacked next time, I won't do it next time.
Sounds like this is where I'm saying I can trust myself. It sounds like you can't trust yourself to not fall into that temptation.
I can. I'm just not sure I can trust you.
Well, no, you're fine. No, that's a fair argument. We don't know the intent of other people, so I guess to support Felk's argument on this, how would you create this system without allowing the sneaky people who want to abuse it who want to perpetuate it?
Well, we already have problems like that with drugs as well. Some people already,
or the military-industrial complex. We create the problem so we can keep the demand going.
The best way to do it is through a law. If you don't want things to happen, the best thing to do is implement a law and then kind of follow up, with police and stuff like that. That's the best way. But you would still have people do sneaky stuff behind the scenes. But it's about minimizing. You can't really,
I would agree it is about minimizing, but to minimize to what extent? Because if you, I agree with it. We shouldn't we shouldn't create a system that allows people who want to do bad things incentive to do it, right? Eat meat or I don't know. You get the functional example, right? But there are so many of those that if you just disallowed everybody from doing it, you'd be living under a fascist state almost. You'd be You'd be like Mao in China going, oh, you know, we need to export all this grain for the economy to be strong. I know we're starving. We could eat this grain, but you know, it's just not ethical to do it because the economy is important.
You look like Doctor Strange without the beard.
He kind of does. But I get what you're saying. It's a slippery slope. Like, you know, you don't want to create a false incentive.
Yeah,
for
we're talking about like these things, but I think for now the main issue is like, hey, people should be vegan because we know it's the right thing to do. If we have these issues that we still want to focus on, then we can do it while being vegan. So,
I think that, like,
because if you want to talk about like implementing laws about certain things, then sure, we can still talk about it. Like, for example, some vegans are against banning meat. I'm for banning meat. It's just like there are certain things, but for now we're just working with what we can, or what we got.
Yeah, I think that I guess my final argument on this would be like, if somebody wanted to like use drugs recreationally like pot and it doesn't hurt anybody and you can guarantee that it's not harming anybody.
I'm for using steroids, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a good one, right? So I see this unfortunately as an ethical use of animal protein, you know, as long as, and the same with steroids. Steroids have massively good uses, but there are people that will abuse that.
Yeah.
So how do you put a cap on it that ensuring that people aren't going to abuse? Right.
And people who are not well versed in educating themselves can have abusive relationships with certain substances. It can be gaming, it can be social media, it can be alcohol, anything, right? It's just about learning like why certain things can be problematic, and if you're okay with that, then you do those things. For example, I know that alcohol is bad for me, but sometimes I just want to feel good, you know. So
yes, that's my point with meat. Like it's tasty, and if I can eat it,
but the difference is meat, it has to cause suffering to someone. Well, alcohol is only causing suffering to me.
Except in the instance where we have to call a population of invasive, insert thing here.
Wait, what's the relevance?
So like,
I mean, you still think of the best interest of others when you, like, considering what to do with, like, invasive species, predators. You still have to think of all the potential victims, including the predators. That's why I'm against, like, just calling predators, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So that's like the heuristic is, in my opinion, maybe some vegans have a different opinion. The heuristic is you think of the best interest not only of yourself, but the others as well. Those who are like the parties to your decision. So if a chicken is a party to your decision, whether or not to kill a chicken, you have to consider the chicken's best interest. In nature, it becomes like almost like calculative, because it's like almost impossible to reach the conclusion which decision is going to harm the least amount of animals. But we have to try, right? We have to think of all the parties involved and their best interest.
Yeah, that's why we, unfortunately, like some environmentalists would argue, calling certain species that are invasive, though, is because, you know, not in just the interest of maintaining biodiversity, but in the interest of minimizing overall suffering, right? Like if we allow invasive predatory fish species A to run rampant and it eats everything, now that fish and its lineage is also going to starve to death, and it's going to, you know, like there is a balance there. Like
there's a balance that has no end, and frankly speaking, I think conservationists are mostly wrong. And we can like, there's like literally, even the Yellowstone is like the baby, like a representative of conservationism. There are papers coming out that saying that releasing the wolves like didn't help shit, but it gets worse. What they do is the wolves are trying to run away from Yellowstone and they just shoot them on sight every time they cross the border. So they have to continue to keep up. They have to continue to fix the problem. So the fucking adding the wolves fixed absolutely fucking nothing.
Yeah, I completely agree with this. And people, there's states where they voted to reintroduce wolves, and oh, I loved listening to the arguments on it.
It's absolutely shit, isn't it?
It is shit.
Yeah.
So, hold on. Hold on a second, I need to turn him down.
Join.
Jesus Christ.
I prefer just Jess.
Yeah.
No, I definitely do. No, I definitely, no, I do. You're wrong. I completely do. We're just talking about a different subject at the moment. Yeah.
Whoever you're talking to, I muted them.
So, like, the wolf thing's a good example, right? Unfortunately, I think the solution there might be to just laissez-faire, let it go, right? But, you know, like you said it perfectly. It's an unending thing. We're gonna have to, like, either take our hands completely out of it or manage it forever.
Yeah. And I think it's the wrong thing to do, like to keep our hands completely off of it. But some vegans would argue for that. Some vegans would say, yeah, just like let nature do its nature thing. But I don't understand why. We got ourselves out of nature and improved our lives and our lifespan and our like general health and well-being exponentially by removing ourselves out of nature almost entirely. Why wouldn't we do it for the other species as well? I don't understand. Because it's hard. Well, yeah, but that's the only like reason. Oh, it's hard. Well, I think we should still do it. If we can, we should. In my opinion. But frankly speaking, I would agree. I would agree, with the vegans who say "let nature be." That it maybe kind of becomes not a vegan argument anymore, like about what happens in nature. Maybe
I can
maybe
concede
not.
with that.
Yeah.
I'll concede with that. In that case, then yes, I would say that I'll definitely take up veganism.
Yeah.
Like in certainty. Yeah, I think that's an important distinction to make. It turns into more of like a political. It's a different argument. It's no longer a vegan argument at that point.
Yeah, I think it can arise from vegan ethics. What you think about it, but like it's literally most likely out of your control. Whereas the specific animals that you cause the exploitation and killing of is not out of your control. It's entirely in your control.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
It's a very good point.
And now I'm gonna take another set in lifting weights. So somebody else talk.
We need to legalize child porn.
What's up?
Legalize little girls being on a nigga's dick on video.
Bruh. This is what I don't like being socialized. Sometimes it's amazing.
I've never heard that one.
Bro's about to get cops on his ass. Holy moly.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Yo, what's up, bro? From far away, Brian, it looked like you're holding a beer, but it's just your t-shirt. It's just that your t-shirt looks like you're holding a beer. Cool. So Brian, quick question for you while you're here. What's your view on, do you think animal abuse is ever justified?
I like the way you baked that hook.
It's such a fucking hook. Yeah. You guys all hear fanboys, it's so cool.
I'm definitely not.
Damn.
Well.
Christ.
Crocodile Bombardier.
What the fuck is doing that?
Bombardilo de crocodilo.
Found you. Good. Muted. Should be a full-time job muting sound generators on this Discord.
Okay, let's see.
Right. Felek,
I'll probably also work out. It's really nice and warm today.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know, should we move on or something? I don't know.
Just if anyone has any questions.
I don't know. You gotta put prying questions out there.
Or maybe I'm muted, whoever's answering, so I don't know.
Yeah, I did that too. I hate when this happens. That's why I bounce channels. I have a question for you. Why, I know you want to, like, get different discourse and people, like, I guess converted, for lack of a better word. Why here?
Because generally speaking, we've done it a few times. I think there are a lot of people who, like, never, like, okay, so, let me think about it a little bit before I flap my fucking lips.
Bad about that.
Wait, can you repeat the question while they think?
Oh, yeah, it was why they want to preach veganism here specifically.
Yeah.
When it's so chaotic when you get
Yeah, so
pedophile
it's-
justification here.
Yeah, so it's not here specifically. We do it in like several Discord servers, and I personally hate the chaos, but Felix loves it. I prefer to talk frankly one-on-one because some people never thought about these questions, and some people never thought about the ethics of exploiting and slaughtering animals, right? But sometimes, you know, like you mute people and they still stick around. Maybe they're listening while you are making good points, right? And then that's their first introduction into it. But we are in a couple of servers. We just bounce sometimes. There are a few servers that like actually have channels for us to debate. But then people like know what they're going into. And sometimes it's just how psychology of humans works. Sometimes not giving people the definition, oh, we're going to talk about veganism right now, just makes them actually consider the questions without the stigma that veganism has, right?
Can I say something?
Sure.
You know what I love about, you know, being unsocialized as well? It's because of people like you, Jen.
Yeah.
In the fucking chaos, you have people who are like, hey, this is actually really interesting. I want to talk to you. In this whole chaotic Discord, you have people like you actually thinking like, this person is thinking about something that I haven't thought about before. Let me talk to that person a little bit more. So it's about like putting yourself in front of 50 people and finding someone like you to actually talk to.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. That's why I come on here. I'll bounce around and chat.
Do you suffer from a lack of a father figure? Do you have clinical depression? Have you...
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Quandale being
What's this nigga playing? Like, damn.
Yeah,
that's lame ass.
That's why I come in here, is to, like, hopefully hear an interesting conversation and sit on the sideline and listen to it and hopefully learn something.
Come and fuck me.
Jesus Christ.
And it's extra special when I get to be a part of that conversation.
Actual fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Maybe that's why I like.
Yeah, I can't. Honestly, I can't deal with this BS. I'm gonna dip.
Bye. Nice deeping.
Please, I think this is the reason why I like chaos, because in the matter of chaos, you find few people who are actually with this.
Yeah, true. But
It's
then
like
you
gambling.
have to. Ella, what's up? How you doing, Ella?
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello.
Can we ask you a few questions, Ella?
I have one question.
Hold up, I can't let you someone.
Can you see Felix cam?
He's got a good point. That's a good starting point.
Yeah. Ella, could you see the questions?
Question where?
Oh, it's on Felix's camera. You see Felix? He's on camera asking you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Damn, that's a long thought.
Yeah, I got the worst music taste of all time, boy.
What? Yeah, everyone's gonna play. But yeah, for anyone listening, we do recommend going on Challenge 22 website if anyone's interested in trying to go vegan for a month. It's a trial run.
You know what the best part is? You'll feel better too. This like, you ever seen? I have to interject again. You ever hear Jordan Peterson's argument for being like the carnivore diet?
Oh my god, no, what is it? I bet it's brain dead.
It's a load of shit. He's like, all I eat is like red meat and water, and I feel blah 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 blah, less bloated and all this crap. Or Joe Rogan said something. I like his approach to things, but Joe Rogan on one podcast years ago said that, like, oh, when I went like and ate protein from like whatever animal protein, I had like energy all day and da 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 da. And it's like, I can personally attest that is complete bullshit. And maybe different people have different nutritional needs.
Not really.
Like animal protein is more easily absorbed, but like you feel so much better when you eat your veggies. Like what a surprise.
I actually don't respect Joe Rogan. Holy fuck. I actually don't respect Joe Rogan on fucking anything. I'm sorry to say.
I like what he's trying to do. I think that
I don't even like what he's trying to do. He's like parading a bunch of charlatans on his fucking show.
I think it's important though. Like I think that it's here's
yeah,
I know we're
it's
going
not
on a
like he's
political
questioning them and or is capable to question them. He's just letting them spew the bullshit and just leave it uncontested.
Fair enough. I can't disagree with that.
I don't know. I'm just like, I'm not a fan, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair. He should challenge people like Elon, not just.
I like there is a video specifically about Jordan Peterson, which I find hilarious. Someone asked me, "Do you believe in God?" And Jordan Peterson's like, "Okay, first of all, we need to define these. What do
yeah, he couldn't just answer the question. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Believe, and what do you mean by God?"
Yeah, it's like, give me a break, bro. That's what I liked earlier. What you did with the not to circle jerky, that one women's rights guy or whatever his name was, I forget. You asked him like just yes or no questions, and on the aliens. I'm
we got serious talk over here.
Yeah.
Gleim.
Like all you have to do is use their logic, like not against them, but kind of against them.
Well, it's just checking the logic.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Like
listen
the,
to
like
the
the
rap, listen to the
animal
rap.
abuse sign is a really good one.
Hey guys, listen to the rap. It's diabolic, trust.
Okay. Thank you. Jesus. Yeah, make
Like,
them gains.
Oh, Felk, there's a good point. You have a lot more muscle mass than I do. How long have you been vegan?
I've been vegan more than 4 years.
Okay, yeah. So
What
like,
level?
yeah,
You guys start rapping, bro?
yeah, you could bulk to that. You could bulk to that level in 2 years. Like,
No, so, like, hold on.
less than that.
When I officially went vegan, I was 108 kilograms and I was overweight. I think I into my veganism. That's when I started to care about my outlook.
Mm-hmm.
So you can say like more than 3 years I started working out. So
Yeah, I don't like when people make it a political issue instead of an ethical one. That's all I'll say.
Okay, wait. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
It sounds really disturbed.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just out here. I have like a question about what we were talking about earlier.
Wait, move your microphone away because it's really loud.
My microphone's really bad.
It's really bad.
Yeah, just move it away from your face a little bit. Yeah.
Hold on.
I think I've concluded all I have to say on this.
Thank you,
Like,
Jan.
part of going vegan is to learn, like for me, was learning about nutritional science and health. And
I'm
part of
obsessed with
that
it.
is-
Yeah.
And part of us was just learning, okay, these are healthy habits, these are really unhealthy habits. Let me work on healthy habits and slowly work on them. So it got to a point where even sweets right now taste too sweet for me, and I don't like
Dude, I love sugar, I love soda. I haven't had a soda in like a year now. 1 second.
So I guess, Jen, now when you try soda, it's gonna feel way worse than it was before you got.
I bought a Red Bull the other day, and I swear I drank like the top that much of it. And this was over the course of 2 days. It was too sweet. I'm not shitting you. Carrots to me are sweet now.
Yeah.
Like, you can enjoy a healthy diet, and it will still be mentally stimulating to you without you having.
Yeah,
to
too many people are talking at once. I can't really.
Yeah, you gotta mute a lot of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, mute
or
a lot
turn
of
it
them.
down. It is.
Yeah, I can't. It's really annoying, but.
Like, you feel better. It's still just as tasty. It's arguably more tasty, but
I argue that all the fucking time. Once you stop eating animal products that generally have like a stronger taste, your taste buds kind of change, and then all of a sudden, like 3 months later, you eat a sweet potato and you like dying because it's so delicious.
that's the current transition I'm under, because I had a 20-piece chicken McNugget last week, and I felt like shit. I felt so bad after eating it.
If you want to try natural sweets, put grapes in the freezer.
I'll try it. That almost sounds too much. I sound like a left-wing pussy for saying that. Like, oh guys, vegetables are actually really sweet. It's like, we're meant to be this way. Like 1,000 years ago, did you have Coca-Cola? No.
I actually kind of hate the natural argument at all. Like we're meant to be this way. I despise that argument, because there are like synthesized food that are better for us than natural foods.
I also want to say, like,
ooh,
Jen,
hot take. Okay.
Jen, if you look into the statistics of how often Americans eat vegetables, it's actually crazy. I think it's half a cup of veg a day.
It should be like basically the. I mean, we all know
5.
the food pyramid is fucked, but like, ignore the food pyramid here.
Actually, the food pyramid is another hot take. The food pyramid is not too bad. It's science-based. The new one.
I haven't seen the new one.
So it's no longer a pyramid. It's like a plate, and it's like about 90% plant-based. The Canadian one is even more extreme, and it's like basically has like a tiny amount of dairy there, and a tiny amount of fish, and the rest is just plants.
Be honest with you.
So my question would be, because I agree with this, what is your stance on refined carbohydrates?
Yeah, they're generally unhealthful. Like every unhealthy thing, or like every substance, there is like a dose response. So some amount is not too bad, but at a certain point it becomes detrimental.
I'll give you some substance.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna mute you. That's gonna be my course of action. But generally speaking, if you can replace.
Can I ask a question about veganism?
Of course.
Oh, thank you for fixing your mic. Good mic.
Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Question. This question ties into what we were saying earlier. Can humanity fully go into veganism if we come this far into eating meat?
Yes, and it would be actually incredibly beneficial to humanity if we went vegan as fast as possible.
Like from a health standpoint, or
all of them, in the environmental and everything.
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. I mean, your mic sounded fantastic, but then you cut out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yo, Post, I don't know where you live. It's 25 degrees here. What the hell is going on?
Here on Mars, it's about 27. It is getting up there. But it was very cold yesterday, so my house is not warmed up yet. So I'm fine. I'm okay.
I guess, I'll just, I'll humble myself there. I think you are correct. There's modern food that's better for us than what we were reared on.
I can give you
human
examples.
history.
Like the example is, for instance, I know it's not a food, it's like a supplement, but like taking.
Oh, I have this.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Organic superfood
It's,
blend just sounds like maybe it's a scam.
No, it's plant protein powder. So it's broccoli, blueberries, 6 grams of plant-based protein. It's pea, hemp, and quinoa.
Yeah.
And then it's enriched with vitamins and minerals. So.
Yeah. So I haven't checked the claim myself, but I think the claim is potentially that it's better to lean on like soy protein than any other plant protein isolates.
Really?
Yeah.
I've not heard that. I've heard counter arguments to this actually.
What's the counter argument?
The problem is there's a good and a bad with everything. So I'll preface that.
Mhm.
People will argue the like estrogenization effects of soy or whatever.
You know what happens? Soy has phytoestrogen that almost at all doesn't interact with our hormones because it's like it's a molecule that is similar to estrogen, but it's like plant derived. But then those same people like eat beef and drink and eat dairy, and that shit has actual mammalian estrogen. So it's better to eat soy instead of like beef, dairy, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and I'd say there's a positive and negative to everything too. Like I think that the positives far outweigh the negatives.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend who's trans, and they have really smooth skin because of the estrogen supplements.
Yeah.
And there's a correlation between Asian countries who live very long who have a large staple of soy in their diet.
Real quick, do they take like estrogen? Anything else that includes an estrogen? Like
almost certainly. They're a male to female transition. So
yeah, of
almost
course.
certainly.
Well, for example, male to female can just take like things on, like they can consume something, or they can put patches which have estrogen in it.
It's
So that could
pills.
be
That's
that.
all I know. It's a consuming thing for sure.
I have another
so
question.
It could be that. It could be the effect of that as well. So it's
Yeah, I have another question. Why don't your trans friend just drink soy milk to feminize themselves, right?
I have a reason for this.
Hey, that's a good point. If that worked right,
Yeah. Why do they need to
Yeah.
pay for fucking estrogen, like expensive stuff? If they just
Yeah.
could go buy soy milk or tofu.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, you know what? You sparked my memory. I think there was a counter argument to that. Even if the phytoestrogens did interact in the same way, like clinical stuff, amount that you would have to eat, is like insane.
Yeah, and at that point, you are basically like disrupting the rest of your nutrition by eating only soy.
Yeah,
and you are
well
probably
said.
also gaining weight, and gaining weight disrupts your hormonal health as fuck, right? It's because like most lean men don't have tits, but a lot of like overweight men do.
Yeah, it's called gynecomastia, and
No,
our steroid
gynecomastia
friend
is
can
something
tell
else.
us all about that.
Oh shit, man. Gynecomastia is actually something else. I'm talking about the actual breast tissue, not just the tissue around the nipple, right?
Are you sure on that one?
Yeah.
Because I've heard that people who hold on.
So gynecomastia is just like a little bit of tissue around the nipple. Somebody can be like incredibly buff
Okay,
and have
you are
gynecomastia, especially if
Right.
they take testosterone, which alert, testosterone, like the exogenous testosterone that like people shoot up their asses, it's made out of soy.
Do you guys like soybeans?
Soy is amazing
It's delicious.
and it's nutritious.
What's your favorite form of soy?
Mine is tofu. I like tempeh, but just I don't usually.
Wait,
eat
but
it as
tofu's
much.
so basic.
The tofu is amazing if you add like a bunch of food to it, like a bunch of
variety of tofu
yeah.
food to make.
Also, there is like Jen told me today that where he lives, they sell like flavored tofu, which sounds amazing.
Also, were you talking about how people were using soy as like a effeminate kind of lingo?
No, we were
It was a
using
joke.
we were using it like that to say that soy doesn't feminize you.
Oh.
Yeah.
doesn't it tofu have like a little bit of estrogen though?
It has phytoestrogen that doesn't interact with mammalian hormones. So it doesn't do anything. Like at some point, I think in menopausal women, phytoestrogens are doing something good or something or other, but generally speaking, it doesn't really interact with our hormones at all, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Phytoestrogen.
Yeah.
Let me look it up. Phytoestrogens.
Yeah.
Will phytoestrogens make me kiss men?
The fuck? Careful how you Google. Turn on the moderation on your Google, dude.
Oh no.
Oh, it says right there. Consumption of phytoestrogens may cause you to go to homosexual strip clubs and start kissing men. Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the entire population of Asia is gay now.
That's my point. That's my point. Exactly. Like, this wouldn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Soy consumption doesn't make me go out and kiss men, so.
I don't know. I was like.
Yeah, fairly.
So I'm straight, but this one time I ate tofu, and then I went to a gay club because they always have a good vibe,
Yeah,
and I ended up kissing a guy, and I'm pretty sure it was the tofu guys.
Yeah, pretty sure you're not straight
think-
then.
It is.
This falls apart though because like everybody forgets you can be like gay and like bears.
Ooh, you're right. You
Like,
could be gay and like bears.
yeah, I hate this.
Part of that is confusing.
To get a little bit political here, I really don't like that there's this idea tied towards gay rights that everybody has to be a rainbow twink femboy. Like, what happened to the village people? You can be like a buff bodybuilder and still be gay.
Yeah, like
You
a
can-
Trojan man.
Yeah, or what's that guy
It's
who
not
does
Trojan.
the-
I think like most gay guys I know are like exhibit at least some masculine traits.
Right, you can still be masculine and be gay. That is right. Like, you
And
can
some
still
of them
eat
are
soy and
incredibly masculine, are more masculine than the heterosexual men I know. So,
completely agree.
like the
Yeah.
bodybuilding industry came out of the homosexual community.
Really?
Glue lab, baby.
So, like, look at the pageantry in bodybuilding contests,
Yeah,
right?
That's a good point.
It's so fucking gay.
Wow, that's a really good point actually. The Arnold Classic, it's like, oh yeah, there's striations here, and
There is a YouTuber who actually looks into PT.
it's funny as fuck.
PEDs, performance enhancing drugs.
Yeah.
You guys probably heard of him, or called More Plates, More Dates on YouTube.
I love this guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he actually shows that some PEDs can actually make you more gay.
Yep.
Oh no.
Actually, we actually know a guy who he didn't do like for bodybuilding reasons. He didn't do it to grow. He did it because he had like an injury that like really disrupted his testosterone production. And he took tea, and he definitely said it made him like definitely look at men for the first time in their life. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's actually that's where I got the information from, was More Plates, More Dates. You know, there
Yeah.
was a video he was talking about how the gynecomastia happens because of, not because of estrogen, but because of, for lack of a better word, like too much testosterone starts to be metabolized into estrogen or expressed as. I don't remember how it goes, but
I don't know.
if I had
Maybe
the
you
video, I'd reference it.
maybe you want to dominate some people. I'm joking. That's
Well,
just
that's my point.
stupid
Like,
assertion. I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Anyway,
Anyway, soy doesn't make you gay. I wish it did. I would feed it to many people. Like on purpose, to gay people. I want more
you're gonna
people
get
to be
gayed up.
gay, frankly.
They're gonna gay you up, bro.
Yeah, please gay me
Your
up.
life
I'm
is
already
over.
pretty gay, so I don't know about that.
I have a vegan question.
Sure.
If my leg got crunched in a car accident and they had to amputate it, and they said you can keep your leg, and am I allowed to grill it and eat it?
Yes.
Bro, you
There-
can do it right now if you want.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There is
You
some
could be
dude.
like, bro, you could be like Michael Scott in The Office and put your foot on the
Ooh,
foreman.
the George Foreman grill. Yeah.
Yeah.
George Foreman grill
died
angle. It sounds
recently.
like a good one.
There was actually a dude in Germany. He wasn't vegan or anything like that, but it was. I would definitely classify it as ethical meat. He's like part of like a trolling group of people who like the friends. They always said that if like they would
Ishmael.
eat like human meat. So when he was in an accident and they had to amputate his foot, he just took the food home and cooked it and fed it to his friends.
Delicious. It was tacos, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he put it in tacos.
Pretty sure he made tacos with them. I think
Yeah.
I read about that.
Yeah. I would call that the only ethical. Well, not the only. I think I do
It's like
think.
roadkill.
Yeah, some vegans wouldn't. As I told you, some vegans would disagree with me, and that's fine. I just I logically think like if you want it to eat a carcass that you didn't cause their death, that's fine.
Okay, that's all I need clarification on because like
Yeah.
I don't know. I like it as an ethical framework, and I think that if it's too hard and fast, it turns into like almost like a dogmatic religion of sorts. And I think that's what
Yeah.
scares people away from veganism. It's like, no, you have to just whatever. Actually, there's a question for you. I know the answer for a lot of people, like with cigarettes, is to just quit cold turkey. But what if the solution for a lot of people might be just weaning them off of animal protein?
I would say that morally speaking, Jesus Christ. I would say morally speaking, every day that you continue to eat animals, you are paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals. But I
Would agree.
understand kind of that sometimes you you feel like you can't get there without doing it like slowly. Then I would say like try to just not buy it, but like just go to friends and eat it sometimes there. And generally speaking, I would like stop with dairy and eggs immediately. And if you are like, shit, I'm struggling, I'm gonna eat meat and then I'm gonna go for a month without it, and then I'm gonna go vegan, then just go to a friend and eat it. Or like dumpster dive, or like find like a roadkill and eat that. Yeah. Look, I
That's,
understand, like, morally speaking,
yeah.
I can't tell you, yeah, take your time, because every time you
right,
like
yeah. That's
take your
true.
time, an animal dies. So
That's true.
I would just say that. But I
think the
understand
intent is
like
important.
the sentiment, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I just bring that up because, like, again, like for my own like addictions in my own life, it's cool that you were like a like recovering alcoholic because you have like a springboard for like why this works too.
Yeah.
Um.
I also quit smoking. So
Ooh.
I know.
Okay. How did you quit smoking?
I'm a
Cold
fucking
turkey
angel,
or-
aren't I? I'm like the strongest person alive. Just kidding. So I had a plan. It's really important when you're trying to quit something is to have a plan. And you can't really, as you said yourself at the beginning of this conversation, you can't really quit something if you haven't decided to quit. So my plan was that once I decide to quit, once I'm like, fuck, this is enough, I'm quitting, I'm gonna replace it with something. So in case of alcohol, it was like I replaced it with every time. So I would start drinking alcohol at a specific time a night. So at that time, I would just go with my friend and just walk for 2 or 3 hours. So yeah, so I actually like lost weight by not consuming empty alcoholic calories and by walking every day. So I did this for like 3 weeks until my body fell apart from walking every day for 2 or 3 hours. And then I was like, I didn't need alcohol anymore. So I took it out of the equation. With smoking, my plan was to transition to vaping and then putting like the nicotine oil in vaping, and then slowly transitioning it into the non-nicotine one, right? So like reduce the nicotine amount, like slowly, gradually. And I did that for like 6 months, and I was like, at the end of it, I was already like, well, this is kind of pointless. It doesn't do anything for me. But then I got like sick, got like a virus, I got sick, and then I couldn't vape, and then I just never returned to vaping. So
No.
yeah.
excellent. Yeah.
I've quit
Yeah.
vaping like 10 times, so I'm pretty good at it.
Doctor Strange?
That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Is Doctor Strange? No, it's
I'm coming
Doctor
up on my
Gaines.
11th
Dude,
time.
Jen, tell me why you look like Doctor Strange, buddy.
Doctor Gaines.
He is Doctor Strange, bro.
Oh.
Oh my god. The gains. Oh my god, look at the pain. Jesus Christ. I just experienced it, so I'm feeling it.
I
Yeah.
want to be masculine.
I can't be masculine and vegan.
Yes, you
can't.
can. Look at that.
I want to be
Oh,
gay. Wait, what?
so pretty, so masculine. Oof. So manly sweating.
I'm just so manly, guys. Do it.
Water.
Sorry, Felix, we are like objectifying you.
Literally glazing me.
Vroom.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, what's up?
What's up? What do you think about veganism?
You know, I'm such a hypocrite because I respect it, and I would be vegan, except I'm too weak. I grew up eating meat, and I love animals, but I'm a piece of shit
Yeah.
who's self-aware. But that's not enough. The things I have done, I guess, as a fake compromise to make myself feel better, which still makes a difference, is I stopped eating some meats that have high intelligence. Even though there's already like, you know, beef is still, they're quite smart, but I still eat it, which is fucked up. But like pigs for me, I can't do. I stopped octopus. Man, I used to love octopus,
Oh,
but
I know,
like
it's so
refrain
good.
myself. I also try to lay off beef in general. I still eat it, but that one's like it's in the middle. The ones I do the most are fish and chicken.
You don't think
And,
chicken are intelligent, for instance?
No, I think they're intelligent, but
Yeah.
they're not as intelligent like maybe as a pig,
Yeah.
right? So it's
Why
like
do you
this-
think intelligence is the cutoff for who's getting like
Mm.
have their throat slit?
Yeah, so I think it's like the depth of consciousness could really change like the level of suffering that you can do.
Yeah.
In
Can
my
I tell
opinion,
you
that's
something?
also another opinion, right?
Can
Yeah.
I ask a funny question?
Sure.
If my mentally disabled person of brother came in here with a wheelchair, would you eat it?
Wait, could you repeat that? It was like really low.
Yeah.
Sure. Hold on.
You said if his brother was in a wheelchair and he wasn't that smart, would you eat him?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I guess on a spectrum kind of level, right?
Are you
I
already
would feel
starting to
better
save up
about
for
eating
winter?
somebody like that versus not.
No, he's brain dead. He's
Oh,
already.
guys,
Wolfie, who was it?
guys.
Shush, let
Oh,
him go.
if he's brain dead, have way less qualms about it. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Did you know?
his
Although
brain
my
is
main
dead, he's
concern
not
though,
sentient,
like
right?
the thought of it grosses me out because human, transmission of human disease from
Oh,
eating
yeah.
their meat.
Yeah.
That's my biggest part of it. But in terms of like
If
ethics,
I get right, that's not the case.
What if he doesn't want to be eaten?
ooh, that's another big one. But wait, he's brain dead. I guess
Yeah,
he like
brain
left a
dead,
will.
so-
Okay,
Not
hold on.
sentient
Let's
anymore.
say this. Okay? Let's say my brother is as mentally disabled as, let's say, a chicken. He literally is a chicken, right? With the brain he has. Would you eat him?
If as mentally ill as a chicken. The
Not-
part of like human consumption is like throwing me off so hard. So I'm just gonna imagine them as an actual chicken. But that's like human. But if I cut them up, it'll be like chicken meat.
If you cut up a body part and you cook it like chicken, it would be chicken.
I think I would like still be freaked out about it just because it's like a human, but
do you
that's
don't
like
have
that weird mental bias, right? Like how we don't eat dogs in Western society, but it's like the same meat as like
asking if it's morally okay to do it.
oh, moral okay? No. Like even eating beef to me is morally not okay, but I still do it, right?
And what?
So why do you do it? Remind me, please. Why do you do it?
Because I'm an addict. I'm a
Oh.
meat addict.
So listen, I
Like
just
I'm conscious
I just,
about it.
I just told everybody how I quit a bunch of stuff. Maybe you can apply that and stop like torturing yourself and being like a piece of shit in your own mind.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's the level of addiction, right?
Well, I was addicted to alcohol for 7 years and to cigarettes for 25 years, right?
Holy fuck.
I think my system works. I think you should do it.
Yeah, I'm like a massive hypocrite because I love animals like so much. I'm like watching animal videos all the stuff. I'm like learning about them, bird watching, blah blah blah. But then I'll still eat meat, right? And then there's that guilt side of it. So there's that middle ground where I feel a little more comfortable with
That's the
myself.
same as
but-
some people saying that, oh, I'm racist, but I'll still eat a curry. But I feel bad for eating it because it's not my thing, and I'm eating it from this person.
It's not racist to eat a curry. Why is it racist to eat a curry?
It's still bad.
You'd imagine it should be in the UK with like the fucking extent of racism sometimes in this country.
Brooms, just a real quick one. If you're addicted to the taste of it, couldn't you just get a vegan version of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I do it. I'll try vegan options. I'll like lean to it, right?
Yeah.
It's
Listen,
like trying but lazy trying. It's not
Yeah.
really trying, but it's like there's also a logistics side where it's like people kind of take veganism as a black and white, and it really stops a lot of middle ground that could improve society in general. Like let's say
what? Let's say what?
No, I'm not saying I'm trying to be vegan. I'm saying that it's like the concept of veganism is what we're talking about, right? And how I'm like at a way farther, like let's say it's a scale, right? And here's veganism, and then here's just full on I only eat meat, right?
Yep.
So if you actually got the entirety of the human population to eat just less meat, you could still make a massive difference
Can I
in
tell
the
you
amount
something?
of meat versus getting a few select to become vegan.
Yeah, Vrooms, can I tell you something? So,
Yes.
can I tell you how my day started? So, my day started on a different Discord from which I was banned later, where like a veterinarian ex-student who just became a veterinarian, and he studied both like pet veterinary and farm veterinary. He was taken to a slaughterhouse, and there were like a bunch of animals, like cows, cattle, who was standing there crying, literally, about to be slaughtered. So I would say, like, if you're proposing a middle ground, that middle ground shouldn't be at the expense of sentient animals who are crying and don't want to be slaughtered. So I understand the sentiment when you say, oh, if everybody like reduced the consumption of meat, then it would be better than now. Maybe, but like
No, it's not a maybe. It's a logical, like mathematical fact.
Yeah, but then maybe like the same people who like doing
realize-
like meatless Mondays or something, they increase their consumption of animal products in another place, right? Like for instance, they for some reason eat more dairy that day, and that's just it doesn't do anything to the animals.
It makes the
I have to tell you
amount of animals that are eaten and go through that way less in the.
You're gonna have to
mathematical sense.
prove that, but because as much
But you're
as
also misunderstanding my point that I'm not saying this is an alternative.
Yeah.
It's a at the same time kind of thing, right? So you can have the push for veganism. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I just
as
don't think vegans should doing this pushing, because I think we should stop animal slaughter and exploitation. So why would I advocate? Hold on, please.
Can I?
Hold on, one second.
Though? I cannot wait for freaking. I'm so excited about it. Lab-grown meat. I would love freaking lab-grown meat.
Can I?
Where
can
it's
I,
like
Can I tell
viable
you guys something?
industrially,
Can I tell you guys something? Sure. You realize that plants are still living, right? They're just unable to express the fucking will to live. So at the end of the day, you're still killing living things.
Yeah, so they're living, they're not.
It doesn't make you. It doesn't make you any better than someone who's killing like animals.
I'll explain you why I'm better. I'll explain to you.
Of like sentience.
No,
they
but,
don't
like,
have sentience.
No, but like at the same time, the only reason you feel sympathy for those animals is because they're able to express the fucking
No, because
emotions.
they're able to
But I'm pretty
feel-
sure.
Hold on.
I'm pretty
Why
sure
you
if a
screaming?
plant,
Why you
was
screaming?
able to express that shit,
No.
you would be like, oh, stop killing plants. Then what the fuck would we eat?
Why are you screaming?
It would be the same
Hello,
thing, bro.
guys.
We would be eating this like
This is some hard
Can
copium
you
calamity.
stop?
Say niggers, not good.
At the end of the day, we kill things to live, bro. We kill things to live. And the only reason it looks bad is because, bro.
Would you like us to?
They're able to express that shit.
Would
And
you
I'm pretty
like us?
sure-
You repeated yourself 3 times. Would you like us to respond to you, or did you just want to say this and then like not want us to respond?
But because it's
Can we
fucking
respond
retarded. You try
to
act
you?
like you're
We understand.
You had a lot of emotion coming out of your argument, which is like very close-minded, black and white thinking.
Can we respond
with, like,
to you?
Zero depth, bro.
Would you like us to respond to you, or did you just want to say something and like
He's just big
like
man.
shut
I
up?
mean, you can respond. I don't
Okay.
really give a fuck.
Felix, go on.
Yeah, I can make it super simple. Which one is better to kill? Someone who's brain dead or someone who's actually experiencing life?
Honestly, bro, I mean, it's both equally bad. It's both equally bad.
Can I just hold on? Just for the conversation sake, if someone is brain dead and they are still alive by a machine, or someone who's actually experiencing life, like me right now, which one is better to kill? If
somebody was to force you to kill one of those 2 people,
At the end of the day, it's still equally bad because you gotta understand that they're brain dead. They really can't do shit to defend themselves. Like, bro, you're out here. Like,
Jesus Christ.
Plants low key can't do anything to defend themselves, so we're just out here eating them, bro.
Can I?
So
I'm gonna
nah, cause like you try to act like it's better, bro.
We're trying to explain
your
to
depth
you.
of rhetoric is so shallow, bro. I don't even know, like what do I say to that?
For example, if you and me can have a really good conversation where I ask you a simple question, you can answer, right? You don't question my question because my question is very simple. Like, Vroom, for you, I'm gonna ask you, Vroom, which one is more preferable to kill? A person who's brain dead or a person who isn't brain dead?
Somebody who's not brain dead. It's so easy, bro. Like, outside of the context of this conversation, Calamity would like easily pick the guy who's brain dead.
Well, yeah, low key, yes, because but it doesn't. It's not
I like
the
that,
same.
honestly, I guess.
It's
That's
not
the
the
only
same. It's not the same as
Yeah,
like
it's
killing.
worse because plants are not capable of
It's not
sentience.
the same as like killing a plant because at the end of the day they give us shit. Like it's still.
I am on your point.
They're still able to live, bro. Now if you said
Caleb, I agree with you. I agree that we have to kill something at the end of the day. I agree with you. We're on the same page. But when we're discussing this issue, we're talking about individuals who experience and individuals who don't experience. If we have to kill someone or something, depending on how you see things, it's better to kill the individual who cannot experience life. Would you agree?
Yeah, you're right. Here's what I think. What people don't understand is I feel like they actually kill the animals who are old and actually already live life. So at the end of the day,
That is so
it's
not
like-
true.
That
That is
is
completely
so
incorrect, brother.
No, hear me out. Now, if we did that, I would be agreeing to it. But at the end of the day,
okay.
we
I
can't.
thought you were
we
saying that
can't
was
really-
what was happening.
We can't really be tripping, bro.
I see your point, Caleb, and I have a question.
It's like having a like. Would you rather kill an old person who could barely even function in life, or a fucking newborn child?
Old person. Wait, can I answer? I would kill the old person if they are actually suffering and they want to die, right? But Caleb, I have a question for you, because if we agree to the same position that it's okay to kill old individuals like animals, right? Could we also agree that it's okay for people to kill their own would we agree? Could you agree that people also should kill their own old dog and then cook it? I'm asking Caleb. If Caleb is okay with killing old animals, what about dogs?
Honestly, bro, I had an old dog. Let me speak. I had an old dog, and he was just suffering, bro. Homie, low key, got put down.
Yeah.
Now,
did you eat it after?
No. mainly because we got emotionally attached, and I feel like
Okay.
once you get emotionally attached, the animal, you really can't kill the animal to like eat or anything. Now, with the thing with cattle is you don't really get emotionally attached. So at the end of the day, killing it is okay.
I have a question, man. If I'm not emotionally attached to your dog,
Hello guys, can you hear me?
can I eat your dog?
No.
Yeah, look,
Jesus fucking Christ.
best expect a bullet in your head. I'm not gonna hold you.
So
No,
sorry.
Caleb, I'm asking if it's ethical for me to kill or just to eat your family member.
Bro, if I kept ducks, I would treat them well, but at the end of the day, I'd be like, you know, I'm gonna eat this one day.
Yeah, no. I feel like it largely depends on the type of animal. 'Cause, like,
Okay.
dog,
What about horses?
dog-
All right, hold on a second. Everybody likes horses, right? If I commit to eating meat, I have no ethical problems with eating a horse. I would love to know what the horses taste like.
Last year in
I have the same
Pakistan,
position on humans.
6.8 million
yeah,
animals
no,
died.
it's low key the position we're in
6.8
and the type
million
of animal
disagree
we're
with
dealing
that.
with.
in Pakistan
It's
last year.
mainly the position we're in when it comes to the fucking animal we're eating. Because if we're
Why
talking
is it
about
like
like
that though? Is it because
nobody
of
is
cultural reasons or?
Can I just bring it back all the way to the start? Like, we can talk about eating like dead old individuals, but that doesn't really happen in the society.
Hell yeah.
honestly, bro, I don't really care if like you eat an old person, but like, bro, just keep that shit off my plate.
Hey, Caleb,
Real shit.
we can have
Thank you, old
opinions
people.
on that, but I'm asking
But at
you.
the end of the day, I feel like vegans are doing the same thing. You're still killing a living thing. So therefore,
Caleb,
you're not
I mean,
any
it's
better than
worse
us.
to be vegan because of the emissions it causes. So
Caleb,
No, it's the opposite actually.
you would think so, because that's what everybody's been trying to convince you of. But it costs more carbon-wise to grow plants than it does to just murder these fucking animals.
Well,
Yeah,
have
do you know what animals eat?
I have to answer this one for him. I'm sorry, I'm being
Let's
selfish
go,
here.
Jen.
What do you feed the animals?
oh,
Yeah,
We
you're
feed
growing
animals
food
to
to
eat.
feed the animals. Do you eat more than a cow does every day? Do you eat more plants than a cow does every day?
I think they left.
Oh,
You had
But
Damn
at
it.
the end of the day,
I really
At the
wanted
end
to
of the
argue
day,
that
bro.
one.
at the end of the day, I feel like you're pretty much just doing the same thing as a vegan, bro.
Wait, Caleb.
You're taking the same amount of lives,
Wait,
even if they can't defend themselves, or we view them as brain dead. You're
Caleb,
still like, if anything, the plant is more close to the earth than the fucking animal. So therefore, you're even worse than we are, bruh.
Caleb,
Like, what makes that any better, bro?
Just wonder if you're
You
trolling
realize
me,
trees give us
Jesus
oxygen
Christ,
to exist,
Callum.
my nigga.
Why are you
would
so
you like me to
emotional?
respond
Hold on.
to you, or do you want to keep on ranting until we meet you? Which one would? Which one?
Honestly, bro, I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah,
I
but
would
can
like
we
to
like
respond
respond
to
to
you.
you? Because
I
you're
would
wrong.
like to respond. I would like to respond to your criticism. I'm not sure if you're here just because you have a stick up your ass, or if you
Huh?
actually want to talk.
Oh no, I'm sorry if I do start yapping. I'm in like a middle of a fucking fight right now, and I'm
Yeah.
trying not to get my ass beat by this fucking
Okay, I'll just.
dumbass.
We will just.
And yeah, but sorry about that.
Yeah, can I answer you though? Can I like fix your perception that is, in my opinion, wrong? Can I try to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know. I till this day never got the good reason to value life over sentience. So sentience is the thing that separates between who needs moral consideration and who doesn't. Animals are, generally speaking, not all of them, but most of them are sentient. That means that there is an individual in there, that they can experience life, they have thoughts, they can feel fear, they can feel joy, and therefore, because they like value their lives and they can think about it, we shouldn't take their life away from them. Plants don't do that. They can't do that. They don't have a brain. And even on a cellular level, they can't have an experience. It's literally impossible, and I can give you evidence for that.
I've got a supporting argument to this too.
Of course.
If plants are better for us from a moral standpoint, shouldn't we be devoting like life support machines to keeping trees alive over, say, like dogs?
Yeah,
Like,
you realize we kill more plants than we do animals.
Yeah, that's
so
okay.
but if plants are of a higher priority than your pet dog, why don't we have veterinary clinics for trees and flowers?
Honestly, bro, I mean, we already treat them like shit. Why do we have to sit here and constantly eat them saying, oh yeah, it's good for us?
Kalam,
No,
can
you're
you
not answering my question though. You're not answering my question.
What?
If plants provide us more objectively than animals do, why don't we take better care of plants? Why
I
don't
don't
we,
know. I'm not the
why
one
don't
who's
we-
sitting here.
Sorry, can you still man my position, Kalam? Can you tell me what I told you, why I don't value plants over animals? Can you like give me back my claim? I just want to understand that you understood me. I just want to see if you understood me, right?
Dude, I did. I'm busy
Yeah.
in a fight getting my ass beat right now.
Okay. So maybe we come back to you when you are like not as busy. How about that?
No, I'm like, okay, I'm like partially listening, so I'm not gonna I'm listening. It's just certain things I'm not gonna be able to answer, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because right now I'm trying to plan my next move while not getting fucked up,
Yeah.
and I'm constantly getting countered, so it's kind of a hard time right now.
Yeah.
Fucking Guilty Gears, bro. This shit's ass.
Okay. Well,
Hey guys, it's Anal.
yeah, what's up?
I mean, I'm streaming on my other profile.
Okay. That's good. Okay. So, Kalam, I'm gonna mute you for now, okay? Okay. I'm just gonna mute them.
I don't want to catch me. I don't want to catch me. Yeah, nobody cares. No, no one cares, man. Yeah, I like the music.
Yeah. Felek, maybe we should take Jen with us to Vegans Are Better, because I think Jen is now a vegan activist.
What did you say? Sorry.
I said, Jen, I think you're a vegan activist now.
Yeah, I can't help myself. It's
No, I'm just saying, I think we should take you to where we usually argue about this stuff.
yeah.
You can help us out.
I'd be down.
Let me...
Guys, has Kevin showed you his nipples yet?
There's a reason I look at counter arguments to this. I'm a very patient person. I
Yeah.
try to empathize with like the understanding of their logic. If they, you know, if it's not just backed by selfishness, then
Kevin know what he
there
doing.
is no logical argument against it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna...
But ultimately, you just have to expose those people. You have to show them that your reasoning to stick with this is simply rooted in selfishness.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to have the stones to do that, except for like religious people. Nobody's gonna come along and outright be like, "Yeah, I don't care. My God says it's okay."
I can't find you. Just let me just...
So-
Oh, I understand what's happening. Hold on.
Yeah,
I
turn you
totally
up
agree with
most.
you, and I really appreciate your rhetoric and the way you are like open-minded and actually went
Thank
through
you.
it until you don't have a problem anymore. It's really like
Yeah.
rare to find something like that.
People tell me I'm a pain in the ass because I stick to my guns, but if somebody does present a logical argument against mine, I'm not gonna stick with it. I'm not that like, my ego isn't attached to what I believe in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. I wish I was like you when I was younger, because I'm not young now, and I think I'm more like you now, like more like open to discussions about what I'm doing wrong and stuff like that. So
Yeah, like, I don't know, I'm 29, I don't feel that young anymore.
Oh, I'm almost 45.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
I
old as
would
fuck.
not have guessed that, except when you said you smoked for 25 years. I'm like, oh.
Oh, your profile pic is... Oh, shit, I was looking for your profile pic. Is, So, Jen, I sent you that link. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're just gonna go there. It's less trolling if you want to join us. All right?
I'd like that, yeah.
Cool. See you there.
See ya.
All right. What's up, Felix?
I
think what?
Just real quick, post I came here because like the amount of mess in my head all of a sudden from so many people. I just want to just like have more calmer conversations.
100%. 100%. I invited Jen as well. I think it's gonna be good for them to like. Cool. Yeah, I think they're like straight up an activist now.
Sorry, damn, you were saying something.
Yeah.
Trying to tell me something. You said something, so you think it's good for.
Do you think people should
be vegan? I don't know. Oh, should. I mean, it depends. Like, if they want to be vegan, they can be, which is a good thing.
Do you know what veganism is, Dan?
I'll be right back.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Of course.
Can you tell me what veganism is?
Okay, see, we have got vegetarian and vegans. Okay, vegans are basically, they don't consume anything related to animals, like even eggs and milks and products that are made by their skin. So they are vegan.
Yeah.
And
yeah, do you know what motivates vegans?
What motivates vegan is being kind towards animals.
Yeah.
And living things.
So let's say somebody is like, I don't know, responsible for like killing a huge amount of humans. Should like other people be like, yeah, they're doing their own thing. It should be a choice whether you kill a bunch of humans or whether you don't.
No, it should not be a choice when it comes to human beings.
Yeah,
but
why is it a choice
animals,
when it comes to animals? Why is that?
Okay, because they are not as same as me or our species different.
What's the morally relevant difference between you and the species of animals that is being farmed for food?
Yes, like I'm not saying that they are like right. I'm just saying as a human being, we can be selfish. We can just choose our own species over any
right
other.
Now we're
That's
talking
all I'm
about,
saying. I'm not.
Yeah. Right now we're talking about morality. So I'm asking morally relevant difference between, let's say, me and the cow. What's the difference that makes it okay to kill a cow but not to kill me?
Okay, what makes it okay? Because you can communicate with me and I can see you as a human being, but I can't see the cow as a human being.
Yeah.
And I know you've got a family. If I were to hurt you, they will be upset as well. And if you were to be like any relationship with any human being, they will also be upset. And let me tell you one more thing. As attacking human being can inflict like damage on myself too. Like what if I hit you or if I try to kill a human being and their family try to kill me? But when it comes to cows and chickens, nobody's gonna attack me for that. A lot of humans are gonna be like on my side. So maybe it makes it more easy to kill these animals because a lot of people are willing to.
Yeah.
But when it comes to humans, everybody's scared for their life. So nobody's going to attack each other.
Yeah. So I'm going to disregard the last thing you said and I'll tell you why. I'm looking for a difference in the victim, right? Me or a cow could be a victim of like killing. And I'm not looking at the difference in this like, I don't know, weird societal context of the humans would be upset if you kill some human because I don't, like, I think if humans, if there were hold on. I think if you were like alone in the woods with somebody and killed them and that person had no family, I would still think it's wrong to kill them. Do you agree?
Yes, that's a good. That's
so
a good
it's
point,
not,
to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
a
it's
good
not
point.
a morally
Wow.
relevant. So it's not a morally relevant. Hold on. So it's not a morally
How
relevant.
did you, bro? Damn.
Please hold on. So it's
That's
not
a good point.
Yeah. So it's not a morally relevant difference between me and a cow.
Yeah,
Now,
again, yes, you're right. Yes, I'm gonna tell you one more thing. Like as I mentioned, like killing animals is like kind of made okay by society. Like nobody's gonna hurt me because I'm gonna eat cow or chicken. But if I'm gonna hurt a human being, there could be a lot of danger. Like I could put myself into a prison and I could go to jail, this and that, blah, blah, blah. But if you just make it okay for humans to kill other humans, there would be so many people killing each other and robbing each other and doing bad things to each other.
yeah, so that would be morally like wrong of them, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be morally wrong.
So legality doesn't necessarily mean morality, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So so that's also not a morally relevant difference between me and a cow.
But again, I told you about being selfish. Like, since
Yeah.
I can, let's suppose, I'm gonna give you an
But that's
example.
also not.
Let's suppose.
Yeah, that's also not a difference between me and a cow, because that's the difference in the perpetrator. If somebody was like, "Oh, I'm selfish, I'm gonna kill post-mortem," that wouldn't justify my killing, right?
Yes, exactly. But
Yeah.
society made it okay for a lot of human beings to just consume animals, so now we are
Yeah.
okay with it.
So let's
Just
look
like
at.
back in the days when black people were slaves. So
Yeah.
actually, society made it okay to have black people slaves, which was morally wrong, right?
Yeah.
So I think when society makes it something okay, even if it's morally wrong, or it's like inhumane, or it's like bad, like unkind, but when it comes to large number of people, you can make something okay even if it's not.
Yeah. So let's move on to like the actual victim. So I'm looking for a trait that is present in a cow that isn't present in me, or vice versa, that isn't present in a cow and is present in me.
Communication. Communication, I told you.
Why is that
Yes.
why is that a morally relevant difference? If I found a human that can't communicate,
It's not,
through the-
I did not.
Yeah. So I'm
I
asking.
did not
so I'm
see,
looking.
again, you're saying,
Yeah, so I'm looking for a morally relevant difference between me and the cow that makes it okay to kill a cow but not okay to kill me.
Again,
Communication is not one of them, because I could be like mute and I couldn't communicate with me. I could be paralyzed. It
Yes.
wouldn't be okay to kill me, right?
Yes.
So it's not a morally
Yes,
relevant
exactly,
difference
you're right.
between me and a cow. Because
I
you
am
still
just
wouldn't
saying
kill
it's
me.
all about being selfish and being taught.
That's
It's all
not
about
a
being selfish
morally
and being
relevant
taught. Like, we are
difference
choosing-
between me and a cow.
We are choosing. Okay,
question.
okay. We are choosing our own species on again any other like on like cows, buffaloes, chickens. We are choosing our own species.
Yeah, animal
That's all. We
agriculture
are being
destroys the humankind, and I can prove it to you in several points.
I have a quick question which can make it super easy, right? Damn, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
So what's so special about Post? So special about them that if you remove that special thing, it will be okay to kill them like cows.
Can you please repeat? I think your voice is breaking up for me. Is it the same for everybody else?
Hold on.
I heard him. I think
Press
it's
the
just
button a few times. Should be better now. Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it's better.
Damn,
Please go ahead.
what's so special about Post? That's such a special thing that if you remove this special thing, it will be okay to kill Post.
Okay, what's the post? I don't know. What's the post? My
Post
English
is me.
isn't.
I'm post-mortem.
Post-mortem. Yeah,
Huh?
the Discord user.
It's my name.
Oh, post-mortem. Okay.
Yeah.
What's so special about post-mortem? Such a special thing that if you removed, it will be okay to kill them.
Okay. Again. Okay. Something that's so special about her, to not kill and to kill animals and not her, would be that she is belongs to my species. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I can identify her as that's something that belongs to human beings. But I can tell that cow is not one of us.
So I think
Only
that-
girls and boys.
Can I answer that one? I think it's because she wants to live, and I know it.
Wait, but I wanna extend this a little bit. If you find out
Okay.
that post-mortem is actually an alien from Mars, would you be okay with killing them?
If I could find out, it's like hypothetical situation. If I can somehow decipher her as compared to other human beings, I might be able to warn other human beings. I might not be able to kill her myself, or maybe I would say, oh, it's a great opportunity to capture her because alien would be so rare. I would like to capture her instead of killing her.
But that's not
like
my
totally
question.
different. Like aliens should be captured.
That's not my question.
The
My
question
So why
is,
would I no?
the
My
question is, would
is
it be?
okay to farm a post-mortem?
No, it would not be from my perspective because she's an alien. If you said so I would like to capture her instead
So
of
the
killing her.
species, the different. You said because they're my species, because postmortem is my species.
So alien
when
is not.
hold
You
on,
gotta say alien
when
is
we
not my
changed,
species.
when we changed the species, it didn't change your mind So species is not the justification, is not the difference between me and a cow that makes it okay to kill me, even if I'm not your
like
species,
selfish.
right?
I said selfish. I said it's selfish,
Yeah,
like
but
if we are
that's
choosing
not-
our species or any other animal.
Yeah, that's not the difference between the victims. It's the difference in you.
So that's why I said like a lot of people are agreeing with like eating meat. So that's why we are like understanding
Yeah,
just like
and-
black people were slave because a lot of people thought it was a
And that was bad,
Right.
right? We stopped like slavery
Yeah,
because
that
it was bad.
Exactly.
So selfishness
Yes,
is bad.
exactly.
So we should stop killing
Of
and
course.
enslaving animals as well, right? Because it's bad. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Of
So
course
why
it's bad,
don't you
and
do
I'm
it?
saying yes. I'm agreeing to you.
Yeah. So why aren't
I'm
you
agreeing
vegan?
to you on that one.
Why aren't you vegan then?
Okay, for me, I have a I have a very simple answer for that, but it might not make sense to you. I don't know, because I have also told some people, but they laugh at me. It's because I can't afford to be a vegan. That's all.
Oh, it's actually cheaper to be vegan. If I show you that it's cheaper to be vegan,
Yes.
would you go
Okay.
vegan?
Yes. You're right. I agree with you. But the problem is that I live with my parents. I'm just 17 years old, and I come from a Muslim country. And here I don't have a job. I'm just studying, and what cooks in my home, I have to eat that. I can't afford. I don't get how do you say allowance? So yeah, I have to literally rely on my homemade cooking.
But hold on, this is something really crazy I'm seeing. First, it's like yeah. Like I would eat animals, you know, who are not my species.
No.
Oh, post-mortems from Mars. Okay, it's the cost. Oh, cost? No. It's something different. Family. Bro, you keep moving from
So
one
is that
thing.
how you're gonna go about it? Is that
I
how you're
think-
gonna go about it? I just told you my explanation. Even though I'm after talking to her, I'm saying okay, I can be vegan. Like
What
after
you're
all
saying
conversation,
is
I
that
am not
you
a vegan
don't
right
buy
now.
your own-
But right now
Can
I
I-
can't afford.
So
Can I
when
interject?
Right now I can't.
Yeah,
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 like-
Jen,
Yes,
go
you
on.
can. Please go
Are
ahead.
you? Is it just simply because, like, to put it shortly, like you don't buy your own food? Like I'm, you know,
yes.
If I buy my own food, I typically like, you know, I love veggies big time, right?
Uh-huh.
But if I'm living under my parents' roof and they cook dinner, right, I don't necessarily have a choice. Is that what you're saying?
Bro, yes, exactly. Like in Pakistan, I come from a like family where everybody's labor, and I can't have my own food. I have to eat what my mom cooks and my dad brought outside of the house. That's all. And
That's
even
fair
if to show that you want something else, they will say, "Oh, so we are growing money on trees." Is that what you're saying? They would actually get mad at you. They would say, "You know what? You should go outside and work. Stop studying. Quit your studies and go outside and work on your own money."
Oh,
So yeah, and even in even families like me, you can get kicked out for being that dramatic. They think it's being dramatic.
Your parents.
Because when I was
for eating
younger,
vegetables?
no, if you try to like make it a big deal, like you say, "Oh, I don't want to eat,"
Like
you
not
have to
eating
cook
the
the
food.
vegetables, this
Yeah.
and that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they will get mad at you. Let me tell you, when I was younger, I used to love animals, and I used to like stop them from being killed. Like when we have pets, chicken, so my dad would actually slaughter them. So I would intervene. I would say, "No, don't. This is my favorite," or "Don't hurt them." That my dad would actually hit me sometimes, and would say, "Oh, you're too sensitive, and that's not okay for boys to be this sensitive."
Can I
Okay,
ask
so
you
I
which
come from a very
country-
conservative family.
Can I ask you which
Pakistan.
country do you live
I
in?
come
or
from
located?
Pakistan.
Yeah, Pakistan. So damn,
Pakistan.
I've got to say something, and like to people in the room as well. Like, do you know what food agency is?
Food
No.
agency.
Yeah, food
I mean,
agency.
I know
What is that?
in a definition of the word, yes, but
Yeah. So
not in
food
the functional
agency
sense.
means basically that like right now you have like zero control over your food. Would you say that's true?
I can say like I can do one thing. I wouldn't say like I have a zero control. I can do one thing. Like I have to quit my studies and go to a job, then I can afford to have my own food. But I think to risk my future, stop studying would be like quite bad for my future upcoming
I would
days.
agree with
So I
Yeah, I
wouldn't
agree.
quit studies.
I agree. So here's the thing. Here's the deal we're gonna have them. Where you like, if you can, let's assume that it's not even a decision. You should continue to study because it's your future. Where you can, if you go like with your parents to like buy food or something, if you're like accompanying them to buy food, where you can to grab like the vegan alternative and they agree to buy it, sure. But right now, I think like you don't have a choice. I think you don't have food agency, and it would be immoral of me to tell you to like quit your studies so that you could be vegan. But let's make a deal then. At 18,
Okay,
you become like a food agent. You become somebody who is responsible for themselves. And now I think what you should do is work like where you can choose plant options, because I think ethically you are with us, generally speaking, right? You think it's not okay to slaughter animals for food, right?
Yes, of
Yes.
course, because yeah, the way they've like, of course, it's like for me, since I was a kid, I used to think like it's not okay to kill them, but then
Yeah.
they changed my whole mentality by like enforcing their ideologies.
Yeah. So in 5 years, you're going to become a food agent. And then it's going to become your moral obligation to be vegan. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would love to. I would like to eat fruits and vegetables, that's all, and pulses, that's all. I don't want to eat meat at all, not even eggs and milk.
Post.
It's just
Yeah.
like not for me.
Yeah,
Wouldn't Challenge 22 also help with like these kind of issues?
maybe. We should try.
How so?
Yeah. Well, Challenge
know.
22 has like a huge staff of volunteers. Some of them are nutritionists, some of them are psychologists, like a bunch of stuff. They can really like help somebody out to get like just even a little bit of food agency in a situation in which DAM is, which is very little food agency.
By the way, one thing that I think is like right now good is that we mostly don't consume meat because of the financial stability, and that's good, I think. It's only maybe 3 days, 3 times in a month. So yeah, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, this is like really an unfortunate situation, and I really can empathize with you living with strict people who beat you when they don't
Can
agree
I,
with you. It really sucks.
Yeah. Can I ask why not even eggs?
But that's quite. But you know what the problem is, that that's quite normal considered in my neighborhood and in my country. I don't know why. After listening to like American people and these like other laws and restrictions, then I got to know that they got like child services that can protect you, but unfortunately not in Pakistan.
Yeah. Damn, you are incredibly important, because we just found the person who literally can't go vegan right now. That's
I was
rare.
gonna say,
That's rare.
I'm like, oh damn, like how do you argue this? Like,
You can't. They can't. They
Yeah.
can't. Literally, don't have a choice. So, how can you make somebody like lose their life to do a moral thing? You can't.
Some people make that argument, but I would take it like into like a religious context again. I think that I won't go down that rabbit hole. I'm not qualified enough to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think so. Did Felix?
If you want to be a martyr, essentially.
Yeah. So
But that would be
damn.
extreme to advocate for.
Listen, this is what I think. If you are okay with it, I think this is what you should do. I'm gonna put a link in the side chat, and you can like kind of talk to them and see if they can help you out. But I think this is where it becomes like almost immoral for me to continue to ask you to be vegan. So in the side chat, they have like a bunch of resources. If you just make sure to like talk to them, maybe they can help you out. Maybe they can propose like simple ways how you can veganize some things in your life while like waiting to become 18.
But
Yeah.
hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I think my internet is not good. That's the
Mhm.
problem.
Yeah. Well, I think we reached an impasse anyways. So just grab that link in the side chat and, you know, let's talk in 5 years and I can try to help you out. I don't know. I don't know what else to do.
Let's talk in 5 years.
Yeah.
No, I think it's okay. I can just have a job after like turning 18. Then I can afford to have my own food.
Absolutely. That's what food agency is.
That-
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that terminology that you used, I wasn't familiar with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry.
So now you have words to use. I'm gonna write it in the side chat as well.
Remember, you always have the ability to be like, yo, mom, dad, I found some recipes online. Let's fucking go.
Well, I gave them
Food
challenge
agency.
22, and you can talk about food agency as well. Yeah. Really fucking sucks.
I mean, does it? If it's a temporary thing?
Of course it sucks for them, because they get beat if they like express an opinion. Fucking sucks to be in that way.
That's fair.
Of course,
I see the light at
of
the
course,
end of the
that's
tunnel,
like
though.
nothing. Like, I mean, you can't even think. I think being a boy is still kind of good. For girls, it's especially even more extremely bad, to be honest. For like my sisters, it's even bad. It's even worse. Yep. They can't even choose their own husband, bro, let alone talking about their opinion. They don't. They have to get married to whatever their dad and mom, my dad and mom wants to. Especially my dad.
Yeah, so you don't have food agency, but women in your country don't have life agency.
Just agency.
Yeah. And that's fucking tragic.
Yeah.
Of course, bro. Even as a guy, if I were to be forced to marry somebody, that wouldn't make sense to me. Like, what the hell? And for girls, it's even worse.
Sometimes we cling to what worked so tightly only because we're afraid to try something new.
Yes, that could be the case. Because a lot of people are also scared of, like, learning English, which is kind of sad.
Yeah.
Really?
Like, I am being discriminated for speaking English, bro. Like, literally. They like, why are you learning a foreign language for? Like, they're saying, are you like done with your own native language or your own? Like, why do you have to, like, this and that, blah blah blah, like too much stupid arguments.
Are you in a Muslim household?
Pakistan is a Muslim country. 99% of the people are Muslim.
Right. So doesn't Allah want you to be successful?
Of course he does.
Yeah, so learning English doesn't make you a like identity traitor. It just means that you could get rich this way. Like,
yeah, but they have their own bias and prejudice. It's not coming from religion. It's not. Even a Muslim person can be in UK, USA, Australia. It's like prejudice, because it's like, we were being ruled by British people and colonized by, I don't know what kind of like history is that. I kind of forgot, but something was there when we were being like, controlled. Yeah, British. So yeah. So that's why they think it's bad to just speak English or this.
It's a stigma.
Like I said, like, yeah, it's stigmatized. Yes, the language is quite stigmatized.
Learn Chinese. I'm just kidding. Unfortunate, but you'll navigate it. I have confidence. You have a good head on your shoulders. Not trying to diminish the like shittiness of the situation,
but I can tell you something that's really ironic. I can tell you something that's really ironic is that they are teaching English in schools, literally, but yet they have a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
It just doesn't make any sense.
No, it
irony of the situation, bro.
Funny.
Like, you have to fill forms in like English language, like in Pakistan, yet they have a problem with English language. I don't understand. What is that?
Failing intuition. Why are people joining and then like leaving so quick?
Oh, because
like they can.
Yeah, I don't know.
They can read the title.
Yeah. People join here to talk. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
I'm just trying to like self-moderate. It's like, oh, maybe I should keep it strictly to vegan chat.
Yeah, most of the time we try to do it, but listen, we're also like humans with empathy, so.
Can I tell you guys something?
Sure.
like once I was having a debate with Meat Eater, and from my perspective, I had one thing to tell him, which was like maybe we aren't taught sympathy towards animals since we are younger, so that's why we are having a hard time understanding it, right? Like let's suppose if we are human beings and nobody teaches me to be kind to chicken or cows, I might grow up and like, oh yeah, we can eat it. But if somebody were to taught me from young age, no, you don't have them, that's bad, that's like not right. So I might end up being like, you know, like sympathizing towards animals. That's what I thought, like, you know, teaching kids to not be showing sympathy towards any kind of group of people or animals is just like you're like trying to.
Yeah.
Oh, you cut out. That was a really good point. Well, you hit the nail on the head. Hindus.
Yeah.
They take care of cattle. They don't
very really
guarded about that.
Jen, I'm gonna have to pop your cherry about India. They are not great with animals, including cows, right?
What? Not cows too.
Yeah, cows.
Yes.
Are terribly exploited and
about
abused.
to tell you.
All right, give me.
Yes, exactly. She's right. She's actually right. You know what? Like it's just like on the top you would see like they are like trying to save or this and that, but one of the largest import from beef is from India.
Yep.
Beef is literally from India.
Now it's
Largest
cara beef.
import.
It's cara beef, which means that it's buffalo beef mostly. But the thing is, animals are so bred in there, like interbred, the buffaloes and the cows, that it's like it's probably something that is like labeled as buffalo beef, but it actually like I don't know, at least cow DNA. But also, like, cows are exploited for dairy, and in India, the abuse is horrific. They tie the animals in one place, and the animals are just like for 6 years, they can't move. They just stand in one place their entire fucking life while they're being milked. And of course, they are being raped, you know, like artificially impregnated. That is a given. So India, and that's just cows. They say, oh, we revere cows. But the rest animals are like abused even more. Buffaloes like killed horrendously, abused horrendously. Chickens are abused horrendously in India. India is no heaven for animals. A lot of abuse going on there.
Yeah, I thought, I just cattle specifically, I thought.
So like, do you usually do this every day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing this every day. You're always in an argument with non-vegans.
This is my fun time. Let me relax.
Oh, it's fun for you. Okay.
I gotta say, it's becoming fun for me too. I'm starting to understand Felix.
But at some point, post you will literally go and socialize just for that chaos.
Just for the top of. Am I becoming an addict again?
You come here to work out every day, and then you're always debating against non-vegans. It's
Okay, guys, it was really nice talking to all of you. You guys have a good day. Take care.
Damn, best of luck. Best of luck, seriously.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. All of you.
Yeah, I'll come in your dream. Bye.
I'm gonna cry again. That was upsetting. Jesus Christ.
Like literally, this guy does it every day. It's so entertaining.
Yeah. Oh, Felix is dedicated as fuck.
How long have you been working out, actually?
Sorry, Savage?
2 hours now.
How long have you been working out, actually?
Is that guy doing his workouts?
I don't know, like an hour, I think.
An hour?
Yeah.
Let's say 2.
Oh, shit.
Could be. My workouts are short, about 40 to 45 minutes.
You do workout?
That's
yeah, I did before.
Too little.
I did earlier, so I finished working out. But Felix does
You gotta
it
do
better.
cardio, man.
My workout is just 50 push-ups and 1 hour meditation. That's all I do.
Well, that's bad
then
for you.
push-ups
Might
and-
get sarcopenia when you're older, so I would start lifting weights. Frankly, I would do some kind of
Sarcopenia.
resistance
Morning.
training.
What is that?
Every morning, run for 10 kilometers. That's enough.
Well, that's not resistance training. That's cardio.
What's
Whichever it is, but
sarcopenia?
it's
Like
good
muscle
for you.
wasting?
Yeah,
You guys
sarcopenia is
know David
muscle wasting.
Goggins.
What?
Yeah, sarcopenia is muscle
You know
wasting.
David Goggins.
Yeah.
You know David Goggins.
No,
Yes.
I don't know.
What about him?
You don't know.
No.
He's a motivator. A retired Navy SEAL. He's a motivator. That guys have been through a lot.
What temperature is it in Felix country?
He's tough.
Yeah,
the
it's about
toughest man
25 degrees,
on
he
Earth,
said before.
actually.
25 degrees?
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
What the heck?
I'm sorry, Savage, I have no idea what you're talking about. I tuned out. I'm sorry.
Actually, I want to ask you guys some one weird question.
Yeah.
Do you guys,
You guys even know don't you guys even know who's David Goggins?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I know all about him.
Oh, you heard of him?
Yeah.
Good. You heard of him?
Why
do you
do
guys use toilet paper?
I do, but
Yes.
I've heard that what do you call the other things are better?
Man, I feel it's so weird. Isn't it dirty? You're using just papers.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, I mean, without water, I can't. I think
Yeah.
it will be.
Yeah,
it'll be
technically
dirty
it
for me.
is. It's perception, right? Like you wouldn't shit on your hands and wipe it with paper and call it
But
good.
still, I would prefer water instead of toilet paper.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I don't prefer water over toilet paper.
The idea scares me of something touching my
I think
asshole.
this trend of toilet paper came in countries where temperatures were too cold, because using water was kind of hard.
That's one of the reasons. The other reason is
Yeah.
I just don't trust the low stream of the bidet to clean out my asshole
That's
as
what
much
they're
as I
called.
want it to be clean.
No, I think the stream is too fast.
I don't.
Where are you guys from?
If you use it on full pressure, it would hurt. Your ass would hurt. That's how pressure attack.
Where did we go in this fucking channel?
I was wondering the same thing. This is not vegan.
That's how you change a conversation.
Savage, are you vegan?
No.
Why not?
Not vegan.
Why not?
Because I like meat.
Everybody always mentions meat, isn't it weird? Veganism means not exploiting and killing animals for food. Nobody says because I like how leather touches my skin. It's always I like meat, isn't it weird? Does you liking a taste of something justify the moral atrocities done for that thing?
Sorry, what are you asking?
Yeah, asking
Are
you.
you asking something?
I'm asking you, yes.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. So is liking how something tastes justifies the moral atrocities done for that thing?
I can't even hear you.
You can't hear me.
I can't even hear you.
Well, that's on your end because I think everybody else can hear me just fine.
Yeah.
Maybe Felix can repeat my question.
Do you think abusing animals for fun is okay?
Oh, it's okay actually because I think it's okay actually if you.
Why?
So if I have a dog right here, I have a dog, like,
Yeah. I have a dog too.
it's okay?
I have a dog too.
Yeah, and if I just
I have a dog too.
if I do that with my leg, is that okay?
If he started kicking his dog on camera, would you say, yeah, that's fine? Or would you like, hey, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Is
It's
it
not
okay?
fine if you actually, if it's serious, then it's not good actually. It's not
Can
good.
I kick your dog? Because I want to.
Yeah, you can kick him.
No.
First, you have to take
Oh, why
consent.
not? Why not? What is the difference between a dog and a cow who's done like, is like a cow is literally killed for meat? What's the difference there that makes it okay to hurt a cow but not to hurt a dog?
Yeah, cow is much more compassionate than dogs.
Oh, shit.
Well,
Come on, stop.
They are gentle. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
The more I think about
well,
it.
everyone needs food because
Yeah, you can eat like plant foods, right? You can eat non-cow, non-chicken,
humans
non-pig,
always
non-egg food.
omnivore.
Yeah, but do you think you're gonna die if you eat just plant food?
No.
No.
I mean,
So-
you can eat anything, whatever you want, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So it then becomes like a moral imperative to hurt the least amount of sentient beings, doesn't it? Like, if you can not kick a dog, you probably should not kick dogs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you can live on eating plant foods, then it becomes like morally imperative for you to stop eating animals, right? And the animal products. Did you understand the question? Maybe they just can't hear me specifically.
I think they're trying to reserve judgment.
Yeah, I'm giving it the benefit of a doubt.
I always should. It's hard.
That's all right. You've just became a vegan activist today. It takes a
Oh,
while.
I meant like no, I meant I'm short with people's intent on public servers.
Listen, a couple of days ago, I was
So many
like
trolls.
screaming at everybody in here. Sometimes you have one of those days. And today, I'm as patient as a fucking angel. A cursing angel,
that-
but a fucking angel anyways.
I recognize that if I'm trying to sell something, that it's not going to be received if I'm trying to force it, in any context. But that being said, like, oh, I don't know. I need to be more patient. Not everybody's a troll. Sometimes people are just genuinely misunderstood.
Yeah.
And if we're looking at the morally right thing to do, then giving them the benefit of the doubt should be the first thing I start with.
Yeah, I think so as well.
The what is the word? The least harmful thing, as Felk would say. Start with the least harmful options to just jumping at everybody.
Yeah, sometimes
It's so
impossible.
hard to on the others the socialized server though.
Yeah.
Everybody there's a fucking
Listen, I got kicked out today out of a server for asking people about why they are abusing animals.
Were you polite about it?
I was very polite, I think. I was just, I was kicked out basically because there was like a evolutionary psychologist in there who's like, you are wrong post-mortem. And then they would say something completely irrelevant to my point and that completely doesn't refute my point at all. And so they kind of ganged up on me, and then a mod came in and it was like, this is a blah, blah, blah. This is a server for people to learn English, and you have an agenda, goodbye. I have it recorded because I've been streaming this entire time, so. Yeah. So, what's the name left us? Without answering my, I think, like, good question, right? Generally speaking.
Very simple.
Yeah.
I had a question. You said evolutionary, like psychologist or whatever.
Yeah.
And I made the claim earlier, like before I was like fully, I guess, on board with this. Or no, I kind of was. Like my heart was there. But I make the strong argument for like the plant diet being first and foremost, right? But I'll hear counter arguments that like, oh, actually, you know, we were hunter-gatherers and like we like ate mammoths and shit. And I'm not denying that that might be evolutionarily true.
Mm-hmm.
But you ever gone hunting? You know how much easier it is and time efficient to pick things than it is to hunt something. I think that we ate meat as kind of a reward than we did as a staple diet.
And now imagine doing it without guns as well. Jesus.
Exactly. It would have been titanically difficult.
Yeah.
Like, and there's probably a good reason why the food pyramid, like even the old one with like the triangle of the carbs being at the bottom, protein was like a small percentage of that.
Yeah, I think Felix is itching to say something.
Sorry.
Wait, post-mortem. Do you have the Oh yeah, you're in. We have a Discord called the Vegan Library. It has, and I do recommend sending that to Jen post if you can. Discord server called Vegan Library where we store a lot of scientific evidence for what people are talking about. So Jen,
I'm
here's a little
hesitant,
bit of-
kind of, Felix, because there are a few stuff that is like just like I wouldn't present it as evidence, frankly. So I'm a little hesitant.
Like
No, I usually try to be open when it comes to these kind of studies and stuff. But yeah, most of what's really interesting, especially studies on longevity, people say, "Oh, vegan diet, you're gonna have shorter life or whatever." When you present them studies like that, they usually say, "Oh, it's an American study. I don't trust Americans."
Well, that's kind of the problem too, is that there's studies that say like, oh, we clearly
Yeah.
hunted mammoths to extinction because we ate them. So like, but I mean, they'll use the same argument against like industrialized farming. They'll say like, oh, we're not meant to eat plants at the scale that we are because the most nearest thing on an evolutionary scale was industrialized farming, and prior to that we were hunter-gatherers. But again, it's evolution, if you support it, is incredibly slow. So what would make the most sense to have been done for the most amount of time? It would have been hunter-gatherers. Like we can just look at our nearest ancestors, like, or common ancestors like chimps, right? They don't have like hunting with tools short of termites, I guess. But
Yeah, I gotta tell you, Jen, I despise the conversations about evolutionary biology. I despise that shit. I'll tell you why. Why the fuck would we look at our ancestors
Why?
in the 21st century? Why?
because hold on.
Yeah, Mikey, you want to say something?
Hello.
Yes, if you want to say something, if you're just making noises, we're just gonna mute you. And that's okay. You can make just noises. We're just gonna mute you. It's okay. So see, it happens here as well sometimes, Jen, but very rarely.
That's good.
Hello. Hello. What's up, Maria? Hello, Maria.
Hi.
What's up?
Good. About you?
Yeah, I'm alright. I've been. It's been a long journey today. What do you think about animal abuse, Maria?
You there?
I guess
Left off.
happens sometimes. Listen, not everybody is ready to have conversations about morality, right?
Yeah.
They joined the channel.
Post-mortem, do you think people use our ancestors just to deceive themselves and other people?
No, I
That's
think
what they're doing is right.
No, I think generally people are just kind of confusingly convinced that if we did something at some point in the past, then therefore it's okay for us to continue doing it.
Yeah,
I don't
Hitler
even
too.
think they're making a moral judgment there. I think they're making like a naturalistic fallacy. So they're saying it's natural for us to eat meat or whatever because they can digest it or something like that. Therefore, we shouldn't like morally question that shit. Therefore, it's good, right?
They're like, it's morally okay to become Hitler or Genghis Khan.
Yeah. What's up, Tozu? How you doing?
There is actually no meat that
Very,
people are
very
eating today
well.
that's natural, given that quite literally all species that we've bred and mass produced have been selectively bred for quite a long time.
That's 100%
What about
a good
hunters?
point.
Even hunting is not natural. People use forged steel high-power rifles to
Yeah, but
propel
it's-
objects at supersonic speeds through the
But
skulls
what are
of
you-
creatures.
Yeah, but
that
what are
shit's
you
not
putting in-
natural.
What are you putting in your body? That's
What
the
am I
argument
what?
you made. That was the argument you made, that like what all meat is not natural as far as like.
Yeah, there's
biological-
nothing you're gonna be able to do today that's natural. If by natural we mean perform action or process that does not include interference of modern human civilization. There are
Okay,
no
what about
actions that you are capable of.
What about spear hunters?
What about spear hunters?
There's people that spear hunt wild animals that have not been adulterated by like farming.
Are you talking about
Are
like
you talking
Aboriginal
about-
tribes people?
No, I'm talking about people who hunt with spears or bows.
How do they do it? Do they
Yeah, where?
do they like go on a
I don't-
modern boat?
No, I don't track like what your argument is.
Yeah, what people are you talking about? Are you talking about Aboriginals? Are you
No,
talking
I'm
about
talking about-
Cantillini?
Yeah, who
No, I'm
are
talking
those
about
people, Jan? He's asking where are
Modern
those people?
Western first world country people who have desk jobs in an office building that hunt with spears and bows.
Yeah, they're not doing something natural.
How
I
is
want
that
you to
not
examine the
natural?
situation carefully.
In what way
Yeah,
is it
because
not natural?
Yeah, for a multitude of reasons. One, what was the nature of them going out and spearfishing? Did they go on their phone and look up areas that have been documented as having high amounts of some given species of fish? Is the spear that they're using made of forged steel that was produced at a factory with high teleconic structuring? Like,
Did they go on
The
a
fuck?
boat? On a literal fucking
are
boat?
the clothes that they're wearing
No, I don't
to like
disagree
keep
with that one
themselves
bit.
warm from the weather, having these various materials like polycon? Like, what are
Yeah.
you on
Yeah.
about?
Are,
I
we,
don't-
are they
well, I
wearing
don't- I'm not
wellies?
disagreeing with that. What everything you said is true, but
And
how
by
is
the
it
way-
functional? Let me
And by
finish.
the way, none
How
of this
is it
shit
functionally-
matters because
Correct.
there are many natural things that are like really cringe, like rape, for example. It's actually natural to rape. If you look throughout the animal kingdom, if you look throughout human history, it's pretty much guaranteed that one of your ancestors is a rapist. Like guaranteed.
100%.
I also
So not
what's-
only
what's the
are all the
point you're
things you're
trying-
describing anything but natural, but on top of that, if it was natural, that would be horrid. So you should be happy that none of this is natural.
No, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what your point is.
My point is twofold. One, literally none of the things you're describing are natural. And two, if you're just saying that you like natural things, I think you're full of shit because rape is natural. Do you like rape?
You're a very black and white person.
I couldn't hear you. What?
You're a very black and white person, and I'm saying that because I'm one too. You remind me a lot of myself. I love natural things. If I grow my own tobacco plants so I can make my own cigarettes, that is completely natural. Like, why can't
Do you like rape?
Why can't you dislike rape and also like natural food? That's a.
I didn't say you can.
That is literally what you said.
I didn't know.
No, that is
I said,
literally what
I
you
said. No, just to be clear, I said you cannot say that you actually like things because they're natural. There could be things that happen to be natural that I like rain, for example. But that doesn't mean I like rain because it's natural. Even if it was like some synthetic rain that we orchestrated, I would say the same fucking thing. I don't care like what the causal chain was for leading up to the rain happening.
I disagree because there's an argument. I don't want to get off.
No,
topic,
you don't.
but
Do you like rape? Yes or no?
Of course not.
That's
Okay. That's natural.
All right, guess what? There are people that don't like AI art because it's unnatural. People like human created art because it is natural. So you can
Art
like
is
a
not-
natural thing without
Sorry,
it
art
being-
is not natural. Like, you think that when people go on their phone and like draw something up, that's like a natural
You're
action?
ridiculous. There's cave paintings with buffaloes that they use ash from fires to draw.
Yeah, people are not painting in caves, dude.
You really don't think so? You're really
Yeah,
gonna
you
bet
think
money
the
on
people
this?
complaining
You're-
about AI
you're gonna bet
art
money on
are
that.
like painting in caves, bro?
You're gonna bet
no,
money
they're
on
going
that.
on like Microsoft Paint, bro. Get fucking real, bro. My
You're a
God,
troll.
bro, you're so
You're-
cringe,
you're
bro.
you're a complete
Anyways,
troll.
this is like
We
completely
have
embarrassing because you
control.
already admitted that there is a natural thing that you do not like. that is forming a contradiction. Because you
can
just said
no,
that you
you're
like
black and
these
white.
things because they're natural.
I genuinely hope you're trolling.
He has to be.
Yeah,
I
there's
have
no
to be
logical
trolling because I
connection.
pointed out a contradiction on what you said. You said you like things if they're natural. Rape is
took it out
natural.
of-
You don't like it.
You
certain
took it out
things.
of context.
Yeah,
so-
Okay, if you don't like certain things that are natural, then you don't like things because they're natural. There are things you like, and some of them may happen to be natural.
No,
You
I
notice
can
how
like
that has
certain
nothing to
things.
do with
No.
virtue of nature.
No, I can like certain things because they are natural too. And just like I can dislike certain things that are natural as well.
Okay, so you partly like rape because it's natural, but you mostly dislike it because of all the downsides, right?
You are making that claim, not him.
Correct.
Dude, who the fuck are you, Professor? You haven't even been listening, you absolute fucking idiot.
I think he's been listening
Well,
the whole time.
You've just broken a
Professor
rule.
Jose is like naturally stupid. Anyways,
Yeah, you have to be a
alright.
Jen Shinmore, Jen
This-
Shinmore,
that is-
Jen
that
Shinmore.
is-
Just to be clear, you say that things being natural gives them favorable points, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so something being natural doesn't even give it points.
It's correct. It like certain things
Okay,
can
then
have points.
why in the fuck earlier were you talking to Postmortem and telling them about all this stuff and explicitly explaining, well, and it's natural. That's what was natural. Why are you pointing that out if it doesn't even give points?
Listen, I think you misunderstood Jan. He was generally on my side. He's generally on our side. It's okay. Jen just went vegan today and he already became an actor. Jen, I hope I'm not misgendering you.
No, you're nailing it.
Okay, cool.
You're not doing the thinking for me. You're just articulating like what literally happened.
Yeah. So Jen might still have like a few questions about like the esoteric stuff in veganism, but he's generally on our side.
I need to express too, because maybe there was a disconnect there.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
do agree with veganism. Like prior to meeting you, like I literally was making counter arguments against you because I wanted to challenge the robustness of your argument.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. I think I'm better. Like I stepped
Equipped.
out of that conversation better than I was. Definitely.
Likewise, and it made me, introspective.
I mean, for you, it's like really obvious you became vegan.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, Formula, what's her name? Terminus. I think unfortunately you joined when I was taking the side against veganism, as like far as a supporting argument goes against vegans that it's more natural for us to hunt and eat meat. So when you showed up and
I
said
was not fixated on anything veganism related. I heard you say stuff about natural and natural desires. That's what I'm pointing at.
Yeah, no, that was a very small piece in the puzzle we were talking about. I was saying that most people like to defend things like industrialized farming and eating meat because it's what our ancestors did, because it's natural. And that's where I agree with you. Nothing we do today is inherently natural unless you literally go out and mine your own iron ore, forge your own knife, and live like a homeless man in the woods.
No, mining iron ore is also not natural.
Guys, can we
You're
move
just gonna
on?
perform actions.
Yeah, like I think
Can
we'll
we
get
move
hung up on this because is it natural for apes to use tools then? Like we need to talk about veganism. I'm
Apes
sorry.
do not mine iron ore.
It
I can
doesn't
promise you that.
matter, guys. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Professor Jose, what's up?
Excuse me?
What's up? How you doing? Are you doing okay today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. What do you think about veganism?
Oh, what do I think about veganism?
Yeah.
I think that it's a personal choice.
Interesting.
I think that it places great importance in not inflicting pain, harm, or murder.
And you would
upon
think that's a
animals.
bad thing?
Do I think that that's a bad thing?
Yeah, just like putting emphasis on not exploiting, not killing, not torturing animals. Do you think that's a bad thing?
Do I think that's a bad thing?
Yeah.
Well, no.
Okay.
It's not a bad thing.
So if you had like two identical worlds, in one world, we as humans exploit and kill and torture, frankly, animals. In the other world, we don't exploit and kill and torture animals. Which world is better, would you say?
No world will be perfect. That being recognized, if it was left to me to decide which world would be better.
Yeah, they're identical, except in one world we exploit, torture, and kill animals, and in the other world we don't.
Sure. I believe I understand the context. However, I would say that it wouldn't be as easy to ask that question, because if they are identical in essence, the only thing that differs is the killing and exploiting of animals. Well, the mere fact that that happens cannot be identical worlds.
Well, they're identical in every other way except for that thing. That's what I meant.
Well, I wish that I could answer the question in simple terms, but
you
it would require
know. You don't know.
It would
which
require
world would be
analysis. It would require analysis.
better. Let's go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we have the slaughtering of animals, and then we have the compassionate slaughtering of animals. I don't know if you can call it compassionate, but
I wouldn't.
Point.
I
Good
don't know
point.
why
Right.
you would.
Right.
No, he's got a point. He has a point.
In
It's an
the
argument that
end,
they use.
in the end, the animal is still going to die.
Well, that's what I'm
And-
saying.
and-
What if
and-
we
and
create?
it had-
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. What
sure.
like the third option is we don't slaughter animals at all.
Right.
Right.
Now, if it was up to me to choose, I think that I would love to be part of a world where there is less suffering, certainly. And if you were to measure the suffering of animals on a daily basis that are raised for consumption, if you were to measure their pain, well, that would certainly amount to pain and suffering. So I would pick a world where there isn't as much suffering. And if it's that in that way, then why not?
Yeah. So you would generally choose to not exploit and slaughter animals. Did I understand correctly?
No, you had me choose between a hypothetical examples,
Yes.
and then the rest you assumed.
Well, I asked you about two worlds. In one we exploit and kill animals, in the other one we don't.
Right.
You said you would choose the one without, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So what if I told you that you have that choice today?
I do not have that choice.
Why?
I have that choice for myself,
Yes.
but I don't have that choice for everyone else.
Of course. You can't create a world where there is no exploitation and slaughtering without the individuals in that world taking the responsibility and stopping exploitation and slaughtering in their own lives. It's just
Agreed.
literally impossible to create a world that you prefer without exploitation and slaughtering if you don't actually take the personal responsibility and stop paying for exploitation and slaughter, or stop like exploiting and slaughtering animals directly if you have like that option as well.
Sure. In modern society, I think we're all aware that, well, we don't directly raise our animals, we don't directly sacrifice them, we don't, right? We are contributors to that system.
So let's say let's say I like hired the person who then like killed you. Let's say it's like a mercenary, right? Am I responsible for your death?
You are, because you ordered it.
Yeah. So when you give your money for meat and eggs and dairy, are you responsible for the exploitation and murder of those animals?
You are a direct contributor to it, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, why wouldn't you choose to stop doing that? Because you do prefer, remember, it's your choice, and you chose that a world without exploitation and slaughter of animals would be a preferable world. Then why wouldn't you strive to do that in your own life?
Why would I not strive to do that?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you decide today? Well, Postmortem made some interesting points. I think I should stop paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals. Then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna become vegan today.
Well, so you think that becoming vegan is the solution to ending animal exploitation?
One person at a time. It is the solution, the direct solution for you, because you're not gonna be paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals, right? At least to like, in case of slaughter, maybe like depends on how you define slaughter, but like, okay, if you're talking about killing, then you're gonna minimize the amount of animals that you kill to like the most minimal degree, and you're gonna end exploitation of animals by you, right? And then like, I'm sorry, I can't hear you out, Games. I think they're just gibberating, so we're gonna mute them. So Professor Jose, I think, right, it's like one person at a time should decide that they are not gonna pay for exploitation and slaughter of animals anymore, and they should just stop.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said that I think one person at a time, if our goal is to create a better world, one person at a time, we should like take the responsibility for, right now we are paying for exploitation and slaughter of animals, and tomorrow I'm going to stop because I want a better world.
Right.
Yeah.
So because I want a better world, that would be defined by not consuming animals?
I think it would solve one problem of exploitation and slaughter of animals, right? For you, one person at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's easy to make a shift of living an entire life? I'm speaking for myself, where it's your culture.
Yeah.
It is the way that you are risen, raised, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
That your meals contain 50% carbohydrates, 20% protein, and 30% vegetables. I don't think it's as easy.
Well, I mean, I did it, right? I wasn't born vegan.
I'm sure. Right.
Yeah.
I think it would most likely depend upon if the person believes they are making a change, and if that change is worth making in their lives.
By the way, 20% of protein, that's crazy. That sounds crazy to me. That's a lot.
20% is a lot?
Of course. 20% of your calories, do you mean? Yes.
No, 20% of your plate.
Well, how do you define a plate? By grams? Why would you? Like, not by calories. Like, for instance, I'll explain it to
you.
By
serving.
Yeah.
Like volume.
So let's say I have an allowance of calories, right? And that allowance of calories is, in my case, is like 1,600 calories. Somebody is like really. I'm muting you. I'm so sorry, Amli. So 1,600 calories in my case is my calorie allowance. If I take 20% of that plate, of that calorie allowance as protein, that's insane. Nobody does that. Like not even bodybuilders do that. That's an insane amount of
Say that
protein.
again. What allowance?
So my calorie allowance is 1,600. How
Right.
much is 20% of that?
Oh, I didn't tell you. 200? 400?
Yeah, 320, I think, if I'm doing my math correct. Oh, wait.
What about keto?
If we're talking about calories, yeah, it could be doable. I don't know. I'm getting like 100 grams of protein every day, and I'm a tiny person. So I don't know. I don't know. I think it's doable, because I do it, right?
Well, it may be doable for you.
Yeah. What do you think is the problem there? Do you think there is not enough protein in plant foods?
No, there is plenty of protein in the plant kingdom.
Mm-hmm. But
what?
no, I'm asking what would be the problem actually? Like, yeah,
The
you
barrier to entry, so to say.
yeah, you just change your animal protein into plant protein and let's go. And you
I do that. In fact, that's something that I do every Sunday, where there is no meat consumption in the diet, and certain Fridays.
Yeah.
The rest of the days there is meat consumption.
Yeah. So wouldn't it get you closer to your goal of a world without exploitation and killing of animals if you just like stop eating animal products at all?
Well, I may have some. How do you say? Some influencing information that may prevent me from making that change.
Sure, what is it?
I have 2 degrees, one in science of nursing, so dietary or diet is something that you learn, and how to supplement certain diets. And in that curriculum is the vegan curriculum, which science tells us it's very doable. You can supplement things that non-vegans consume.
Yeah.
You can supplement to turn it into a vegan-only diet, utilizing vegetables, roots, and things of that nature. But in that education, we were always told, I don't know how true that is, but if it is being taught in universities, there must be. We are taught that vegans are, in a large percentage, deficient in nutrients. Not in all, but specific ones.
Yeah.
I don't recall which ones they were.
Probably B12 and zinc. In case
Well,
of
you can take supplements for any deficiencies.
I would say, I would go even harder. I would say, you reminded me to take a multi-supplement. I take it not because my diet is like horribly deficient. I think my diet is pretty good. I take it just in case. Because today I've been on Discord for like 8 hours and I completely forgot to eat today. So taking a multi is a good idea, right?
Yes, many people take a multivitamin complex.
Yeah.
Whether they are deficient or not.
Exactly.
But I have You see, my only vitamin deficiency, according to my physician, is vitamin D.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not deficient on any nutrient, not even B12.
That's good.
But any water-soluble or hydrosoluble nutrient, vitamin that is, that anyone is deficient on, they can easily remedy that deficiency, unless it's an individual absorption problem.
And then you just
Then
take
that-
more, right? If you have like a problem with your intestines, so like you don't absorb B12 well, you just take more B12 or take it directly into your bloodstream, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
And problem fixed.
exactly.
Does that create a burden that you may become deficient on some? Well, it's not going to necessarily kill you, and two, you fixed it with the supplementation. So
Well, that's why I'm like a huge proponent of preventative supplementation. So just taking a multivitamin regardless of what your diet is, right? Do you think that's a good heuristic to do?
in most cases, because in other cases you may be over supplementing on a particular vitamin that you are unaware of,
Yeah.
and you may be overdoing it. But it's generally safe for most people.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, you have to like choose a multivitamin that doesn't have like crazy amounts of anything,
Yeah.
except
Yes.
for B12. B12 should be in insane
Correct.
amounts, like 10,000
Correct.
amount, like a percent, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, the hydrosoluble vitamins, especially with B12, if you take too much of it, you just pee it out.
Yeah. And not taking
So-
enough of it is like a crazy thing that could happen to your body. You probably shouldn't take the chance, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
you need B12 for many reasons.
I know, it's very important. Well, it
Yes.
sounds like you can go vegan tomorrow because you know all this knowledge that most people don't. You are incredibly knowledgeable about how to go vegan. So what would prevent you from going vegan?
You okay, bro? You got a kidney stone.
So
Hi, guys.
I grew up in a third world country where meat, even today, meat is very scarce.
Yeah.
To be able to consume meat was literally luxury. And needless to say, beef is something that you only ate once a year.
Yeah.
And it was outlawed to kill any cow for any reason. So you quite literally didn't have that ability, even if you had the money for it. Meat was luxury. So we would supplement with beans for protein, much fish, because that was the only, well, it's an island, so fish is the only source of animal protein that you had available.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I
don't
would
think I
argue
could-
like beans, you have beans, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the body needs a mixture of complex proteins, not just your basic chains.
Sorry,
But
do you mean like that people wouldn't function properly if they're
Oh, no,
like
no.
been like 10 years, for instance, on a vegan diet, they wouldn't function properly? So the claim,
No, no,
I'm
that's-
just making, like, I'm just saying, like, making the claim that the body needs, like, animal protein is a little weird, right?
no. The body does not. The body does not need
No, yeah.
animal protein always.
Yeah.
But it is highly recommended and suggested, especially in the early years when brain development is something that's of value and importance.
I would
Our,
contest that,
mother's
frankly.
milk.
That's not my personal opinion. That is the curriculum I was taught.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, I adopted that mindset.
Yeah. Well, the good news are, Professor Jose, you are not an infant anymore, so it's not relevant to you.
Right.
You're not in early days.
Right.
Right. So I'm asking you, you seem to be the kind of person that if they would start like a vegan lifestyle, and specifically we're talking about nutrition, so vegan diet, they would excel at it because the amount of knowledge you have, right?
So I have the knowledge.
Yeah.
But I have other stronger deterrents behind me.
Like what? Let's talk about those.
I have a family, I have a wife, I have 2 daughters. It is our culture, it is our customs to consume animal products.
So why would all of those things prevent you from achieving a better world?
Very good question.
I guess you would have to be focused on making a better world through the dietary choices you make.
Well, not just dietary, I would say like...
I, in the other hand, have consecrated my life to improve the world we live in through other approaches.
How about this? I have a proposition for you, Professor Jose. How about this? You continue doing the improvement of the world through other approaches, while also not exploiting and killing animals because you don't need to and you know it. It's not going to take that much of a bandwidth for you, right? You can switch tomorrow and like immediately go into it just because the amount of knowledge that you have. You'll immediately know to take a multivitamin and a B12 vitamin. You'll immediately know what to eat so that your like protein is up and stuff like that, right? You have a huge...
You're telling me that because you have the ability and you found it easy to consume only one type of diet.
Well, it's not one type of diet. I don't know what you mean by that.
No, if you allow me to finish.
Sorry, I apologize, yeah.
One that excludes meat or animal products. Right? That would be the case for me. But
well,
I would also find it easy.
I think you like gave me the indication that it would be easy for you, at least nutritionally, right? So there are like other stuff in there. You're saying I have a wife and I have daughters. I don't know why that's relevant. Like you could be vegan and have like wife and daughters, right?
It's relevant because it's a nucleus.
Okay.
The decisions that I make will eventually directly affect my dependents and those that depend on me.
Oh, do you mean like you don't cook your own food?
I do.
Then I don't see how.
Then, so to say?
Because a decision I make, why would, with what right would I force them?
You don't have to.
To also undertake a lifestyle that I have chosen.
Well, you don't have to. What you can do is take the lifestyle yourself. And then explain to your family why you did it, what were your reasons for it, making a world better. And if they adopt it, great. If they don't adopt it, you just eat different diets and live different lifestyles in this specific thing. I don't see why that's a problem. Like, they're not gonna tell you, no, mofo, our father, our husband, you can't try to make a world better through your diet and lifestyle.
Well,
you don't have to force them. By the way, nobody can force anybody to like become like morally better. That can't happen.
I agree.
I can't force you, right? I'm just asking you questions. So why would you assume that you have to force your family to assume the lifestyle that you have?
I am adding a component, a very important factor into deterring you from hearing the answer you want to hear.
I don't want to hear any answer.
Make...
I'm just asking you questions, Professor Jose.
I'll play devil's advocate here and say he's true. Why is there a... Like, what's the intent behind avoiding giving her the answer she wants to hear?
Excuse me?
I said, I respect that, but, like, what's the, like, benefit overall? Like, what's the intent behind not giving her the answer she wants to hear?
I don't want to hear any answer. I just want to hear the justification, right?
I've explained the fact that I have grown. It is part of my culture, my customs, and my habits.
I understand. Like every culture consumes animal products. You're not special.
Can I take a stab at it?
Well, no, not every culture.
Almost every culture, including Indians. Come on.
Yeah. So
no. James, do not.
I don't want to sound. I don't want to disrespect like the sensitivity of your choice, but why is it an issue to go against your culture in this sense?
Why is going against the culture an issue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If your culture was like a raping on a large scale, and it was like totally permissible culturally to rape, would you then become a rapist?
That's not my culture.
Correct.
No, I'm asking it hypothetical, right? If your culture dictated this rape thing, would you then like say, yeah, I'm gonna continue raping despite there are being victims of it, right?
The reality is that hypothetical idea, well, I'm not willing to entertain.
I mean, it's like the same idea. Like, it would be a better world where nobody rapes anybody else. And if you want to, like, get that world where nobody rapes anybody else, you should first not rape yourself.
I guess, in the end, I have to ask myself one question. I guess that's truly what it boils down to. Because that's my profession. Is it legal? Is it illegal? That is, at the end of the day, what dictates many of my choices.
Really? If it was legal to rape, you would be a rapist?
Ooh.
You are making a hypothesis that is irrelevant.
The rape is still legal in some parts of the world. So it's not even a hypothetical. I'm just asking.
Do you mind if I
You're generalizing outside of the terms.
You just told me.
I reside in America.
You just
told me. So the
told
context behind the law would be applying to the judicial
but you
system
just told
in
me
America.
That you when you ask yourself moral questions, well, should I do this thing or should I not do this thing? You're not thinking of the victims that your actions are going to create. You're not thinking if it would make you a better person or a worse person. You're thinking of whether it's legal or not. So I'm asking the hypothetical. If it was legal to rape, would you become a rapist, or would it still be an abhorrent thing to do to somebody?
That's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical that exists in the world, so...
I think a bit, like... I want to take a stab at this, because I think that the hypotheticals are too extreme, but they're good. I don't know why...
Wait, hold on. Just real quick. You don't even have to engage in hypotheticals. In some countries, you can actually rape your wife without any legal issues.
Oh yeah, no, but I want to like not use extreme examples for the sensitivity of like his discussion. Why is it important for you to stick to what your cultural norms are? Like, is there a consequence to, going against it? Or is it just something that you want to stick to because selfish reasons?
Neither of those.
What is it? Is it, fill me in on it then. Is it important to maintain a history of sorts?
No, not at all.
So then, what's the barrier from, say, stopping you from diverting from that culture?
The desire.
Yeah, so ultimately, you're choosing to stick with it because you want to, is what you're saying.
Most definitely.
Unfortunately, you cannot change the heart.
I mean, I would say then you're going against your own like preferences, because your preference is to create a better world, and then your actions are contradicting that.
That is true. That is true.
Through other means, the impact that I have on my community and society at large, and the contributions that I bring onto them, matter. As I am sure yours matter as well.
So, may I? At some point, let's assume that you achieve your goals with this, right? This topic will be brought to the table at some point. If we're trending towards a utopia, that would include minimizing the suffering of animals at some point. So when it's time to cross that bridge, would you be okay with walking away from your culture then?
Good question.
That is, that's if you analyze the question that you've just asked, is that a fair question?
Of course it is. I can use an example. I'm, contrary to what people might think, I'm very pro-gun. But if somebody could guarantee to me that we're on a trend towards a society where we would never need to use these things in self-defense, oh sure, I'll turn them in, no problem, right? And if that's the aim, then you have to kind of set that example somehow, right? You have to work. We have to make that ball start rolling.
All right. So
I'm not saying you have to do it now. I'm just saying that if the goal is to minimize suffering, why would culture be a barrier?
All right. So here's the.
Sorry if that was complicated.
No, not
That's
at all.
That's a good question.
I'm a magistrate judge.
Cool.
So I have
Your Honor.
mentality. I have a mentality of. I don't know why it just sticks with you after so many years. When people engage in hypotheticals, immediately, hearsay.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yep.
I am a straight to the point person. If something can be evidenced, well, there you have it. If something cannot be evidenced, then at least an argument that would portray an inclination that, more likely than not, that would be the case, can be entertained.
So, Professor Jose, Your Honor, what evidence would you accept in the positive that you should become vegan?
Yeah, if the suffering is evident right now, like she used an example earlier to make it very short. I would like to wean off of this, but by doing that, I am like there's no way to do that, right? Like you either do or you don't. I hate to like work in black and whites, right? But if the problem is very apparent now and you acknowledge that it is a problem, what more evidence do you need?
Well, in that sense, I will remind you that a human being is a holistic being. They are not only what they eat. They are a component of different factors.
Yeah, veganism is holistic. It's like a lifestyle.
Their belief system is part of them. Their customs is part of them. Their culture is part of them. Their language, their societal standards, their ethics, their morals, their preferences, their sexual preferences, how they identify. These are all components that make up someone.
Your Honor, can I ask you, please, if a person came to your bench, right, and they killed their wife, and they say, listen, it's my morals, it's my culture, so I just did it. This is like part of my culture, it's part of my like human experience, holistic human experience. Would you let them go? Would you tell them, no, you did a bad thing?
Again, hearsay. You're hypothesizing. Making
No.
an
Am I? Do you not judge people who murdered their wives ever?
No, that would go to the district court.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So, I'm sorry to like work against you on this again. I promise I'm not trying to just attack you directly. I'm attacking your logic you're using directly. You've acknowledged that this is a problem. This is a crime that is being committed currently.
Yes.
And you're saying that because there is an identity tied towards this, like an ego, right? Your ego and your identity is tied with doing culturally repetitive things, even if it's fruitful or not fruitful. It's important to you because it's important to you.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also acknowledging that that thing you are doing that is important to you is a crime you're doing.
It's not a crime.
Moral
Killing
crime.
animals.
Not legal
Right.
crime, moral crime.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I should have made that distinction.
Yeah.
If you're acknowledging, on one hand, you're acknowledging that you are causing suffering and perpetuating it, but on the other hand, you're trying to justify that. Well, it's okay for me to commit this suffering and crime because it's part of who I am. And it's hard to question your reality in that sense. I totally get that, but
I'm not questioning my reality.
then why is it? Then what? It like I don't understand. Help me out on this. If you acknowledge that there's a contradiction here, right? On one hand, you know that this is causing suffering. On one hand, you know you're partaking in perpetuating this suffering.
You have acknowledged that.
Yes.
Yes.
So then, why stop? Or why not stop? Excuse me.
Wait, you don't acknowledge that there is a contradiction between wanting a better world and like participating in something that makes the world worse?
Exactly.
I will continue to contribute to a world that I want to see in tomorrow
Mm-hmm.
in the ways that I can, in the ways that I'm equipped to make that change.
You are not equipped to go vegan?
Am I not equipped to go vegan?
Yeah.
I'm equipped to go mini. I'm equipped to go vegan. I'm equipped.
There you
to
go. You contradicted yourself.
Becoming
Right,
transgender. I am equipped to. That doesn't mean I will do it.
Your Honor, you contradicted
Right.
yourself. You said that you will achieve a better world in the ways that you are equipped. Then you said, yes, I'm equipped to be vegan. And then you said, but I'm not going to do it. So you contradicted yourself and then coped about it with all due respect.
You're making a conscious choice to not make the world better. You have the power to make it better, but you're making a conscious choice not to.
In your affinity, correct.
I mean,
will
you agreed with
continue-
us.
I will continue to consume animal products. Yes.
So
can
you
rest
are
assured-
acting illogically because you're
Correct.
contradicting yourself.
You can call it whatever you would like.
I'm calling it what it is, Your Honor. I think I presented evidence to it as well.
You can you have the right to believe anything you choose to believe.
No, but you acknowledge that this is creating suffering. We're not choosing to believe our reality or what is even logical. We are choosing to follow what you have acknowledged is suffering and unjust.
No, you're
We're
not.
playing. No.
You're not.
No.
No.
Where's the
This
counter
is-
evidence to this?
This is your claim.
No,
Not
this
mine.
is your claim. You just acknowledged earlier that a world with less suffering would be a more ideal world, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I did say.
I am going by your logic on this.
You also said
But
that you
I'm-
are equipped to go vegan. And then you
Yes.
said, I'm gonna make this world more moral by the things that I equipped. By
that's
that,
not what I said.
by
That's
that
not what I
logic, you should go vegan because you are well equipped, more
I
equipped
don't-
than anybody
I don't
else
want-
to
I
go
don't want
vegan.
to be vegan. I don't want to turn vegan.
So
I don't-
that's fine. That's fine. But ultimately, you have to acknowledge that you are okay with suffering. Then
Suffering is something that
There we
will
go.
never cease.
does
Not
that make
for
it
you.
okay? Does
Not
that
for
make it
you.
okay?
Not for you, not for animals, not for anyone. Suffering is the subject of all living organisms.
Exactly. We should
You
all
will
suffer.
never stop suffering For it
Suffering
is
is part of
part of the
life.
thread of existence.
Then, therefore,
it's
Your
the way-
Honor, therefore, Professor Jose, we should cause the most amount of suffering, right?
No, that is the logic you are employing.
No, I'm taking it
Okay,
from your logic. I
no,
almost never
if
use
we-
my logic here. I use
if we
the
just-
person's logic.
You are so
Yeah.
focused on ending animal suffering
Yeah.
that you have forgotten that you yourself
Mm-hmm.
have sufferings that you cannot
If
focus.
there's always going to be orphans, should we just stop welfare programs for orphanages?
That is, you are raising another hypothetical. Remember,
Okay, fine. All right, fine. We will use your point then. Fine. If there's always going to be suffering, if animals are always going to die,
Dying is not suffering. Dying is just a thing that happens to all of us.
dying is part of suffering.
Oh, it's not suffering that is caused by others. Let's just say it like that. Killing is, right? Is there a difference, Your Honor? Is there a difference between somebody dying of old age and somebody like ending up on another judge's bench because they killed somebody else, right? There is a difference. There is a moral and a legal difference between killing and being like just dying of old age. Being killed or dying of old age, right?
Yes.
Yeah, judicial and moral difference. Yes. I'll assume that the answer is yes. So by that logic, saying, "Oh, we all suffer, we all die," would not be a good justification for taking a gun and shooting somebody in the head, right?
right?
That would be illegal.
Would it be moral?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what moral is and what isn't? Just what's legal?
What is legal and what?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you're cutting
humans
out.
are animals. Humans are animals.
Oh my.
Right.
Oh my.
Absolutely.
That's not. No,
That's not true, though.
I can't hear them.
No. No, I will have to disagree with that.
Judge, do me a favor. Go to Google, search, "Are humans animals?"
We are.
If you.
You're cutting out for me. I can't hear you.
That is not true.
Can you please send your scientific research?
The body.
Okay, give me, send me. No, send it.
In general, even fucking bananas are toxic to human bodies. If you don't fucking.
What?
I know. It sounds weird, and I didn't fucking believe
Okay,
it.
no, I'll agree with this. You're right, because there's a trivial amount of radioactive potassium in bananas, and we need potassium to live. So yes, plants kill us.
Anything.
But,
No,
you know, there is
it's a dose
direct
response. Come on,
correlation.
don't give
There's
him
a-
that.
Oh,
It's
my
a dose
grandfather
response.
No,
There's
no,
not
you're
enough
giving that.
fucking
No,
radioactivity in bananas to
There's
kill
a
us.
reason for this. You know that there's a direct correlation to colon cancer and red meat consumption.
No, that's
There is.
complete
There-
bullshit.
there-
There's
no, they're
okay,
they're
there's
100%
no-
is. They're
study.
100 It is
Okay.
irrefutably true. It 100% is there.
Listen, that study was not complete. They did another study, and they found that the red meat consumption in association with high carbohydrate consumption is what caused the colon cancer, not a fucking meat.
Leo, there is not
Find that
one study.
When we fucking
If
get
you
a
can
high
find that study and show it to me, that's fair. But right now, what you're doing is called conjecture.
No, hold on. Let me send you. Oh, dude, I got all the studies right here, man.
There is not one study for all meat consumption causes cancer. There is a preponderance of fucking evidence. There are meta-analyses.
Well, these are not. I mean, nothing's fucking. I don't know.
Ultimately,
100%.
I think we have two different
Absolute, but-
conversations. I'd like to pull it back to one. If everything is just going to suffer undoingly, right?
No. I get it, man. Because we're humans, we love each other. We kind of don't love. To make other people suffer.
No. I'm taking the
But
humanistic
when-
element away
yeah,
from
but
this.
seriously, dude. As much as we can fucking argue, humans don't really give a shit about a fucking cow in her fucking pain.
I do.
And I know it feels
I
bad.
do too.
Seriously, man. I'm a human. My genes are telling me to eat some meat. I'm gonna eat some fucking meat. I know
What
cow.
genes
I
are
don't
that?
You made the statement about creation before we were created, right? Are you religious?
Dude, I'm not talking religion, all right? I'm
No.
just talking me and my cravings.
You
and
made
my
the
body.
statement, so I can make mine.
Dude, no, bro, my body is programmed in a certain way. It may be.
Why is
it
that?
Made, I don't know. Maybe made by God. Maybe created by whatever. All I know, my body's there, and it fucking depends on meat consumption. And I'm not fucking gonna stop it just because I
Yummy
want to
meat.
feel better.
You know what's funny is if we put you in a jail cell for a decade and only fed you plants, you wouldn't die.
Leo, yummy meat barbecue.
Oh hell yeah, bro! I love barbecue, bro. Hell yeah, bro! I'm gonna eat that shit.
Unfortunately, it's
And
devolved
I'm
to
gonna
ad hominem
keep enjoying my meat every day while y'all can fucking argue. And guess
You
what?
can have your meat. You can have your meat.
85% of
You just have
humans,
to
maybe
acknowledge that
90%
you're
of
participating in
humans do meat
causing
as well.
suffering.
I'll start
I
to
mean, look at the
moderate.
fucking Indians, bro. Look at the fucking Indians.
Hold on. I'm gonna start moderating right now.
Look at their body shapes, bro. Look at the
Leo.
fucking epidemic in India. And
Leo.
Leo. Hold on, guys. Stop. I'm gonna moderate. Leo, are you here to complain or to have a conversation? Because if you're here to complain, I can just kick you. What do you want to do?
yeah, I'm explaining evidence. All right, I'm not complaining. Was I complaining? Did you hear me crying?
I'm just asking you a question. That's all. Because I need to moderate this channel and not have it chaotic, right? So go ahead, Leo. What's up?
All right, so what I was explaining is when we don't consume a lot of meat, we're hurting the bodies, all right? And we're dependent on plants and carbohydrates. And over time, through evolution, our bodies are going to become weaker, shorter, and not as big as they were.
Before we engage with this, do you have scientific evidence such as meta-analysis or systematic review studies to demonstrate your opinion?
Yes. Yeah, I'm happy to share that right here, bro.
Before we engage, we want to see the evidence, preferable meta-analysis or systematic, and then we can continue the conversation.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Are you vegan, Felix?
Bro, what do you think?
Well, you look rather
Obviously,
healthy.
Yes. Yes, I am vegan.
Wonderful. Well, there you have it. Proof that one can be healthy and live without food that derives from animals.
And people say I look younger than my actual age. So.
Same.
Has everyone seen that Leo has disappeared and has not provided?
He ran!
Yeah.
He didn't provide any of those meta-analysis.
Allow me, please, to put it's not that irrelevant, but I would like to put an RCT where people consumed either animal protein and animal protein isolate, or they had a vegan diet and consumed soy protein isolate. I think it was soy. And then they were lifting for a couple of months. And there was no difference between their growth, of strength and circumference, even like hypertrophy, between the two groups. So generally speaking, going plant-based is not gonna hurt your gains.
Right.
Generally speaking, somebody said about Felix, well, are you vegan or you're not? And Felix flexed, and then they coped about it. So now we have evidence that a vegan can be build a good body. Not
You
just
have living proof.
Not just as evidenced by the amazing body of Felix, but also now we have scientific evidence.
Felix, hello?
Yo.
Yeah, if you just eat and never do exercise, what's going to happen to your physical body?
It's going to decrease.
I don't know. I think we already have people who live in America. I'm not saying that you have to be obese or whatever. I'm just saying that on average person doesn't go to the gym. So average person doesn't exercise, right?
So that's what happens for most Indians. They don't do exercise and become fat as
Well, you don't have to be fat. It's just when you are lazy, you have more lazy tendencies.
Yeah.
Some people can be lazy and not exercise and still look healthy. It just depends on calories in and calories out. Because no matter what you do, you still move around, so you still build some muscle. Like even when you go to a shop and you pick up your groceries, you still, use your muscles. So it's still something.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry. To take a phone call.
That's okay.
Anyone else?
What's the question?
Does anyone else have any questions?
I don't want to dog on this particular individual because I want to be constructive. But
You see, Pies, this is why moderation is good. If I'm here, I can moderate, and that's
Yeah,
good.
I know.
it was necessary. We got two conversations going at the same time, and
Yeah.
not that there was bad. Like the conversations were fine. It's just like people walking over each other. Not
Listen,
constructive anymore.
So, Jen, there are some people who coming in here to fight us. That's why it sounds like that.
Oh, I have nothing wrong with that as long as their argument
Yeah.
holds weight. I like that Professor Jose's arguments are
Yeah.
thoroughly robust, but I did get you on a corner before that last guy joined.
I think I did too, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
And I don't want it to be that. Because ultimately it is not about me. It's about the welfare of things outside of me.
I wouldn't
but
use the word welfare. I would use the word like rights or like bodily autonomy and things like that.
yeah,
Because,
I guess to
yeah,
get it back on track, like
Yeah.
I'm dating a creationist of all things, a Christian fundamental creationist.
Oh shit!
Um,
We gotta talk about that one day, Jen.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
And obviously there is a like a biblical supported obligation to what's the word? Like the animals were put there for you to use kind of thing, like that one guy was saying earlier the other day.
Philip, your camera is lagging. Yeah, it's lagging.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if my Discord froze or
No, it's
No, it
Alex.
froze.
Yeah, I know. That's the
camera
purpose. I can freeze my camera. It's
Yeah.
just
Oh, okay.
LBRB.
Just making sure that was intentional.
Yeah.
So long story short, there is still this guise of if we are above animals, like a lot of people believe we are, right? And the animals are beneath us. There's still this element that we're supposed to take care of the garden, so to say, right? If we're the masters of this planet and of life on Earth, right? And we have the choice to minimize the suffering of the fall under us, and it's something we can do, why not do it?
Philip,
Right?
Do you
If the motivation is purely selfishness and habit, then it's a weak argument.
Yeah.
Just saying I want to do this simply because I want to. Like, I love meat. I do. It's fucking delicious. But I can't divorce my mind from the fact that it is causing suffering.
Oh.
And I'll never defend that because there's no way to say that's not. Unless you eat roadkill, which go for it.
Yeah. I mean, another thing that we didn't talk about, Jan, like, I don't know, like dumpster diving. It could be, some people would say it's still unethical. I would say, right now, it's it doesn't increase rights violations because you're literally taking it from a dumpster. It doesn't make other people's go, I should go buy some meat because it's dumpster meat. I mean, Felix said if you take that dumpster meat and put it on your salad, then you may be like promoting rights violations. But generally speaking, I don't know, it's better for the environment to save food. So I'm like iffy. Maybe there is some increase in rights violations, but generally speaking, like, dumpster meat, if you want it, it's incredibly dangerous. I wouldn't. Not even like if I was starving, I think. But, it's closer to ethical meat than any other stuff, right?
The problem with these, I think it amazes me, it's in a short amount of time we've been talking, how married to the idea like veganism as a diet was to me. And it's not just that. It's like things like leather industry and that kind of like, I guess for lack of a better word, again, animal welfare. I think people are put off by the idea that, oh, stop eating animals as far as a nutrition aspect goes, because they're, unfortunately, like, animal protein is, because it's already synthesized in, muscles tissue, it's very easy for us to incorporate that. Like the absorption rate for animal protein is much higher, proportionally speaking, than say like plant protein.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an argument about nutrition and diet. It's not an argument about the welfare of animals. And to like bring Professor Jose back to this, that's what we're trying to argue, is that like there's no way to justify murder, like period, from an ethical sense. The argument only that backs it is a nutritional argument, and the problem is we live in a society now where that's irrelevant. You have options.
Yeah. So, Professor Jose, I would like to continue telling you about my day. So, about 2 or 3 hours ago, I don't remember, when we came into this specific server, this specific channel, there was a 13-year-old child in here who doesn't have food agency. They literally can't decide what food they eat. And if they ever tell their parents they want to do something else, they want to do something that goes against culture, they would get beaten. So this child, a 13-year-old child, said, I want to be vegan, but I can't because my parents are gonna beat me to death. And they are still committed to, when they become 18 years old, they're gonna become vegan because they know it's the right thing to do for animals. So somebody who's a judge, who's generally is privileged, has the nutritional knowledge, has the capacity to understand that exploiting and killing animals is creating a worse world than what it could be, and then says, well, I'm not gonna do it. That really sucks. After that child who made me cry said, I'm gonna become vegan. And you are not.
By choice.
By choice. Of course, by choice. I'm here. Sorry, I walked away for a minute. If somebody called me.
Oh, I thought my internet had a problem.
Oh, sure, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you.
I don't think Jose is here anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think people have any right to kill anything they can't create themselves.
That's a terrible argument. People can create cattle. People shouldn't be able to create and kill cattle. People shouldn't be able to create and kill their own fucking children. What a terrible fucking argument, Osho.
No, but you should not kill. Simple.
If I can create a child with my womb, is it okay for me to kill that child? Like when it's out of the womb, when it's already sentient and shit, and I actually want a child.
I mean, for at least first 5 years, it's your choice whether you want to take care of him or not. So yeah, it's their choice.
So if I have a 3-year-old child that I gave birth to, is it okay for me to kill them, morally speaking?
It's not right. It's not right, but they
then
are
your
the one
argument
who's taking care
was
of
shit.
I'm very glad my mom did not kill me at 3 years old or 5 years old. She had every right to, I guess, but you know.
Yeah.
And by the way, if people are like coping right now, I don't know anywhere that's like, ooh, VPM is pro-abortion. Well, once they're out of your body, they're an autonomous fucking person who you can't kill. Once they're in your body, they actually putting you in danger and giving you great torture. So, you know, There is a difference there. That's the like symmetry breaker in my mind.
Kind of ironic we didn't choose to exist, but we have the choice to want to live.
Yeah. By the way, I also support people who want to die, so...
Euthanasia.
Yeah. I think, like, I really hope I have that, option available to me, because I, like, live alone and, likely to continue living alone and dying alone. And if I ever get so sick that I can't take care of myself anymore, I hope I have the option to off myself.
You don't want to go to nursing home?
Like, depends on how much suffering I'm experiencing. Like, if I'm experiencing so much suffering, and if it's like terminal, I just want to be off. I just want to remember myself suffering just a little bit the way I do now, because I have like horrible genetic disorders. You know what I mean?
It's unfortunate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is some kind of cutoff after which I just don't want to live anymore, and I hope that option is available to me. So I'm being like, I think I'm being logically consistent, but also I'm being a little selfish there.
No, I don't think so at all. I think you can be both.
Yeah.
I think that the only slippery slope that comes to mind for me that people get taboo about is short-term decisions, right? Because there's lots of angsty teenagers who are living through hell, like, you know, the previous 13-year-old or whatever.
Yeah.
Their circumstances may change one day, you know, it's not right for me to dictate like that, but you know, it's a permanent solution to what may be a temporary problem.
Yeah, I understand that. But once
but
the problem is no
terminal illness
longer
is,
temporary,
pretty-
I support people's right to die. Also, I'm sorry, I'm just not gonna split my attention right now by reading whatever you put in the chat. I apologize. I'm just not gonna do that right now.
I'll take a peek at it.
Yeah, go for it if you can answer. I think Jan, you're becoming like my hand, my second. Could it be?
Oh,
Are you mini me?
I've become the white knight simp of the vegan. I'm again, like, I hate to say this, I am biased against this. I like animals. They're tasty.
Me too.
But logically speaking, I have to adhere to my morals.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd be a hypocrite.
Yeah, I agree.
Jen, hello.
Hello.
Yes.
I can hear you very well.
If you have a family of 4 or 5 people, I don't have, I'm just asking you, hypothetical situation, and you have to feed them and you at the same time, and you have just $5, what will you buy? Vegan food or meat?
Whatever I can get the most calories per dollar. Which in this day and age, I did this 2 years ago. It was wheat and rice.
Was it? Was meat cheaper than tofu?
No.
There you go.
No, I said wheat, like
wheat.
grain, like
yeah.
No, not meat, wheat.
Yeah. Okay,
Wheat and
I'm
rice
sorry.
were calorie, like, you know, because you gotta stretch that $5, right? Does it make sense to get meat?
No.
If I can only feed one person a rotisserie chicken, I think it'd be better for everybody to have a loaf of bread for themselves.
100%.
Are they going to be nutritionally deficient? Yeah, but what's going to kill you faster? A lack of calories or a lack of nutrients?
Wanna hear something interesting, Jan?
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually go on a potato diet and eat just potatoes for your calories, and you're gonna be almost nutritionally complete, except for the protein is gonna be kinda low, so you're not gonna be able to like lift or grow your muscles. But generally speaking, potatoes are like a superfood.
Interesting. I did not know that. I thought they were empty carbs.
No, dude, potatoes are like explosive with nutrients. Wait, do you have like Chronometer?
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna put in the chat a link to chronometer.com. Every time you have like, oh, what does potato have in it? You can go there and it will tell you what potatoes have in it. It's like very, it's very accurate as well, relatively.
The most nutritionist part of the potato is the skin.
Oh. That's ironic, actually, because potato chips. Oh, I've been doing potatoes wrong. It's just eating the starch.
No, eat all of it. Eat all of it. It's good.
I'm so dumb. Why do we peel potatoes?
Because people I think don't like the coarseness of the potato
Well, there you
peel.
go. There's the problem I have. We know what is objectively good for us, but we choose to do what is convenient.
Let me check your opinion.
I wouldn't even say
highly-
that it's convenient to peel potatoes. It's like an
Or not
extra layer
convenient,
of processing.
Yeah, but excuse me, I should amend what I said. The motivation behind it is that we want the tastier part.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what's crazy? If you make your own potato fries in the oven, oh, that's so good, man.
I'll give potatoes a shot. I'm biased against potatoes. When I went to Europe, all you guys eat is potatoes. I hate it. I know it's very versatile, but it's like, ugh. It's so bland. Like, I like green leafy things like kale and spinach.
Oh my god, you're disgusting, Jen. Get the fuck out.
What?
I
Oh,
hate
they're
that
so
shit.
good.
I despise greens. That's why one of the main reasons I take a multivitamin, because I despise greens.
Oh, that's the best part about it. It's they're like
love
eating
green.
multivitamins. Yeah, all the flavors in the green plants.
I'm sorry.
I love
I'm
green.
not
I
vibing
love
with you.
quinoa.
Quinoa's, yeah. Quinoa's really good,
Disgusting.
too.
Quinoa tastes like fucking dirt.
Oh my
She don't
god.
know how to. No, she doesn't know how to cook. She doesn't know how
I
to cook. That's
really
all it
know
is.
how to
Oh
cook.
my
I just have
gosh.
like very
You
specific
don't know.
preferences.
Because I made quinoa every day and it tastes good.
Good for
You're
you. Your
lacking,
taste buds accept it. My taste buds scream. No, it tastes like dirt. Get it the fuck out of my mouth.
That's
You
what
don't-
I think
okay,
about
tell-
potatoes.
Okay, tell me how do you cook your quinoa?
I don't cook
Explain
quinoa.
to me.
Every time I tried
So
somebody
you-
else cooking quinoa, it was disgusting to me.
Oh, I think even your friends doesn't know how to cook quinoa because I'm cooking it for 2 months.
Bro, you don't know whom you're talking to. I'm gonna try a food over and over and over again. I'm gonna give a food so many chances from so many people cooking it that I used to hate olives and now I like olives because I kept tasting it so that my taste bud would be one day like, yeah, that's good shit. Quinoa, it haven't happened with quinoa. It just haven't happened to me with it. It's just disgusting to me. I'm sorry. Kale is
Quinoa.
just disgusting to me.
Kale? What do
Oh,
you mean?
gross. Mo.
I
Before
know.
cooking quinoa, first you have to soak it in water for 8 or 7 hours.
I hate you.
So all its
even
bitterness will get away. Yeah.
With kale, it's amazing in like soups.
Oh man, I love leafy greens. I eat like a rabbit, bro. Genuinely, like.
Hate quinoa. Blah, blah.
I don't like. You know, I want to like lentils, but I just don't. They're so bland.
Which
Everybody
ones?
tells me they're not the red ones, the other ones.
The red ones are delicious,
Jen,
though,
hello.
right?
Jen, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want me to send you best recipe for lentils?
Yeah, I'd love that actually. Like I used to
Okay.
eat them an awful lot a couple years ago before I fell back into my slovenly ways.
Yeah. I mean, I like
Well,
green
that's-
lentils, but I understand what you're saying. That like the flavors kind of don't permeate into the green lentils. They do through like the red lentils, though, right?
It just oh yeah, it just feels like eating I'm trying to think of comparison. Beans. Like I'm trying to think.
You don't like beans.
I love beans. No,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of one. Kid or not, what do you call those ones people eat on New Year's? Oh, black-eyed peas, excuse me.
Oh.
It's just an empty, bland, kind of starchy, mushy. Like, I don't know. I just need a good recipe for lentils is all.
Okay, Jen, hello.
Yes, sir. Or
I'm sending you a good recipe. Check this video.
Ooh.
Right, guys, this became a culinary channel, so I'm gonna bounce. I think it's almost 8 hours that I've been doing this, so I think I'm gonna bounce now. Yeah.
Get out of here. Leave the kale to us.
Yeah, Jen, nice to meet you. I see you here again. Bye, Felix. Bye, Osho. Bye. Right, guys, this was like an experiment of whether or not I can do 8 hours of activism. I survived. Isn't that funny? But I am developing like a headache and like I just haven't drank enough water and stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna end with 6 minutes to spare. I think I'm gonna just like turn off the light that is shining in my face and just like, I don't know, like watch Mooncat talking about, I don't know, something. She's talking about something. So yeah, guys, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for new subscribers. I saw that a few people subscribed. Don't forget to like the stream if you enjoyed it generally. I see there are quite a few non-vegans in here. You can dislike the channel as well. That's promotion of the channel as well. Yeah. Thank you, Tops. Nice to see you. Thank you, Dennis. And I'm sorry I've been not addressing your stuff, but I just split. Attention is not good for me. Tone, what's up? You're still here. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, see you next time, guys.